Chapter 68. The third branch of the Xiao family. No way? Senior sister Yunrong, that outer disciple of the Cloud Rain sect, was obviously hit as well. Why is he fine? The martial techniques of the Raging Flame sect are fierce and contain fire qi. When the fire qi enters one's body, it will burn their meridians and organs, cutting off their life force. It's not simple. The girl in red was shocked. A body tempering technique. Xiao Yunrong quickly evaluated. That young man must have cultivated a top-notch body tempering technique. Impervious to fire and water. Since ancient times, superior body tempering techniques have been regarded as secret martial arts manuals. They can only be found by luck. She looked at Xiao Han deeply, the curiosity in her eyes growing stronger. No matter what body tempering technique he cultivates, he will still die with one strike and explode his body with one strike. No body tempering technique can withstand the sharpness of Mingjian Villa's sword qi, the white-clothed swordsman said proudly. Xiao Yunrong smiled without saying anything. The first branch of the Xiao family. A group of swordsmen from the 8-Point Palace looked at each other. Xiao Yuntian's battle-intense sword, and he was about to stand up. Junior brother Yuntian, wait. An experienced swordsman at the same table said indifferently. At the head of the hall. How is this possible? Yunfeng lost. Clan Master Xiao's face was filled with disbelief. The gap between the marrow refining realm and the blood transformation realm is like a chasm. How could he ignore it? Old Master, it seems that young Master Yunfan's friend is not a simple young man. But he's now the target of everyone. Look, the other disciples of the Raging Flame sect are about to attack. The city lord said anxiously. At the center of the hall, Xiao Han stood like a mountain. As the strength of my body increases, the power of the Son of Heaven's fist also increases. But in terms of damage and penetration, my swordplay is still better. Xiao Han silently evaluated the various martial techniques he had mastered. You do have some tricks. Very good. You are qualified to be my opponent. A cold-looking young man from the Raging Flame sect walked over and confronted Xiao Han. Although his expression was cold, the aura around him was extremely hot. Just by standing there, he was like the sun in the sky. Senior brother Shiman, Xiao Yunfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a terrified expression. Junior brother Yunfeng, step back and heal your wounds first. When you return to the Raging Flame clan, you will be punished to face the wall for 3 months. Shiman Shuang waved her hand. He was bossy and extremely dignified. Little brother obeys. Xiao Yunfeng sighed helplessly. Before he retreated, he looked deeply at Xiao Han with boundless resentment. I didn't expect a genius like you to emerge from the outer sect of Cloud Rain sect. What's your name? He must not be a nobody, right? What's your ranking in the outer sect of the Cloud Rain sect? Shiman Shuang said in a condescending manner. Full of crap. Xiao Han sneered. You're not a member of the Xiao family, so I don't have to give you face. Spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Ha 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 ha. You're courting death. Shiman Shuang was furious, and her eyes were like torches. Just because you have a little ability, you're acting so arrogant and unruly. What a joke. Since you want me to spit out blood, I'll kill you. Suddenly, with Shiman Shuang as the center, within a radius of 30 feet, hot air rushed up to the sky. The air was boiling, and the hot air was boiling. Countless spectators in the main hall retreated, sweating profusely. In the void, a stream of purple qi was guided down. It was like a rainbow, like an arch bridge, and it supported the hot air released by Shiman Shuang. The boiling air suddenly turned into a deep purple, which was inexplicably strange. Great Sun Purple Qi Manual. Go to hell. Boom! A palm of purple qi the size of half an acre tore through the void and slammed down on Xiao Han's head. Crack, 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 crack. The ground cracked, smoke and fire burned, and the heat wave filled the air, burning the mountains and boiling the seas. The next moment. Bang! The palm of purple qi suddenly exploded into endless turbulence of purple qi, enveloping Xiao Han in an instant. Poof! In the area where Xiao Han was, the floor was directly overturned, forming a small mushroom cloud. Mixed with countless flowing gold blackstone, it rushed up to the sky. The violent hot air evaporated the air in the area completely, and white smoke swept across. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant? I will make you die without a corpse. You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Shimin Shuang was complacent and couldn't help laughing. I, Shimin Shuang, will write the name of another genius of Cloud Rain sect on my book of achievements. Killing geniuses is my, Shimin Shuang's, greatest hobby in life. Ha ha ha. What? The palm of purple chi suddenly exploded. That's too dangerous. It's impossible to guard against it. Too powerful. Great Sun Purple Chi Manual, one of the 8 minor secret skills of Blazing Flame sect. The temperature of the purple chi is comparable to magma, and it can burn everything. However, in the midst of the crowd's gasps and the continuous discussion, in the thick smoke where Xiao Han was, dazzling saber light flashed continuously. A figure directly broke through the purple chi heat wave barrier and walked out with majestic steps. It was Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han's body was actually spotless and clean, as if he wasn't corroded by the purple chi heat wave at all. Moreover, around Xiao Han's body, there were dense electric arcs of saber light, like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water, stunning and almost illusory. Xiao, 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 Xiao. Xiao Han's hand continued to slash, and in a few breaths' time, he had already formed a blade that was nearly 10 feet long in front of him. Lose for me. Hong. The energy saber sliced through the air. The air split into two like a stream of water, forming a vacuum with almost no resistance, causing the speed of the energy saber to increase rapidly. The torrent rushed toward Shimin Shuang like lightning. What? Shimin Shuang was horrified. All she saw was a terrifying saber aura instantly magnifying in her eyes, crushing toward her. Break! Shimin Shuang could not avoid it. She immediately lowered her waist into a horse stance and pushed out her palms. Purple chi was monstrous, and the sound of surging tides broke out in the air. Puchi, the purple heat waves were constantly crushed by the saber aura, and Shimin Shuang was forced to retreat. Wherever he passed, his feet plowed 2 ravines, and smoke and dust filled the air. The spectators scattered in all directions in fright. Shimin Shuang retreated a total of 35 steps. She had used almost all of her strength to destroy the saber energy. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he looked up. A fist was magnified infinitely in his eyes again. The next moment, bang! Xiao Han punched Shimin Shuang's chest, throwing him backward. Just now, after Xiao Han slashed out a saber aura, he had already rushed toward Shimin Shuang. The saber aura arrived first, and he followed closely behind. Therefore, just as Shimin Shuang managed to deal with the saber aura, Xiao Han's fist blasted toward Shimin Shuang. Shimin Shuang had already gone through a lot to destroy Xiao Han's saber aura. At this moment, she could not resist Xiao Han's punches and kicks at close range. Bang! Shimin Shuang, who was in midair, was punched again. In a flash. Bang! Xiao Han's right leg lashed out like lightning, breaking through the air and letting out a heart-wrenching scream. He kicked Shimin Shuang dozens of meters away like a sandbag, directly smashing through a wall of the hall and falling on the ground in the garden outside. She convulsed, twitched, and vomited blood. She wanted to get up, but she could not. Useless. Xiao Han flicked his nails and said frivolously. Several disciples of the Raging Flame sect wanted to rush up and fight, but they did not dare to. They had to rush out to help Shimin Shuang. The entire place was silent. Xiao Han's expression was domineering. His gaze swept across the entire place. Anyone who met Xiao Han's gaze lowered their heads and kept quiet. Xiao family's 3rd branch's camp. He indeed cultivates the saber Dao. The saber chi is not to be underestimated. Xiao Yunrong smiled and nodded. Senior Sister Yunrong, why is the young man from the Cloud Rain sect unharmed after Shimin Shuang's great sun purple chi devoured him with it? Instead, he attacked and defeated Shimin Shuang? Could it be that his body refinement technique has already reached the state of being invulnerable and impervious to fire and water? The girl in red was moved. It's not a body refinement technique this time. Xiao Yunrong smiled faintly. It's the saber chi this time. Shimin Shuang's great sun purple chi had just enveloped him, and the saber chi around him cut open the purple heat wave. He is unharmed. After saying that, Xiao Yunrong looked at Xiao Yuntian's table with a faint smile. Cousin Yuntian and the people from 8 Wind Palace must be very nervous now. This time, the white-robed swordsman did not dare to say anything about killing with one strike. Xiao family's first branch's camp. Swordsman! The people from Eight-Wind Palace exclaimed in unison. This brat has many tricks up his sleeves. One moment he used a fist technique. The next moment, he displayed a body refinement technique. Now, he released saber chi. The battle intent in Xiao Yuntian's eyes grew increasingly violent. In Beacon Fire Empire, any swordsman who uses his saber in front of an Eight-Wind Palace disciple is seen as a provocation. Junior brother Yuntian, you want to fight? The senior swordsman from Eight-Wind Palace raised his head and looked at Xiao Yuntian. Senior brother, I have just touched the threshold of saber intent. I need to go through continuous battles to refine my saber aura so that I can solidify my saber intent as soon as possible. This young man from Cloud Rain sect is too overbearing. He has affected my saber heart. It would be inappropriate if I avoid the battle. The saber chi in Xiao Yuntian's eyes grew sharper and sharper as though it was about to shoot out and pierce through everything. The senior swordsman took a deep breath. Junior brother Yuntian, think about it carefully. Your opponent is also a swordsman. If you lose this battle, the saber intent you just touched will be completely destroyed. In the future, you won't be able to covet the supreme saber intent. Think twice. Senior brother, I have made up my mind. Watch me defeat this swordsman with my own hands. In Beacon Fire Empire, any swordsman is unorthodox in the eyes of Eight-Wind Palace. He is not worthy of using a saber. Xiao Yuntian strode forward. At the front of the hall. I, Sun Yuntian, am going to fight. The clan leader, Old Master Xiao, was excited. I, Sun Yuntian, am even stronger than Yunfeng in terms of combat strength. Once I make a move, I will definitely kill my opponent. In the middle of the hall, Xiao Yuntian was already standing in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han swept his gaze across and felt that Xiao Yuntian was like an unsheathed treasured saber, radiating brilliance. A slight touch would cause one to be injured. Furthermore, his eyes were as firm as a rock and his confidence was undying. Xiao Han vaguely felt that his saber intent was trembling, transmitting a desire for battle. This swordsman before me is quite strong to be able to trigger my saber intent. Looks like he is also a transcendent swordsman who is comprehending saber intent. Xiao Han temporarily suppressed his saber intent and smiled at Xiao Yuntian. You are also a swordsman? Xiao Yuntian said indifferently. You can say that. Xiao Han did not deny it. Draw your saber. Xiao Yuntian's entire body was sharp and sharp. His words were harsh and sharp. Invisible saber chi rushed out from his body and easily minced the air around him. If I draw my saber, I will definitely kill, Xiao Han said very seriously. You are from the Xiao clan, Xiao Yuntian, right? Senior brother Ah Cho mentioned you to me just now. Today, I am a guest of the Xiao clan and do not wish to harm the Xiao clan's disciples. If I draw my saber, I will not. I do not wish to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yuntian roared towards the sky. Arrogant. You are really arrogant. However, the more arrogant you are, the easier it is to die. Saber intent is merciless. I will not be merciful to you just because you are cousin Yunfan's friend. If I draw my saber, you will also die. As soon as he finished speaking, the single saber on Xiao Yuntian's back jumped up as if it was alive. Xiao Yuntian grabbed it with his right hand. His entire aura suddenly rose and rose steadily. The sharpness and coldness of a swordsman permeated the entire place. Chapter 69. This caused the atmosphere in the hall to soar. This was a duel between two swordsmen. In the world of martial arts, the most orthodox weapons were the saber and the sword. However, it was extremely difficult to train these two weapons to a high level and to a high level. 1 in 10,000. Only saber and sword, these two types of weapons, could allow a martial artist to comprehend the saber intent and sword intent that they yearned for even in their dreams, allowing them to kill those above their level as if they were nothing. Therefore, a duel between two swordsmen, a duel between two swordsmen, and a duel between two swordsmen were considered the most exciting duels in the martial Dao. Xiao Yuntian was an outstanding swordsman in the outer sect of the Eight Void Hall. There was no need to doubt his battle strength. Anyone who paid attention to him could tell that he had touched the threshold of the blade intent by looking at his aura and gaze. Although Xiao Han had yet to draw his saber, The sharp aura had already pierced through his body. Earlier, Xiao Han had used the shapeless saber aura to break Shimen Shuang's great sun purple chi technique. This proved that he was not an ordinary person. The two experts had yet to fight, yet the entire hall was suffused with saber chi and violent battle intent, causing many of the guests present to feel suffocated to the point of being unable to breathe. All of them moved their chairs out of the hall and watched the battle from afar. Since you're so arrogant, pay the price for your ignorance and stupidity. You're just digging your own grave. Xiao Yuntian held his saber with both hands and a sharp saber aura surged out. All of a sudden, the saber aura turned bronze. It was as if it had a substance. The bronze saber aura carried a strong ancient aura. It had a heavy sense of history and vicissitudes that could destroy anything. In an instant, the entire hall was dyed bronze. It was inexplicably strange. The quality of this saber aura is unusual. It's a few levels higher than ordinary saber aura. Xiao Han thought to himself. No wonder the three managers told me that the strongest saber technique in the Beacon Fire Empire was an 8-point palace when I was choosing the saber manual. The Xiao family's third branch. Bronze saber aura? Xiao Yunrong frowned slightly. A hint of admiration flashed through her noble eyes. I can't believe cousin Yun Tian managed to cultivate the bronze saber aura in just a year. Junior sister Yunrong, this cousin of yours is quite a talent. The 8 Void Hall was founded on the blade and had countless ancient blade manuals. Among them, the blade chi cultivated by the disciples of the 8 Void Hall was the most unique. Pig iron saber chi, bronze saber chi, silver saber chi, gold saber chi, and finally wooden saber chi. These were the secret techniques of the 8 Desolate Palace, the ultimate skills. It was said that the bronze blade chi was the limit that a blade user of the mortal body realm could reach. In order to cultivate the silver blade chi, one must have true chi as the foundation. The bronze saber chi could split gold and break jade, crush mountains, cut off rivers, and destroy both ghosts and gods. Moreover, I saw a terrifying sign of saber intent appearing in your cousin's eyes. That lad from Cloud Rain sect would definitely lose. Regardless of whether he pulls out his saber or not, he will still die, the white-clothed swordsman evaluated. It's still unknown who will win, Xiao Yunrong said mysteriously. Touching the threshold of saber intent is not equivalent to comprehending saber intent. Many saber users have successfully touched the threshold of saber intent, but they have never been able to comprehend saber intent. Comprehending saber intent and sword intent might seem like a matter of thought, but they are separated forever. In the hall. Die. My saber Dao forsakes all fancy things and uses brute force to destroy everything. Anyone who is hit by my saber chi will definitely explode and die from being torn into pieces. Xiao Yuntian smiled cruelly. His entire body was burning with saber aura. Suddenly, he held his saber with both hands and slashed fiercely. A series of afterimages flashed by, showing off his saber speed. It was so fast that ordinary people could not catch it with their naked eyes. Mountain-breaking saber. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Streaks of bronze saber chi swarmed out and exploded towards Xiao Han. The air rumbled and exploded, causing the ground to collapse continuously. Great! The power of each ray of bronze saber chi has reached 100 cauldrons. Indeed domineering. However, he can only slash out 50 rays of saber chi in a single breath. His saber speed is far from mine. Xiao Han evaluated in a split second and swung his hand saber continuously. Bang! 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 Rays of saber chi slashed out and collided with the bronze saber chi in the air. Then they exploded like fireworks. It was splendid and spectacular. The clash between the two saber men rapidly entered a white-hot stage. Xiao Yuntian's bronze saber chi was as heavy as a mountain, crushing everything. Xiao Han's saber chi was light as a feather, like a flash in the pan, extremely fast. The two of them were actually on par. Neck and neck. That's all you're capable of. If you don't draw your saber, only death awaits you. Xiao Yuntian's body burned with bronze saber chi flames. He was like a demonic god as he wielded his saber and walked towards Xiao Han step by step. With every step he took, his aura rose by a notch, as though there was no end to it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dense bronze saber chi surged out from Xiao Yuntian's body and floated in the air like dragons and snakes, dominating the wilderness. Poof, 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 poof. Xiao Yuntian's aura was getting wilder and wilder. Everywhere his footsteps passed, the ground would crack and explode, forming deep pits one after another as dust billowed. He's definitely going to draw his saber. Otherwise, he'll definitely die. Not only that, Xiao Yuntian's saber force was incomparably brutal as it continued to rise. It could be said that Xiao Yuntian had already controlled the rhythm of the battle. At that moment, even if that youth from Cloud Rain's sect draws his saber, it's too late. He can't turn the tables. At that moment, under the pressure of Xiao Yuntian's saber force, Xiao Han actually calmed down. His spirit and aura were as calm as an ancient well and deep as a lake. An undetectable smile flickered across his lips. Good. That's great. Under such pressure, the marrow refinement medicinal pellets on the surface of his bones seeped into his bones like a tidal wave. That felt great. Right now, his entire body was comfortable and refreshed while the quality of his physical body was being consolidated and raised. Indeed, only with pressure can one improve. Under the pressure of the torrential saber force, Xiao Han's heart was as calm as water and he was detached from it. The next moment, let's end this. All of a sudden, the void trembled and a phantom image of the Emperor tore through the air. The Emperor's aura had appeared out of nowhere. The force in Xiao Han's body surged out and formed a layer of bright yellow air current on the surface of his body. The air current twisted and turned into an emperor's robe. The stars, sun, moon, mountains and rivers were all within it. An emperor's crown appeared on his head and the canopy of the 5 emperors rose, bringing peace to the mountains and dominating the world. In a single breath, Xiao Han's aura rose continuously. He stood tall and gradually revealed the appearance of an emperor, prostrating in all directions. The emperor's aura was augmented by the saber force. Another trump card of Xiao Han's. Back then, the reason why Xiao Han chose to cultivate the Tao of the saber was because the emperor's aura could fuse with the saber force and increase his aura tremendously. Right now, the emperor's aura tore through the air, causing Xiao Han's saber force to reach an extremely dense and suppressive level. A large stretch of space froze completely. The bronze saber chi that was swimming around seemed to have been frozen and could not move at all. As for the aura that Xiao Yuntian had accumulated, it was like a punctured balloon that was constantly deflating and flowing out. What? Xiao Yuntian was panic-stricken. A huge flaw appeared in his indestructible saber heart. Fear, nervousness, anxiety, hesitation, defeat. Countless negative emotions took the opportunity to enter his body. Pucci. Something seemed to be broken in Xiao Yuntian's eyes. My saber intent has been crushed. The saber intent that I was comprehending has been crushed. I can't even catch a trace of it. Ah! Xiao Yuntian let out a sorrowful cry. Pucci! 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 The bronze saber chi in this space crumbled and turned into nothingness. Lose. Xiao Han sent Xiao Yuntian flying with a saber chi in his hand. Pucci. Xiao Yuntian spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. There were traces of blood at the corner of his eyes. Senior brother Yuntian. A group of 8 Wind Hall disciples quickly rushed forward and supported Xiao Yuntian. The veteran saber artist fell silent for a moment and looked deeply at Xiao Han before saying, Junior brother Yuntian, you've lost. Your saber force has been completely suppressed and the saber intent that you've just touched has been completely destroyed. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to make any progress in the Tao of the saber in the future. Senior brother, please take action and kill that arrogant disciple of Cloud Rain's sect. Take revenge for senior brother Yuntian. The group of 8 Wind Hall's saber artists were excited as they barked continuously. His aura is too strong. He has the domineering aura of a ruler, a minister, and an assistant. I'm not his match. I'll definitely die once he draws his saber. The veteran saber artist's eyes twitched a few times as he said gloomily, report this matter to the sect and let the sect handle it. Apart from Shui Jianfeng, another shocking prodigy has emerged in the outer sect of Cloud Rain sect. His skill has shocked everyone and he's completely famous now. After defeating Xiao Yuntian, Xiao Han withdrew his aura and stood upright. His aura was like that of a deity that could make people submit to him. The entire place was dead silent. No one dared to step forward to challenge him. On the armchair at the front of the hall, clan leader Old Master Xiao's body trembled. He couldn't control himself. Yuntian was also defeated. I didn't expect Yun Feng and Yun Tian to be defeated one after another. Will our Shao clan be dominated by this young man in the end? Our Shao clan is the #1 clan in Scorching Flame City. We have many descendants and talents, but we can't even defeat a young man in the marrow refinement realm. Old Master Xiao's body turned cold as all his hopes turned to dust. In the camp of the Shao clan's 3rd branch, Xiao Yunrong stood up. Senior sister Yunrong, are you going to fight? The red-clothed girl asked excitedly. Heh, this young man makes me want to fight. Furthermore, I can't ignore the clan's honor. Xiao Yunrong smiled indifferently. The white-clothed swordsman was intoxicated by Xiao Yunrong's peerless beauty. He couldn't help but blurt out, Junior sister Yunrong, let me fight for you. Senior brother Bai, you're not his match. Xiao Yunrong said softly. Then, she strolled into the middle of the hall and faced Xiao Han. Greetings, friend from Cloud Rain sect. I'm Yunfan's cousin, Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Yunrong smiled politely at Xiao Han. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the girl in front of him not only had an extraordinary beauty, but she also had an aura of the sun and moon, the moon and the rivers flowing in the sky. What made Xiao Han even more shocked was that Xiao Yunrong's aura caused Xiao Han's saber intent to heat up and become restless. It seemed to be greatly affected and interfered with. The saber intent was formless. The only thing that could interfere with the saber intent was something that was also formless. Friend, I'm from Mingjian Villa. Let's have a spar today. Xiao Yunrong smiled elegantly. A dim light flashed in her right hand and a long sword appeared in her hand. It was just an ordinary 4-foot green sword. However, in Xiao Yunrong's hand, it actually shone with a peerless sharpness. A kind of ethereal aura that seemed to be able to sever the power of heaven and earth and penetrate through all nothingness possessed Xiao Yunrong. With the sword in her hand, Xiao Yunrong actually had a kind of otherworldly feeling. She was as outstanding as an immortal descending to the mortal world. An expert from Mingjian Villa. She has the ability to sever the power of nothingness. Sword intent. Could it be that she has comprehended the sword intent that all swordsmen dream of? For the first time, Xiao Han felt a sense of danger as if he was facing a formidable enemy. It turns out that the most powerful person in the entire Xiao family is neither Xiao Yunfeng nor Xiao Yuntian. It's this gentle and noble girl in front of me, Xiao Yunrong. But it's nothing. No matter what she has comprehended, she will only be defeated by me, Xiao Han. Xiao Han instantly cut off all distracting thoughts. His invincible battle intent rose up. Similarly, a dim light flashed in Xiao Han's right hand and a single saber appeared in his hand. With the saber in his hand, Xiao Han's eyes were like lightning. He was like a devil that could see through people's hearts and was unparalleled. He finally drew his saber. It was a duel between a swordsman and a swordsman. The whole place suddenly became quiet, but the undercurrent was surging and people's hearts were surging. On the armchair at the head of the hall. Old Master, it seems that among the young people of the Xiao family in this generation, Miss Xiao Yunrong is the most powerful and well-hidden one. The city governor sighed. Before, young Master Xiao Yuntian gave me the feeling that he was fierce and fierce. However, if he was too strong, he would break easily, which made him less beautiful. Miss Xiao Yunrong, on the other hand, has an unfathomable temperament like a deep pool. I think Miss Xiao Yunrong will win this battle. Yunrong. The old master was uneasy. I don't know if Yunrong can defeat that crazy boy. My friend, this time, it's only about victory and defeat, not life and death. Moreover, Yunrong has a presumptuous request. Xiao Yunrong spoke with fervor and assurance. It seemed that she was not fighting against Xiao Han on the battlefield. Instead, it was like two old friends chatting about daily life. Her temperament was very aloof. Xiao Han frowned slightly. My friend, if Yunrong can defeat him by a stroke of luck, can you teach me that body refining skill? Xiao Yunrong said with a smile. Oh, coveting my immortal golden body? Xiao Han sneered in his heart and blurted out. It's impossible for you to defeat me. Ha 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 ha. Of course, if you become my woman, my skill will be your skill. Ha 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 ha. My friend, you misspoke. Xiao Yunrong's face blushed slightly and the corners of her mouth curled up in anger. Ha 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 ha. Enough with the idle chatter. Lose for me. With a saber in his hand, Xiao Han's confidence reached an unprecedented height. Suddenly, with the support of the Emperor's force, the saber in his hand burst out with a buzzing sound. The wind howled and the cranes panicked. In the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han's figure seemed to be constantly increasing, like a god. Xiao Yunrong did not dare to be negligent. The sword qi around her began to surge crazily. The sword qi was like a rainbow, and the wind and rain from all directions surged together. Both of their vitality and force reached their peak. Boom! After the support of the Emperor's force, Xiao Han slashed out with his saber. The saber light was dreamy and unpredictable. It had an otherworldly beauty, but it contained a ferocious might that could kill gods and Buddhas who stood in its way. Seeing the might of Xiao Han's saber in his hand, the group of saber men from 8-Point Palace trembled in fear. Great Maha Demon subduing sword art. Xiao Yunrong's long sword trembled and a breathtaking sword qi shot out. The sword qi was the size of a door and contained the power to suppress a mountain. It looked as light as a feather, but it could easily crush a mountain and cut off a river. Moreover, this sword technique's understanding towards lightness and heaviness was extremely profound. Poof! The saber qi and the sword qi collided in the air and directly exploded. The air was overflowing. Bang! 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 In an instant, the hall was filled with saber light and sword shadows. Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong were actually evenly matched. One saber and one sword. They were evenly matched. This woman is powerful. She must have had a great fortuitous encounter. In terms of speed and strength, she is not inferior to me at all. Moreover, this is under the premise that I have the support of the Emperor's force. Powerful. Too powerful. This woman is probably at the same level as Xue Jianfeng. Xiao Han's mind was racing. All right, my friend. This is the end. Your saber Dao has indeed reached the limit of the physical body realm. But it's over. You should be proud to be able to force me to use this move. Xiao Yunrong suddenly withdrew her sword and looked down, as if she was an old monk in meditation. The next moment, buzz! Buzz! The air trembled, solidified, distorted. Shockingly, a few wisps of void qi turned into the shape of a sword and gushed out a terrible sharp qi that could tear the void. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All the martial artists in the hall who carried their swords in their sheaths let out a whimper and kept jumping. Streaks of sword qi came from all directions and blended into Xiao Yunrong's qi power mysteriously. Oh my god! Sword intent. The 1 in 10,000 sword intent that all swordsmen yearn for even in their dreams. Once the sword intent is out, all swords will bow their heads. The whole hall was in chaos. All the swordsmen's will was affected and couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship Xiao Yunrong. Miss Yunrong is going to win. Sword intent. She actually comprehended the sword intent. A world-shocking talent. Another world-shocking talent from Mingjian Villa. Reaching the true energy realm is just around the corner. The city lord roared. He used his hand to hold the hilt of the long sword at his waist to prevent it from being affected by the sword intent and jumped out of its sheath. Ha 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 ha. Yunrong actually comprehended the sword intent. The Xiao family's honor. The Xiao family's honor. Old Master Xiao cried. At this moment. Do you think that you can suppress me just because you comprehended the sword intent? I've said it before. You can only lose in my hands. Xiao Han's figure flickered as a peerless saber qi burst out from his body all of a sudden. Like an evil dragon, it tore the air into pieces. A kind of power that could shatter the void shot out from Xiao Han's eyes. A few wisps of void qi turned into blade qi and circled around Xiao Han's body at a speed faster than the speed of sound. It continuously cut through the air and created a vacuum. My blade! My blade! The blades on the backs of the top swordsmen from Bahuang Palace seemed to have been bestowed with some kind of life force. The invisible blade qi was forcefully absorbed by Xiao Han like a sponge absorbing water. Blade. Blade intent. He comprehended the blade intent. The senior swordsman from Bahuang Palace looked at Xiao Han in a daze. His knees were trembling and he was about to kneel down. After a breath's time, the senior swordsman looked left and right and saw that his junior brothers were all kneeling down in Xiao Han's direction. Their wills had been taken away and they had to bow to their subjects. All the swordsmen knelt down on the ground. At the same time, under the invasion of Xiao Yunrong's sword intent, the marrow-refining medicine that was stuck on the surface of Xiao Han's bones surged into his bone marrow at a speed that was many times faster than usual. The quality of his body was increasing. The next moment... Puff! 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 Xiao Han's heart throbbed. Dense cocoons of light burst out from Xiao Han's heart. Each cocoon of light burst open with all kinds of patterns. Emperor's Divine Fist 3rd Form. Imperial Expedition, Indestructible Golden Body 21st to 30th Form. 7 Fragment Blade Technique 1st Form. Jade Breaking Technique. Chapter 70. Xiao Yunrong had displayed the sword spirit that every swordsman dreamed of, which was 1 in a million, and it had already shocked everyone present. However, no one had expected that Xiao Han would not let Xiao Yunrong have her way. Instead, a sword spirit that could destroy everything rushed out of his body. The saber intent was merciless while the sword intent was unparalleled. The scene was breathtaking. There were countless swordsmen and sabersmen in Beacon Fire Empire. However, those who could successfully comprehend the saber intent and sword intent were extremely rare. But today, the clash between Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong was a fierce battle between saber intent and sword intent. It was rare even in the outer sect ranking competition or the inner sect competition. At this moment, the hall was filled with saber light and sword intent. The saber intent and sword intent that could destroy the world could be released at any time. The guests' robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Their hair and beards fluttered in fear. All of them crawled out of the hall as if they were walking on thin ice, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Soon, the spacious hall was empty except for Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Yunrong stood proudly with her sword in her hand. Xiao Han walked with his saber, dominating the world. Friend, I didn't expect you to have comprehended the saber intent. Another outstanding figure in Cloud Rain Sect's outer sect beside Shui Jianfeng. You're rarely matched under the true Qi realm. Xiao Yunrong was moved. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han laughed hysterically. His aura grew stronger and stronger. His confidence and dominance surged like a tide and soared into the sky. Xiao Yunrong frowned slightly. Friend, why are you laughing? Although you have the saber intent that can destroy everything, Yunrong has an unparalleled sword intent as well. We're evenly matched. Yunrong can't say that she can defeat you for sure, but you can't defeat Yunrong either. If there's a winner, I'm afraid it's going to be a mutual destruction. What a good on par with each other. Xiao Han's domineering expression rose. I'm only at the marrow refinement realm now. I haven't perfected my body yet and I still have potential. As for you, you've already started blood transformation. Your body has reached a bottleneck. Unless you break through to the true Qi realm, you won't be able to improve anymore. You're telling me we're neck and neck? If I were to enter the blood transformation realm, killing you would be as easy as picking up grass. Air. Xiao Yunrong was speechless at his words. Yes, Xiao Han was several years younger than Xiao Yunrong, and his realm was much lower than Xiao Yunrong's. The duel between Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong was a cross-level challenge. It seemed to be a tie, but in fact, Xiao Han had already defeated Xiao Yunrong. This was obvious and there was no need to argue. Friend, no matter what happens in the future today we are tied. The saber heart of a bladesman had always been firm and sharp, sweeping through everything. A bladesman who comprehended saber intent would win every battle with an irresistible force, never admitting defeat. But the truth was that his friend could not defeat Yunrong. Did he really have to fight to the death? A lose-lose situation? Xiao Yunrong shook her head slightly. I can't defeat you? I said it before, you will lose without a doubt. Xiao Han said sternly. The next moment, Xiao Han made a strange move. Xiao Han didn't attack Xiao Yunrong at all. He suddenly sat cross-legged, and his eyes seemed empty, as if he was thinking, but not thinking, as if he had suddenly entered a profound state of comprehension. What does this mean? What is he comprehending? Xiao Yunrong was confused. Forget it. We are evenly matched. There is no need to continue this fight. Seeing Xiao Han's aura became more and more ethereal, and his breath was like grass and stone, unfathomable, Xiao Yunrong had the idea of retreating. Unexpectedly, As soon as she thought of this, before she could withdraw, Xiao Yunrong felt that the saber intent was peeping at her. It seemed that once she made a move, the peerless saber intent that could break the void would give her a fatal blow. What trick is he playing at? Xiao Yunrong frowned deeply, but she couldn't suddenly attack Xiao Han. Xiao Han's aura was mellow, and he was protected by the saber intent. He was impregnable. Once she attacked him rashly, she would definitely suffer a backlash. She was in a dilemma. Forget it. Let's see what tricks he wants to play. I have the sword intent to protect my body, so I don't need to be afraid of him. Xiao Yunrong shook her head and smiled. She simply imitated Xiao Han, sat cross-legged, and quietly nurtured the sword intent. The scene suddenly became strange, absurd, and bizarre. Neither of the two geniuses took the initiative to attack. They both chose to sit cross-legged and became quiet. This caused the onlookers who stuck their heads out of the hall to scratch their heads in confusion. Thousands of people surrounded the hall and watched anxiously. They didn't leave, nor did they dare to step into the hall. Senior brother, what are they doing? A young saber wielder from the 8-Point Hall asked the senior wielder. A young man has actually comprehended the blade intent of the Emperor of Blades. His talent is extraordinary and shocking. This kind of person would be favored and won over by our 8 desolate hall. The senior bladesman's voice trembled as he spoke with a frown after a long while. Don't ask me, I don't know either. I am far from their level, so I don't dare to speculate. Perhaps this is a unique way of competing between geniuses who have comprehended the saber intent and the sword intent. The only thing I can tell is that the two of them can't do anything to each other. If they continued to fight, it would only result in mutual destruction and mutual destruction. There is no other possibility. In the hall. At this moment, densely packed cocoons of light surrounded Xiao Han, flickering like shadows. It was a marvelous sight. The 21st to 30th movement of the indestructible golden body exploded from the cocoon of light. After learning these 10 follow-up movements, my physical body's ability to resist attacks will increase once again. Under the true Qi realm, I might even be invulnerable to all weapons and evils. Xiao Han focused on studying the supreme martial art cocoon of light that had shot out from his heart. The first form of the 7-fragment blade technique has finally revealed itself. I have the chance to learn it. Jade breaking technique. What kind of move is this? Xiao Han began to study the first form of the 7-fragment blade technique, jade breaking technique. After a while. Oh, I understand now. Jade breaking technique allows me to casually slash out a saber aura. The saber aura can shatter at will like a rain of flowers, sweeping away an army and creating a river of blood. Furthermore, the enemy can't defend against the sudden explosion of the saber aura. If they are caught off guard, they might be turned into dust by the saber aura fragments. Powerful. Too powerful. Xiao Han understood the profoundness of this jade-breaking technique, and was ecstatic. However, he couldn't cultivate this profound and sharp saber move in a short period of time. Xiao Han began to study the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. The third form of the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. Imperial Expedition. The third form of the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, Imperial Expedition, is actually a movement technique. Xiao Han was stunned. It should be known that among the martial arts that Xiao Han had mastered, there were fist arts, saber arts, passive defense body refining techniques, and the withered tree collection. However, he had never learned a movement technique. This Imperial Expedition is to instantly reach the limit of momentum and speed at the same time. It is so powerful that the surrounding air crawls. Moreover, it is not an agile movement technique, nor is it a movement technique that borrows strength. Instead, it is a domineering movement technique, using the great momentum of the Son of Heaven, forcefully shattering the air. In a breath's time, it will crush the enemy and kill them in an instant. Good movement technique. After learning this movement technique, my combat strength will more than double. Moreover, I have learned the first 2 moves of the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, Sovereign's Descent and Emperor's Robe. My understanding of the great momentum of the Son of Heaven is becoming more and more perfect. Learning the Imperial Expedition will be a matter of course. It will be twice the result with half the effort. I'll immediately comprehend this movement technique. Xiao Han began to silently visualize the diagram, incantation, and momentum of the Imperial Expedition that had burst out from the cocoon of light. Gradually, the air above Xiao Han's head began to fluctuate and slightly split in two directions like a river. It was a marvelous sight. Xiao Yunrong looked up and her heart was slightly moved. What is he doing? Could it be that he is learning some kind of martial arts technique? But it is impossible. How could he be sharpening his spear at the last minute? If he can learn the ultimate move that can defeat me in this situation, the word genius is not enough to describe him. He is simply a heaven-defying monster. Impossible. As long as I keep my sword heart and continue to grind with him, he will give up sooner or later. 2 hours later. Outside the hall. None of the audience was willing to leave. They were all staring at Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong's every move in the silent hall without blinking. Emo. City Lord Emo. This is strange. Yunrong and that youngster have been sitting cross-legged for a few hours without moving at all. They are as steady as a mountain. Are they fighting? Or are they competing with patience? Xiao Clan's old master Xiao had a doubtful expression. This is too strange. Old master, I don't know about other things, but I can vaguely feel that the aura of that youngster from Cloud Rain sect is getting stronger and stronger. Miss Yunrong, I am afraid. I hope I am wrong. The city lord had a solemn expression. Yunfan, that friend of yours, actually comprehended the saber intent that can only be encountered by chance. He is truly a genius. Father and mother are proud of you for being able to make such a friend. It is a glory for you. Ah Chao's father had a smile on his face. Yunfan, no matter what, you have gained the limelight in this clan meeting and surpassed the first and second branches. However, Yunrong's strong rise has also exceeded the entire Xiao clan's expectations. Father, mother, I didn't know that Xiao Han had already comprehended the saber intent. He has only cultivated the saber Dao for less than half a year. This is unbelievable. Previously, when Xiao Han challenged Xue Jianfeng, I thought he was just doing it out of pride. Now, it seems that he is indeed qualified to compete for this generation's #1 in Cloud Rain sect's outer sect. Ah Cho looked excited. #1 in Cloud Rain sect's outer sect? This child. This is too strong. Ah Chao's mother was dazzled. In the hall. 6 hours had already passed. At this moment, Xiao Han's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Above Xiao Han's head, the air was rolling and rolling like waves, bursting out with the sound of tides. It was like a surging turbid wave, separating to the left and right. His aura is getting stronger and stronger. I can't let him continue like this. Xiao Yunrong's sword heart trembled slightly, and an ominous premonition welled up in her heart. Enough. Friend. Don't be deliberately mystifying. Yunrong is going to leave the hall now. Xiao Yunrong was prepared to fight against Xiao Han's saber, intent to escape immediately. At this moment, Xiao Han finally opened his eyes. In his pitch-black eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashed past. His domineering intent swept across, swallowing the mountains and rivers. Xiao Han stood up. His back was straight, with the aura of reaching the sky. You've lost. Xiao Han smiled faintly, and his wild confidence spread out. Friend, don't be so full of yourself. With your current battle strength, you can't defeat Yunrong no matter what. Xiao Yunrong said with slight anger. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Can you be a little gentlemanly? Stubborn? If I say I want you to lose, you lose. Suddenly, Xiao Han roared violently, and all the bones in his body exploded together. With a bone explosion style, the candlelight in the hall swayed and the wind howled. At the next moment, boom! A domineering aura swept out from Xiao Han's body violently. The air in all directions suddenly crept apart, rolled, and retreated in all directions. Xiao Han's entire body turned into a mighty afterimage, forcefully crushing the air and pressing towards Xiao Yunrong. His momentum was like a lightning strike, disdainful of the world, and unrestrained. At the same time, a carriage pulled by a true dragon appeared above Xiao Han's head. It was the peerless phantom of an emperor on a journey. What? Xiao Yunrong's beautiful face turned pale. The air in all directions was strangely divided into two. The rolling air brought her a sense of powerlessness, as if she was facing the attack of thousands of troops alone. Swoosh! In a flash, a wisp of air turned into the shape of a sword, and directly cut towards Xiao Han at a speed faster than the speed of sound. However, boom! This wisp of sword essence forcibly cut the place where Xiao Han stood, and a gully of 15 zhang long and several feet wide appeared. Dust and smoke billowed. But Xiao Han had already crushed the air, and with a speed faster than this wisp of sword essence, he forcibly swept to the front of Xiao Yunrong. Between life and death, when Xiao Yunrong was about to release the second wisp of sword essence, she felt a coldness on her neck. The coldness entered her body, and she had a terrible feeling as if her body was being cut by the saber qi. Your sword essence is still a little too slow. You've lost. Xiao Han held the saber in his right hand, and the edge of the saber was already on Xiao Yunrong's neck. Xiao Yunrong's entire body's hair stood on end. She knew that she had indeed lost. Even if she possessed the sword essence that surpassed the speed of sound, shapeless and formless, and could cut through nothingness, at this moment, she had still lost. There was no room for a comeback. Xiao Han, who possessed saber essence, could kill Xiao Yunrong with one slash before the sword essence could protect him. I've lost, Xiao Yunrong said with a bitter smile. Friend, you are indeed a heaven-defying genius. Yunrong is not your match. It can even be said that under the true Qi realm, it is already very difficult to find an opponent who can defeat you. Suddenly, Xiao Yunrong looked deeply at Xiao Han, and an undetectable hint of charm flashed across her eyes as she said in a soft voice. Yunrong has lost. Friend, can you put away your saber? Friend, don't be so overbearing towards Yunrong, okay? She is a girl after all. Can you be a little gentlemanly? Outside the hall. Miss Yunrong has lost? How is this possible? Miss Yunrong is a peerless beauty who has comprehended the sword essence. How did she lose in an instant? That brat sneak attacked Miss Yunrong. It's not a sneak attack, it's just that his movement technique is too fast. Moreover, his movement technique is tyrannical and can cut through the air, ignoring all obstructions. It's like 10,000 galloping horses, unparalleled. Miss Yunrong's defeat is not unjust. She just lost in the hands of someone stronger than her. A few Mingjian Villa disciples. How is this possible? Yunrong is one of the top existences in our Mingjian Villa's outer sect. How could she lose in the hands of a brat who is still wet behind the ears? The white-clothed swordsman's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Senior brother Bai, it seems like senior sister Yunrong admitted defeat herself. The red-clothed girl said with a sharp voice. It can't be? Senior sister Yunrong once made a vow that she will marry any man who can defeat her in the physical body realm. This time, there will be a good show to watch. Damn it! The white-clothed swordsman was flustered and exasperated. A group of people from 8 Desolate Palace. The veteran swordsman closed his eyes slightly. Powerful. Too powerful. This person is invincible in the physical body realm. Alright, let's return to 8 Desolate Palace. Participating in the Shao clan's meeting this time has also brought us great benefits. We have learned that there is always someone better than us. Go back and cultivate properly. Don't be arrogant in the future. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Senior brother, this can't be true, right? Sharpening your spear at the last minute can defeat an expert who has comprehended the sword essence. Isn't this too surreal? Chapter 71. After sheathing his saber, Xiao Han's domineering aura faded away like a tide. His sunny face revealed an almost harmless smile. Thank you for letting me win. Xiao Yunrong was stunned by Xiao Han's completely different temperament and immediately muttered. You were so fierce just now, but now you are so polite. However, sheathing your saber and restraining your sharpness. You are indeed a saber master. After sheathing his saber, Xiao Han turned around and walked out of the hall, ready to find a Cho. Hey wait, you seem to be called Xiao Han, right? Xiao Yunrong also sheathed her sword, caught up from behind and walked side by side with Xiao Han. Wisps of refreshing fragrance came from Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Han glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and saw that Xiao Yunrong had a curvaceous figure. Her eyebrows and eyes gave off a kind of mature charm and style. Her golden curly hair gave her a different kind of exotic charm. She could also be considered as a stunner. Xiao Han was young and was naturally a little restless. However, He quickly got rid of the distracting thoughts and nodded. You can call me Xiao Han. After saying that, Xiao Han said goodbye to Xiao Yunrong and rushed out of the hall. Quite arrogant. Xiao Yunrong was slightly annoyed. It should be known that in Mingjian Villa, she was peerless and as beautiful as a fairy. In addition, her sword skills were high, so she was pursued by countless young talents. It was really like a moon surrounded by stars. She was always the one who spoke bluntly to others. It was impossible for others to give her face. However, at this moment, Xiao Han didn't want to give her face. This made her feel like a hot face stuck to a cold butt. Invincible in the physical body realm. But this is only within the territory of Beacon Fire Empire. What is there to be arrogant about? Moreover, there is a saying in the martial Tao. Under true Qi realm, all are ants. Xiao Yunrong said to Xiao Han's back. Of course I know that under true Qi realm, all are ants. Xiao Han unexpectedly turned around and smiled. But one day, I will strive for the true Qi realm. Xiao Han's eyes revealed a strong confidence, determination, and a trace of domineering aura, deeply injected into Xiao Yunrong's beautiful eyes, making her suddenly speechless. Outside the hall. This. Yunrong has already been defeated. The Xiao clan's old master Xiao had a horrified expression on his face. He seemed to have lost his composure. Now, what should I do with this young man? The city lord sighed and laughed involuntarily. Old man, you should feel lucky. Huh. Old Master Xiao was stunned. Old Master, this young man is a friend of the Xiao family and a fellow disciple that young Master Yunfan invited back to help. If he's an enemy of the Xiao family, you'll be in big trouble. The city governor sighed, and jealousy surged in his heart. He thought to himself, the Xiao family has really made a fortune this time. They have Xiao Yunrong who has comprehended the sword intent. Now, they have a young sabresman who is even more talented than Xiao Yunrong. Compared with Xiao Yunrong and that young sabresman, martial artists like Xiao Yunfeng and Xiao Yuntian are just two idiots. Ha! That's right. It was a great fortune to be a friend and not an enemy. So what if they lost Jiang Feng? Our Xiao family being able to make friends with this kind of peerless sabresman who has comprehended the saber intent is a great thing. After being enlightened by the city lord, old Master Xiao was instantly enlightened. He walked towards Ah Cho with a smile. Xiao Han, you're really getting stronger and stronger. Ah Cho and his family surrounded Xiao Han. Hey! Senior brother Ah Cho, how am I strong? Those who are below the true Qi realm are all ants. Xiao Han said modestly. Nephew Xiao Han, let's not talk about the true Qi realm first. That's too far away. Just based on the physical body realm, you're already ridiculously strong. Moreover, I've heard people say that martial artists who have comprehended the sword intent and saber intent are more confident than ordinary martial artists in breaking through to the true Qi realm. Of course, the profoundness is not something someone like me can pry into. All in all, nephew Xiao Han, I'm optimistic that you'll be able to break through to the true Qi realm. Ah Chao's father said joyfully. The gazes that came from all directions were filled with jealousy and envy towards Ah Chao's family. The people from the other families were all thinking in their hearts. Why is the mediocre Xiao Yunfan able to make such a heaven-defying friend? Why isn't this youngster my friend? Ahahaha. Fourth brother. Yunfan's grandson. The clan leader, old Master Xiao, walked over with a flushed face. Yunfan, you're great. You've improved a lot compared to last year. You're actually able to make friends with a benefactor. Not bad, not bad. I've always said that this child, Yunfan, has always been loyal and kind and is quite fortunate. Old Master Xiao praised Ah Cho while looking at Xiao Han with a nervous and cautious gaze. Hee. Young hero. Hello. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Hello, old master. Old Master Xiao looked at Xiao Han's appearance and saw that he wasn't arrogant at all and didn't put on any airs. His heart that was hanging in the air finally relaxed. Young hero is amazingly talented. Genius, truly a genius. Old master is overpraising me. In addition, I had no choice but to cripple that Jiang Feng. He's too arrogant and has the ambition of a wolf. I hope old master won't be offended. Xiao Han said with a faint smile. Oh. Young hero, you don't have to take it to heart. Jiang Feng is indeed a bit too much and doesn't know what's good for him. Fourth brother has raised him for a long time, but he's actually rebellious. Moreover, Jiang Feng is an outsider after all. He doesn't have the blood of our Shao clan. If he's crippled, then so be it. Old Master Shao said with a smile. Shao Han and Ah Cho exchanged glances and laughed. It seemed that this old Master Shao was really a shrewd person and knew how to make a choice. It was obvious that because of Shao Han, Ah Cho's position in the Shao clan had already risen. Young hero, if there's nothing urgent, can you stay in my Shao clan for a while? My Shao clan will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest. Old Master Shao said tentatively. Yes. Shao Han nodded thoughtfully. I'll do as you say. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble Old Master. This scorching flame city is really bustling. I also want to play for a few more days. In fact, Shao Han wanted to use this period of time to completely master the next 10 moves of the indestructible golden body and the first move of the 7-fragment saber technique, the jade-breaking style. He also wanted to consolidate the movement martial skill of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, the Imperial Chariot. Good. Young hero, don't worry. There are many fun places in Scorching Flame City and countless delicacies among the people. This old man will let Yun Fan accompany you to play around. I'll definitely let young hero have a great time. Old Master Shao was overjoyed. On the other side, Mingjian Villa's disciples were led by Shao Yunrong. Senior sister Yunrong. Just now you. The red-clothed young girl stammered. I lost. Shao Yunrong said with relief. He's indeed stronger than me. I'm sincerely convinced that I lost to him. Shao Yunrong paused for a moment. A wisp of light flashed in her eyes as she said with a faint smile. Moreover, when I fought against a genius of this level, the collision of my sword intent and his saber intent benefited me greatly. My sword intent actually condensed a little. It can be considered as a blessing in disguise. All right, junior sister Yunrong. Since the Shao clan meeting has ended, then let's quickly return to the sect. The outer court's ranking competition is about to begin. We must make the best use of our time to cultivate. Junior sister Yunrong, in this year's outer court ranking competition, you're very likely to be the champion. The white-clothed swordsman said hurriedly. Shao Yunrong inadvertently looked towards Shao Han and Ah Cho and said indifferently. Senior brother Bai, junior brothers and junior sisters, all of you return to Mingjian Villa first. I intend to stay for a few days to properly digest and consolidate the experience of today's battle. Junior sister Yunrong, in the past, after you participated in the Shao clan meeting, you would return to Mingjian Villa on the same day. Why do you insist on staying this time? The white-clothed swordsman said hurriedly. Senior brother Bai, it's rare for senior sister Yunrong to return home. Why do you urge her to go back? The red-clothed young girl glanced at Shao Yunrong with a faint smile and said, all right. Let's go back first. The night. Shao Han followed Ah Cho and his family back to the mansion. Shao Han was settled in a quiet and elegant courtyard. Shao Han, do you really intend to stay in our Shao clan for a while? Ah Cho and Shao Han sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. Yes, senior brother Ah Cho. Anyway, there's still more than a month before the outer court ranking competition. I'm not in a hurry to return to the sect. I'll just relax in the secular world for a few days. Of course, I can't just focus on playing. I also need to go into seclusion to comprehend martial skills. Shao Han smiled and said, Damn, Shao Han, you really don't forget to cultivate at all times. Ah Cho laughed involuntarily. Of course, in the outer court ranking competition, I also have a lot of pressure to completely crush Shui Jianfeng with an absolute advantage. Shao Han said truthfully. Moreover, my ultimate goal is to break through to the true Qi realm. This is even more difficult. Shao Han, you have lofty ambitions. I can't compare to you. However, after this clan meeting, my spirit seems to have undergone some transformation and I also desire to become stronger. Of course, I can't be as monstrous as you. I can only tailor my clothes and do it step by step. Ah Cho's eyes also flashed with determination. All right, Shao Han, when you go into seclusion to cultivate, I will also continue to comprehend the Withered Tree treasure record. This year's outer court ranking competition, I will also go all out. In the sect, everyone looks down on me, Ah Cho. This time, I will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The two chatted for a while before Ah Cho left. Xiao Han boiled water and soaked himself in a hot bath before lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. The second day. Xiao Han finished his lunch and sat cross-legged beside the pond in the courtyard. Leaves rustled in the courtyard. Pieces of withered leaves fell into the pond. When the wind blew, the entire pond was wrinkled. The leaves swayed on the surface of the water. The edges of the leaves continuously cut the water surface. It actually faintly revealed a sharpness similar to the edge of a blade. It was extremely artistic. Let's start cultivating. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Suddenly, densely packed light cocoons gushed out from his heart. 5 days later. Xiao Han stood in the courtyard with his eyes slightly closed. In the next moment, Xiao Han opened his eyes. A ray of lightning-like radiance flashed across Xiao Han's eyes. Deep within his eyes, saber aura flourished. Saber intent was born and extinguished, continuously condensing. It was as if it wanted to shoot out from Xiao Han's eyes and kill everything. Puh, 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 puh. Pieces of leaves flew above Xiao Han's head. Before they fell, they were cut by the formless saber aura. Every leaf was cut into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16. Finally they were cut into powder. Xiao Han raised his right hand and formed a saber with his hand. Xiao! A saber aura left his hand and shot towards a fake mountain 20 steps away. Unexpectedly, just as this sharp saber aura was about to touch the fake mountain, it suddenly exploded. Pooh! A saber aura exploded and split into a sky full of light rain. It swirled around and enveloped the fake mountain. Traces of broken jade appeared in the air. In a flash. Bang! The fake mountain that was 10 feet tall was actually turned into powder by the saber rain. When the wind blew, it rustled and scattered. Xiao Han sheathed his saber. This broken jade style is indeed extraordinary. It simply can break everything with irresistible force. Xiao Han smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, boom, 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 boom. Inside Xiao Han's body, abundant heat flow was rushing and rolling. That heat flow seemed to be pouring out of Xiao Han's body. Moreover, under the washing of this monstrous heat flow, Xiao Han's internal organs, bones, muscles, and tendons glowed with the violent vitality of a wild beast. It grew and multiplied without end. I have also practiced the next 10 moves of the indestructible golden body. The heat flow in my body has almost doubled. Now, ordinary martial artists of the physical body realm can't kill me at all, unless they directly attack my head. Xiao Han was very confident. Broken jade style, indestructible golden body, and personally leading the army. A trace of confidence flashed across the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. Now, if I want to defeat Xiao Yunrong, I almost don't need to be in a stalemate. Once I start fighting, I will be swift and decisive. I will crush her instantly. Shui Jianfeng. Xiao Han's eyes slightly narrowed. Outer sect ranking competition, I will be waiting for you. At this moment, Ah Chow's voice sounded outside. Xiao Han. Xiao Han withdrew his aura and smiled. Senior brother Ah Cho, come in. The door opened. Ah Cho smiled and walked in. Xiao Han, you have been in seclusion for a few days. Do you have any interest in going out for a walk? You haven't come to Scorching Flame City yet. Have some fun. Hee hee. Xiao Han stretched his body. All right, senior brother Ah Cho, bring me out to play. These few days, I have been practicing diligently and my mind is also very tired. I also need to relax. The two of them left the side courtyard one after another and shuttled through the maze-like Xiao family mansion. Xiao Han, let's go. Cousin Yunrong is waiting for us outside. Ah Cho smiled. Xiao Yunrong? Xiao Han was stunned. She is going too? Yes. Cousin Yunrong is going out to play with us. Ah Cho rubbed his hands. Xiao Han, I am basking in your light. You should know that Cousin Yunrong is an outstanding person in our Xiao family. She usually doesn't even talk to me, much less go out to play with me. This time, she must have taken the initiative to invite us because of you. What? Or she took the initiative to invite us out to play. Xiao Han was speechless. Why, Xiao Han, you don't want to play with Cousin Yunrong? Ah Cho asked curiously. Not really. Forget it. Let's go. Let's go out to play. Xiao Han shrugged indifferently. Alright, senior brother Ah Cho, bring me to eat the most famous snacks in Scorching Flame City later. P.S. Stay Up Late presents a chapter. This week's strong push was equivalent to the last round of sprint before it was published. Success or failure depended on this. After working hard for more than a month, the last sprint, everyone help me. Recommendation votes. Please cast your precious recommendation votes. Chapter 72. The sun was bright and the sky was cloudless. Xiao Yunrong was already waiting at the gate. Today, Xiao Yunrong tied up her loose golden hair in a freehand manner. Her figure was slender, and her waist was straight. She walked gracefully and elegantly. She only wore a simple white dress made of coarse cloth, but she had a kind of healthy and beautiful beauty that was incomparable to that of luxurious clothes. She looked valiant and heroic. Xiao Han, cousin Yunfan, Xiao Yunrong greeted with a smile. Lady Yunrong, Xiao Han was startled. He had to admit that Xiao Yunrong was indeed peerless. Xiao Han and Ah Cho walked up one after another. Xiao Han, we are all martial artists. We don't care about formalities. You can remove the word, lady. Just call me Yunrong. Xiao Yunrong's lips curled into a smile. As they spoke, the three had already walked out of the Xiao residence and strolled on the main road of the Scorching Flame City. All right, Lady Yunrong. Yunrong, the Xiao clan meeting has ended. I didn't expect you to still stay in the residence. I thought you were going to return to Mingjian Villa, Xiao Han said casually. Yunrong left home at a young age and joined Mingjian Villa to cultivate martial arts. I rarely spend time with my family and miss them more during festivals. I want to return home this time to spend more time with my parents, Xiao Yunrong said straightforwardly. Many martial artists of major sects are obsessed with martial arts and have nothing else in their hearts. They gradually neglect their family and hometown. I didn't expect Yunrong to not forget her roots. That's rare, Xiao Han said with a smile. Xiao Yunrong's beautiful eyes wandered and looked at the endless flow of people and peddlers on the streets. She sighed. Yunrong was born and grew up in the Scorching Flame City. Naturally, I won't forget this beautiful hometown. Let's go, Xiao Han. There's a small shop in front. The shop owner makes steamed buns with thin skin and fresh meat. It's one of Yunrong's favorite snacks when she was young. I'll take you there to have a taste. All right. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Xiao Han had been staying in the Cloud Rain sect for all these years. He was first a live target and then he had a fortuitous encounter and became a martial artist. In general, life in the mountains was very boring. Sometimes, it was so monotonous that it made him hysterical. Now that he was in this bustling city, he felt extremely fresh and familiar. He was completely relaxed. His state of mind was actually sublimated. Big brother, can you buy some pancakes for Xiao Yin? Xiao Yin hasn't eaten for a few days. Suddenly, a little beggar came out from the alley and timidly stood in front of Xiao Han. It was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Her face was black, and she was skinny. Her clothes were ragged, and she looked at Xiao Han with a pitiful and humble expression. Xiao Yin, don't mess around. A middle-aged female beggar hurriedly caught up to the little girl and held her in her arms. She shrank back and begged for mercy. I'm just a child who doesn't know any better and offended you. It's okay, little Yin is very cute. Xiao Han grinned and immediately took out a large amount of gold, silver, jade, and precious stones from his storage ring and stuffed them into the middle-aged female beggar's hands. Go buy some food and clothes for little Yin. Thank you, big brother. Big brother is really a good person. The little fellow clapped her hands. The middle-aged beggar looked at the jewelry in her hand and was stunned. Seeing Xiao Han's every move, Xiao Yunrong could not help blurting out as a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes. Xiao Han, you are really kind-hearted. It's really rare for a disciple from a big family to pity poor mortals like you. Haha, big family? Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Xiao Han, you should have a strong background in the secular world, right? Otherwise, it's impossible for you to achieve what you have today. Martial artists need to rely on abundant materials to build a good foundation from a young age. Xiao Yunrong said matter-of-factly. Wrong. I'm just a live target. How am I a disciple from a big family? Yunrong, you think too highly of me. Xiao Han smiled brightly and entered a steaming bun shop in a flash. Live target? Xiao Yunrong was stunned. She immediately stomped her feet and clenched her teeth. Xiao Han, you are always not serious with your words. What live target? You're lying again. Cousin Yunrong, Xiao Han did not lie to you. He was really a live target of our Cloud Rain sect in the past. He was beaten every day and struggled to survive in the midst of death. Cho said seriously at the side. Xiao Yunrong was dumbfounded. For the entire morning, Xiao Han was brought by the two hosts, Cho and Xiao Yunrong, to tour around the scorching flame city. They tasted all kinds of famous snacks and ate heartily. They even visited some historical sites. In the evening, Cho and Xiao Yunrong brought Xiao Han to the most unique restaurant in the city, the moon-embracing restaurant, to taste the delicacies. The three of them sat at a table by the window on the second floor. Xiao Han, what do you think of the scorching flame city after playing for a day? Cho asked with a smile. Very good. I like it here. Xiao Han praised sincerely. Alright, Xiao Han, I heard from cousin Yunfan that you were indeed a live target for a long time in Cloud Rain sect. You were beaten up by the new disciples. Is that true? Xiao Yunrong stared at Xiao Han with wide eyes. It's an old story. Let's not talk about it in detail. Xiao Han evaded. Xiao Yunrong did not give up. Just when she was about to pester him, at this moment, there was a commotion on the long street below the restaurant. A group of people ran past in fear and shouted, "Oh no! Something happened! Something happened to the scorching flame city! Something happened to the Xiao clan! Something big happened to the Xiao clan! Something big happened to the Xiao clan!" Soon, another group of people ran across the street in a disorderly manner, screaming in fear. There's a demon in the Xiao clan. It's a disaster. A disaster is imminent. A disaster is imminent. The entire scorching flame city is probably going to suffer. Demon! Xiao Yunrong suddenly stood up. Her face was filled with shock and worry. There hasn't been a demon in the scorching flame city for hundreds of years. The city is guarded by the demon revealing mirror and the army of the Beacon Fire Empire. There are even some rogue cultivator gangs rooted in the scorching flame city. It's impossible for ordinary demons to invade. Let's go back to the Xiao clan first. Xiao Han and Cho stood up immediately. The three of them quickly went down the stairs and used their movement skills to return to the Xiao clan's residence. Xiao residence. At this moment, the periphery of the Xiao residence was already filled with people. Hundreds of burly men held torches and lit up the night sky. The onlookers were all terrified and trembling with fear. Xiao Han, Xiao Yunrong, and Cho hurriedly separated the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the residence in an instant. At the entrance of the residence, all the higher-ups of the Xiao clan, led by Old Master Xiao, were gathered together. Their faces were dark and their eyes were filled with fear. Cho and his parents were also among them. The city lord of Scorching Flame City had also arrived personally. Young swordsman Xiao Han, Yunrong, Yunfan, you're back. Old Master Xiao saw Xiao Han and the others and a glimmer of hope flashed across his dim old eyes as he hurriedly greeted them. Xiao Han and the others went forward to welcome them. Grandfather, what's going on? Xiao Yunrong was still considered calm and had a demeanor that was not afraid in the face of danger. She was indeed an elite disciple cultivated by Mingjian Villa. Xiao Han stood quietly at the side. His mind sank into his heart, and the strange thing in his heart immediately throbbed and sensed the surroundings. At the same time, the tattoo of the demon god's palm on Xiao Han's left arm also produced a mysterious sense that expanded in all directions. Although Xiao Han was not at the true Qi realm and did not have any treasures like the demon revealing mirror, he was blessed by nature and could accurately sense the nearby demons. However, after sensing for a while, the strange thing that was hibernating in his heart and the demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm were as still as a deep lake. He did not find any traces or aura of the demon race. It seemed like the demons who had harmed the Xiao family had feasted to their heart's content and fled far away. They had already escaped from this area. Xiao Han licked his lips and looked at Old Master Xiao. Yunrong, our Xiao clan is in trouble with the demon race. Old Master Xiao said with dark lips. 2 hours ago, there was a scream in the 7th branch's residence. The people of the 5th branch, 6th branch, and 8th branch rushed over to take a look. Dead. A total of 37 people died. The 3 concubines of the 7th branch, together with the gardener, servant girls and children, a total of 37 people, all died. All of them had a big hole in their heads. Their brains had been sucked dry. It was done by the legendary demon race. 37 people died at the same time? Xiao Yunrong was astonished. Yunrong, my branch. This time it's really a calamity. It's a disaster. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man stood up with a face as pale as a sheet of paper. He was still in a state of shock as he sobbed. He was also supporting a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was already paralyzed with fear and couldn't even speak. 7th uncle. Was there anything unusual at the time of the incident? Or was there any sign? Xiao Yunrong frowned deeply. No. There was no sign or abnormality at all. Everything was as usual. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man said while trembling. In the blink of an eye, all of them were gone. All of them. 37 of them, their brains were all sucked dry. It was a tragic sight. He was already in a state of incoherence. Xiao Yunrong didn't ask any more questions. She turned her right hand and a demon-revealing mirror appeared in her slender hand. The true qi on the surface of the mirror slowly rolled but didn't cause any ripples. Miss Yunrong, there's no need to take out the demon-revealing mirror. City Lord suddenly said. In his eyes, there was no longer the dignity and calmness that he usually had when he was in charge of the entire city. After a pause, he said in a low voice. Old Master, Miss Yunrong, young hero Xiao Han, let's talk in private. Okay. Xiao Han was the first to nod and agree. In an elegant attic in the Xiao clan's residence. The red candles were burning. Xiao Han, Xiao Yunrong, Ah Cho, Old Master Xiao and City Lord Mo of Scorching Flame City were sitting in an upper room. Everyone. The matter is a little serious. City Lord Mo drank a mouthful of hot tea to calm himself down and immediately said word by word. Judging from the corpses of the victims, it must have been done by the demon clan. There's no need to doubt this. However, if it was an ordinary demon clan, with the foundation and power of our Scorching Flame City, it's enough to exterminate them. We don't even need to ask for help from the Empire and the major sections. However, the demon-revealing mirror in the city has always been calm and didn't send out any warning. Even at the critical moment when the 37 people of the Xiao clan were killed, the demon-revealing mirror still didn't show any abnormalities. After a pause, City Lord Mo took another big mouthful of tea. Old Master, you also know that the demon-revealing mirror of our Scorching Flame City was personally refined by a total of 7 true Qi realm experts from the 8 Desolate Palace, Mingzhen Villa and Raging Flame Sect. It covers the entire city. No matter if it's rogue demons, demon soldiers or even demon generals. As long as they appear in the Scorching Flame City, they will be instantly detected by the demon-revealing mirror. But this time, the demon-revealing mirror actually failed. In other words, the demon clan that caused trouble in the Xiao clan could easily hide from the demon-revealing mirror's detection and eat people in the Scorching Flame City as if there was no one there. Their realm might have surpassed the demon general realm of the demon clan. Xiao Han blurted out. At the next moment, above the demon general is the demon emperor. Xiao Han, Xiao Yunrong and Ah Cho spoke at the same time. At the same time, the bright moon outside the window was covered by a large patch of dark clouds. The earth was pitch black. A gust of chilly wind blew into the room, causing the red candles to sway. Their expressions were all gloomy and uncertain. The atmosphere was extremely stiff. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes and recommend 2 good books. Chapter 73. After hearing this conclusion, Old Master Xiao's body went limp and fell to the ground. He trembled like a chick and his eyes were cloudy. Ah Cho went over and helped him up. City Lord Mo's face was also ashen and he almost fainted. Xiao Han also felt a headache coming on. However, he had experienced the battle in Demon Town. The strange thing that was dormant in his heart blocked the demonic qi, so he wouldn't collapse when facing the demon race. Although the Demon King was the strongest existence in the demon race and could shatter mountains and rivers with a single thought, Xiao Han's saber heart was sharp and his saber intent could even cut off all distracting thoughts and negative emotions. Therefore, Xiao Han quickly calmed down and thought for a while before he frowned and said to Xiao Yunrong, "It might be the Demon King, but we can't rule out other possibilities. For example, a demon general of the demon race consumed some kind of pill that could perfectly block his demonic qi and prevent it from being seen through by the demon-revealing mirror." Xiao Han thought of what happened in Lu Town. At that time, a demon general disguised himself as the mayor of Lu Town and successfully deceived the demon-revealing mirror in Huarong's hand. "Xiao Han, you also know about the biggest traitor of the human race, the alchemist, Darling Yan?" Xiao Yunrong nodded slightly. Yes, as the most shameful traitor in the history of our human race, Darling Yan did help some high-level demon race concoct pills. Some of the pills had the effect of blocking demonic qi. I know of a pill called Demon Restraining Pill. When a demon race consumes it, it can almost make their demonic qi disappear without a trace. It's extremely crafty. No, shouldn't be the demon general, City Lord Mo said while trembling. Devouring 37 people in an instant. Ordinary demon generals wouldn't be so savage. And they shouldn't have such a huge appetite. Moreover, if they consumed a pill like the demon restraining pill, wouldn't it be better to hide it and slowly eat people? Why be so unscrupulous? The demon generals are afraid that we will ask for help from the Empire and the major sects to invite a true Qi realm expert to subdue the demon. City Lord Mo's words made Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong nod involuntarily. Yunrong, I know the strength of a demon general is equivalent to an ordinary true Qi realm expert of our human race. What about a demon king? Xiao Han suddenly asked. Once a demon king appears, the mountains and rivers will collapse. Only the martial artists in the advanced true Qi realm of the human clan have the means to contend with and kill the demon emperor, Xiao Yunrong answered. Zhenqi realm experts are also divided into different levels. There was a difference between the upper and lower stages. However, Yunrong was not too clear about the crux of the matter. She had only heard about it from some of the people in charge of Mingjian Villa. I only know a little. Right at this moment. Ah! A sharp howl charged out from a certain area outside the Shao clan estate, and it tore through the tranquil night sky like a sharp blade. It circled around for a long time, and it was heartbreaking to hear. What is this? Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong stood up at the same time and looked out of the window. Could it be another demon? City Lord Mo and Old Master Xiao felt their hearts palpitate as they shivered. A Chao's face also turned pale. Yunrong, you stay here to protect the Old Master and City Governor Mo. I'll go out and have a look. Xiao Han nodded to Xiao Yunrong and immediately rushed out like a gust of wind. Xiao Han, be careful. Xiao Yunrong shouted. The night wind rustled. A chill swept over them. Xiao Han used his body movement and rushed out wildly. After a short while, Xiao Han arrived at the place where the scream occurred. It was an old mansion complex. At this time, the smell of blood was overwhelming, and it made people want to vomit. Some people near the old mansion raised torches, and there were a large number of frightened passers-by, but they all curled up their bodies and looked from a distance, not daring to get too close to the old mansion. Xiao Han took a deep breath, pushed open the mottled copper door of the old mansion, and stepped in. The ground was full of corpses. The inside of the mansion was full of corpses with big holes in their heads, and their brains were all sucked out. In the garden, in the courtyard, in the wing room, in the main room. There were corpses everywhere. Maidservants, servants, manservants, old men, masters, mistresses, children. This old mansion belonged to a big family in Scorching Fire City. There were more than 100 people in it, but now they were all eaten by the demon clan and suffered a terrible tragedy. Soon, the guards of Scorching Fire City entered the old mansion. Xiao Han left. After counting, there were a total of 129 people who lost their lives in this old residence. It was a tragic sight. The corpses were carefully carried out by the guards. Xiao Han subconsciously touched the position of his heart. However, the strange thing hibernating in Xiao Han's heart was still as calm as an ancient well, and did not find any trace of the demon clan. The demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm was also normal. This is too cruel. In one night, the brains of nearly 200 people in the Xiao clan and this old mansion were all sucked out. but the strange thing hibernating in my heart did not react at all. Xiao Han was speechless. I have encountered the demon clans several times. Whether it was the mayor of Lu Town or the senior brother Mo of the Medicine King Valley, they were all well hidden, but they were all seen through by the strange thing hibernating in my heart. It can be said that the strange thing in my heart is very sensitive to the demon clan. Moreover, I have refined the demon god's palm, so I am very sensitive to demon chi. But this time, it was unexpectedly calm. The only explanation is that the demon clan sucked out the brains of hundreds of people in a flash, and then ran away as fast as lightning, leaving no trace. Powerful, too powerful. It is not an ordinary demon clan. Xiao Han pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. He borrowed a tall horse from the guards and galloped in the scorching flame city. At the same time, the strange thing hibernating in his heart and the demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm slightly opened, sensing the existence of the demon chi in the surroundings. However, things did not go as he wished. He galloped madly until the next morning and almost made a big circle in the scorching flame city. In the end, he could not find even a trace of demon chi. Xiao Han was full of doubts and finally rode back to the Xiao mansion. At this moment, the sky had just brightened, but the entire Xiao mansion was already shrouded in a gloomy fog. A large number of guards were patrolling the mansion with sharp blades in their hands. All the masters and servants of the Xiao clan felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They were anxious and suffocating. Some of them were even discussing in a low voice about escaping the scorching flame city. The meeting hall of the Xiao mansion. When Xiao Han stepped into the meeting hall, an oppressive and fearful aura rushed towards him. Old Master Xiao, the heads of the various branches, City Lord Mo, and a few guards of the scorching flame city gathered together. City Lord Mo, both you and I have big family businesses in the scorching flame city. We can't just leave as we wish. What should we do now? Quickly send a distress signal to the Empire and the various large sects. Right now, we are in grave danger. Life and death are hanging by a thread. It's extremely urgent. We need a true Chi realm expert to personally come to the scorching flame city. Only then can we be saved from this crisis. In short, no matter what price we have to pay, our Xiao clan is willing to bear it. As long as a true Chi realm expert appears to subdue the demon, we will not hesitate even if we have to spend all our family assets. When Xiao Han entered the meeting hall, he heard old Master Xiao's pleading voice. Xiao Han, you didn't return for an entire night. You scared us to death. When Ah Cho saw Xiao Han, he hurriedly rushed over with a face full of worry. Xiao Yunrong also stood up and looked at Xiao Han. It's nothing. Last night, I rode my horse around the scorching flame city but did not find any traces of the demon race. This matter is very troublesome. Xiao Han walked into the meeting hall. It's useless. Young hero Xiao Han, the scorching flame city has the demon revealing mirror and is heavily guarded. However, the Xiao mansion and the old Song mansion have been taken advantage of by the demon race. The demon revealing mirror is like an empty shell. Now, we can only place our hopes on a true Chi realm expert. City Lord Mo said bitterly. Young hero Xiao Han, I have already made the necessary arrangements. At noon, 100 steel horsemen will leave the city and ask for help from all the major forces. If there are no accidents, within 3 days, a true Chi realm expert will enter the scorching flame city. Don't worry, old master. The Empire will not ignore this kind of matter. City Lord Mo reluctantly comforted old Master Xiao. Grandfather, Yunrong has already used a special method to ask for help from Mingjian Villa. I believe that in a few days, our Mingjian Villa's true Chi realm expert will rush over. Xiao Yunrong also spoke. Now that things have come to this, we can only place our hopes on a true Chi realm expert. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders a little helplessly. Young hero Xiao Han, before a true Chi realm expert arrives at the scorching flame city, can you stay behind in the Xiao clan and protect our safety? Old Master Xiao begged Xiao Han. Yun Feng, Yun Tian and the others have already returned to their respective sections. Now the Xiao clan only has young hero Xiao Han, Yunrong and Yunfan, these 3 experts. Grandfather, don't worry. Yunrong will stay behind in the Xiao clan until the day I die. Xiao Yunrong said resolutely. Xiao Han looked at Ah Cho and said. Old Master, I will stay until the day a true Chi realm expert comes to subdue the demon. Old Master can be at ease. Hearing this, Old Master Xiao calmed down and let out a sigh of relief. At this time, not only the Xiao clan, but the entire Scorching Flame City was in a state of extreme panic and despair. Although the city guards had already spread the news that a true Qi realm expert would descend on the Scorching Flame City to subdue the demon in an attempt to calm the hearts of the people, fear still radiated through the Scorching Flame City like a plague. At noon, the Scorching Flame City's by clan's ancient residence was tragically annihilated. A total of 238 people died in an instant. Their heads were pierced and their brains were sucked dry. When Xiao Han, Xiao Yunrong, and the others rushed to the Bai clan's ancient residence, the demon had long since fled without leaving a trace. Damn it! Xiao Han cursed sullenly. The tragedy of the Bai clan's ancient residence intensified the collapse of the hearts of the people in Scorching Flame City. From the afternoon onwards, there were people in the city who packed up their belongings and dragged their families as they fled Scorching Flame City. In the evening, Xiao Han, Xiao Yunrong, Ah Cho, Old Master Xiao, and the various heads of the Xiao clan stood silently at the east gate of Scorching Flame City as they watched a large group of refugees swarm out of the city. The city guards were already unable to control the situation. I really didn't expect that Scorching Flame City, which has flourished for 1,000 years and is filled with music every night, would be nearly destroyed overnight because of a demon. Xiao Han smiled helplessly and bitterly. Xiao Han, the demon is the natural enemy of our human race. When I was at Mingjian Villa, I once heard that countless flourishing cities were filled with corpses because of the demon's scourge. In the history of the Jianghu continent, there are countless cases of the demon massacring cities. There were even some countries that had their mountains and rivers destroyed because of the demon, disappearing in the long river of history. I hope that Scorching Flame City can escape this calamity, Xiao Yunrong said with a sorrowful expression. At this moment, dong, 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 dong. From the east gate of Scorching Flame City, a sound that sounded like mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. It shook the entire Scorching Flame City, as if the city was in danger of collapsing in an instant. What's this? Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong quickly exchanged glances. In the next moment, there's a giant beast, an ancient giant beast. The refugees who had originally escaped from the east gate of Scorching Flame City suddenly rushed back like a tide. Their faces were filled with terror as they rolled and crawled as if they had been chased back by something terrifying. Go out and take a look, Xiao Yunrong said to Xiao Han with a slightly trembling voice. Unexpectedly, as soon as her voice fell, bang! With a deafening sound, the east gate of Scorching Flame City suddenly exploded. The city gate collapsed and the city wall was broken into pieces of giant rocks, scattering in all directions. Bang! 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 The flying giant rocks smashed randomly, smashing some of the streets and houses in the city into a mess. It was a complete mess. Countless civilians were smashed into minced meat and died a violent death. A large number of soldiers guarding the city gate were either dead or injured. Cries of distress could be heard everywhere. The sudden disaster caused Scorching Flame City to sink into extreme panic and helplessness. At this moment, dong, 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 dong. Finally, a colossal being strode forward and entered Scorching Flame City from the eastern gate. It was a giant bear savage beast. It was at least 10 zhang tall and filled with ferocity. The eyes of the bear, which were the size of a water tank, burst out with an ancient aura that was brutal and lofty. The giant bear was covered with black fur. Every single hair was as sharp as a sword. It even emitted a kind of golden hepta-chi, which cut the air with a chi-chi-chi sound. Every time it took a step, a deep pit would be trampled on the ground and cracks could be seen everywhere. This. Xiao Han stared at the giant bear and his whole body tensed up. A 10 zhang tall giant bear. Other than Xiao Yunrong and Ah Cho who were barely able to hold on, the rest of the Xiao clan members who were standing near Xiao Han were so scared that they prostrated themselves. However, what made Xiao Han feel even more incredulous was that there was actually a human standing on the palm of the giant bear. It was a black-haired middle-aged man with an extremely rough appearance. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had a head of messy black hair that reached his shoulders. Moreover, his hair was extremely thick and long to his waist. As it fluttered in the wind, he looked like a demon god. In his eyes, there was a divine light that was brewing the destructive light of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. His body was surrounded by divine clouds and mist. His eyes shot out a golden light that casually swept across Scorching Flame City, bringing about a terrifying pressure like a mountain. In an instant, everyone in Scorching Flame City knelt down and prostrated themselves while trembling like ants. Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong simultaneously shrunk their bodies and leaned against a wall. Their breathing was rapid and they forced themselves not to kneel down. Ah Cho half squatted and his body trembled as he said with a trembling voice. Xiao Han is at the True Qi realm, is a great expert of the True Qi realm. I didn't expect that a great expert of the True Qi realm would rush to Scorching Flame City right after the request for reinforcements was sent out today. But this guy is too arrogant. He casually broke through the city walls and mistakenly killed civilians. Xiao Han sighed. Isn't a True Qi realm expert too overbearing? Treating human lives as worthless grass. Xiao Han, a True Qi realm expert, has a different level of life from us. We can't use our eyes to judge them. Everyone below the True Qi realm is an ant. Not to mention ordinary people. Even you and I would kill them if we slightly angered them. However, the True Qi realm experts of the various sects still have some manners. It is unlikely that they would be like this person who disregards human lives. Furthermore, the request for reinforcements that City Lord Mo and I sent out will need at least 3 days before the Empire and the various sects will receive it and send out True Qi realm experts. This person. I'm afraid he isn't a True Qi realm expert from the Empire, nor is he a True Qi realm expert from the Mingjian Villa. What is his background? That True Qi realm expert rode on the giant bear, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. After entering the city, he didn't say a single word. He raised his eyes and looked towards the horizon as if he was waiting for someone. In the entire Scorching Flame City, no one dared to speak. The entire city was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. A short moment later, roar. A beast roar came from the west gate, causing people's hearts to go soft and their eardrums to feel as if they were going to burst. In the next moment, boom, a giant gray flood dragon appeared out of nowhere. It tore through the air from the west gate and pierced through the vast sky. This giant flood dragon was over a dozen zhang long. Its entire body was covered in dazzling scales and emitted the aura of an ancient civilization. The flood dragon's eyes were filled with ruthlessness and ruthlessness. The flood dragon's claws emitted a peerless sharpness that possessed the terrifying strength to shatter a mountain. This flood dragon had a pair of wings on its back. As it flew across the sky, it cast a terrifying silhouette over the Scorching Flame City. On the head of the flood dragon stood a man dressed in feathered robes. He was around 20 years old and wore a golden crown on his head. His eyes were filled with arrogance and his entire body was shrouded in a divine radiance, making him look like a god. Her smooth and fair face and beautiful lips exuded a sense of nobility and elegance. However, as his eyes opened and closed, they occasionally emitted a peerless ferocity. It was as if the gaze of an ancient ferocious bird could shatter mountains and rivers with its glare. Another True Qi realm expert. Furthermore, this True Qi realm expert rode on the flood dragon. It seemed that he was even more imposing than the one who rode on the giant bear. True Qi realm is indeed too strong. Even if I cultivate my fleshly body to the extreme, I would still die in an instant against a True Qi realm expert. Even with my saber intent, I wouldn't be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. Those under True Qi realm are all ants. These words do make a lot of sense. True Qi realm and fleshly body realm are 2 completely different levels of life and shouldn't be compared. At this moment, Xiao Han had a deeper understanding of the terror of the True Qi realm. In the depths of his heart, an uncontrollable desire welled up. He wanted to reach the True Qi realm, wield power over life and death, and shake the mountains and rivers with his name. The True Qi realm expert flew above Scorching Flame City and similarly didn't say a word. He only slightly nodded towards the True Qi realm expert standing on the palm of the giant bear. Soon, from the north gate of Scorching Flame City, a purple-robed old man leisurely walked through the air with his hands behind his back. He stepped on the air as if he was walking on flat ground and leisurely strolled into Scorching Flame City. With every step he took, the air in the sky seemed to freeze, leaving behind footprints. He didn't drive the bear or the flood dragon. However, his aura wasn't any weaker than the 2 True Qi realm experts. He was like a shining star with the sun and moon illuminating the sky. His entire body was wrapped in divine light and purple qi that spanned dozens of mu, giving off a feeling of purple chi coming from the east. Every strand of purple chi was incomparably domineering and as heavy as a mountain. As he walked alone, he emitted a might that looked down on the heavens and earth. The third true chi realm expert had arrived. Following the arrival of the 3 true chi realm experts, the strange thing that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart and the tattoo of the demon monarch's palm on his left arm were deeply hidden, as if they had shrunk into a speck of dust, undetectable. All right. Everyone is here. Suddenly, the true chi realm expert standing on the bear's palm let out a thunderous voice. He casually said a sentence, but the volume of his voice covered the entire city, shaking the roof tiles of the city and causing all the livestock to lose control of their bowels. All the people kneeling in the city had their heads buried deep, not daring to raise them. It was as if there was a mountain pressing on their necks, and the slightest movement would cause their necks to break. I can smell the lingering scent of demonic chi. The true chi realm expert standing on the head of the flood dragon closed his eyes deeply and breathed in enjoyment. Such a strong lingering scent of demonic chi. It's the scent of the northern profound demon monarch. However, it seems that he has indeed been severely injured. His demonic chi is almost gone. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes, directly blasting a mansion on the ground into ruins. His eyes were filled with excitement. The northern profound demon monarch can bring great benefits to the 3 of us. If we kill him, we can exchange for enough secret treasures. It's not impossible for us to obtain a ranking on the demon hero ranking. However, Shirmietian, Murong Xiao, this old man has already used the purple cloud true chi to sweep through the entire city, but there was actually no trace of the northern profound demon monarch. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Even if he is severely injured and chased all the way here, he can still conceal his demonic chi very well, not letting us discover him. The old man wrapped in purple chi said with a frown. A demon monarch is indeed a demon monarch. It's not that easy to kill him. Old man Qin Yang, there's no doubt that this city is filled with the remaining demonic chi of the northern profound demon monarch. He must be hiding in this city. Perhaps he has already disguised himself as one of the mortals in this city. Interesting. The eyes of the feather-robed true chi realm cultivator standing on the head of the flood dragon sparkled. Then, since we can't find him using true chi, let's use our old method. All right. The eyes of the true chi realm cultivator of the driving bear true chi realm were filled with murderous intent, making him look like a peerless ferocious man. Move faster. I'll start from this side. The 2 of you will take care of the other 2 sides. Kill everyone in the city until we find the northern profound demon monarch. His thunderous voice spread to every corner of the city. Everyone, as long as they did not have hearing problems, could clearly hear the words of the driving bear true chi realm cultivator. They wanted to massacre the entire city. In order to find the demon race hiding in the scorching flame city, they wanted to massacre everyone in the city. Horror, terror, despair, shock. The entire city collapsed. 3 supreme true chi realm cultivators wanted to massacre the entire city. This was an extremely inconceivable thing. All right, let's start the massacre. The northern profound demon monarch is trapped in this city and his demonic energy is almost depleted. This is the best opportunity to kill him. We must kill him today. If we lose this opportunity, we will regret it for the rest of our lives. The old man with purple aura said casually. These 3 true chi realm experts seemed to treat the massacre of the entire city as a trivial matter. They spoke with fervor and assurance, easily making a decision. They did not even ask the living beings in the scorching flame city if they were willing to accept the fate of being massacred. It was as if the millions of people in the scorching flame city had lost the ability to control their own lives. They could not even decide whether they wanted to live or not. Treating human lives as worthless. Most of the living beings in the scorching flame city had already fainted. However, no one stood up to resist. In the face of the ferocious aura of the 3 true chi realm cultivators, the mortals did not have the courage to resist. This. In order to kill the demon race, they want to massacre the entire city. This is too cruel, too cruel. Killing people is like blowing dust. However, I, Xiao Han, do not want to die here. So what if you're at the true chi realm? Don't even think about taking my life. My fate is decided by man, not by the heavens. No one can dictate my fate. Between life and death, Xiao Han's saber intent continued to kill the fear and despair in his mind, giving birth to the will to struggle and resist. Xiao Yunrong's face was pale, but her eyes were empty. She seemed to be activating her sword intent to destroy all the negative emotions that were surging in her mind. No, no, impossible. City Lord Mo finally stood up with difficulty under the fear of death and shouted at the top of his lungs. Even a true Qi realm cultivator cannot massacre a city so easily. This is a heartless act. The Empire will not allow it either. Ant, who allowed you to speak? A mere mortal body realm cultivator dares to shout at us? The Empire? The Empire is nothing. Go to hell. The true Qi realm expert on the giant bear's palm flicked his finger and a wisp of sharp true Qi pierced through the air, shattering the air. With a pu sound, City Lord Mo's body exploded like a broken tile. His bones scattered all over the ground. He died without a complete corpse. Ha ha ha. Ants, accept your fate. The true Qi realm expert on the flood dragon's head casually waved his right hand and a black token flew out. The black token expanded with the wind and instantly became 1 zhang tall and a few feet wide. It crashed down and embedded itself into the ground of the city, causing cracks to form in all directions. This black token was covered with inscriptions and seal characters. There were also ancient diagrams that seemed to depict the endless battles between the human race and the demon race. On the black token, 3 ancient words were engraved: Evil Hero Token, Pu. Suddenly, Xiao Yunrong's sword heart was lost and her sword intent was in disorder. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Her face was as pale as paper and her eyes finally revealed a monstrous fear and despair. She spoke in a voice that sounded like she was talking in her sleep. Evil Hero. They are evil heroes. Once the Evil Hero Token is issued, life and death are in their hands. The mountains and rivers will turn into ashes and all living beings can be destroyed. After saying that, Xiao Yunrong fell to the ground with a face full of despair. P.S. Stayed up until almost 3 o'clock. Chapter 74. At this moment, Xiao Yunrong's breathing was weak. Her back was leaning against the wall as she sat paralyzed. Her face was as pale as paper and her entire body was like a dying sun. She looked at Xiao Han with powerless and hopeless eyes. Her lips opened and closed, but no words came out. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. The purple aura elder's body glowed brightly. Strands of purple aura pierced through the heavens and earth. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Roar! Roar! The giant bear and the gray flood dragon in the sky roared at the same time. Their roars dominated the wilderness and shattered the mountains and rivers, causing the clouds to move. A terrifying massacre was about to begin. The entire scorching flame city would become barren and all life would be exterminated. From now on, it would be erased from the Beacon Fire Empire. Wait! With his life hanging by a thread, Xiao Han took a step forward. The Nihility saber intent continuously slashed away all kinds of negative emotions and the enormous pressure brought by the 3 true Qi realm experts. The indestructible golden body in his body suddenly surged like 10,000 galloping horses, bringing life and hope to his stiff body. The 3 true Qi realm experts looked at Xiao Han at the same time. In an instant, Xiao Han felt as if his heart was being seen through. His bodily functions and the condition of his body were all seen through. However, the strange thing hibernating in his heart and the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm seemed to have evaporated. It was extremely still and narrowly escaped the inspection of the 3 true Qi realm experts. Facing the gazes of the 3 true Qi realm experts alone, Xiao Han felt as if he was being suppressed by a group of mountains, almost unable to breathe. If not for the indestructible golden body in his body, Xiao Han would have been unable to bear the pressure and prostrated. Compared to senior brother Fong, these 3 true Qi realm experts' auras are even more domineering. They are like primordial beasts that want to eat people the moment they open their mouths. Senior brother Fong, on the other hand, is more reserved and does not easily release his aura. These 3 people's domineering auras seem to be released at any time, while senior brother Fong's domineering aura is in his bones. In a flash, various thoughts flashed through Xiao Han's mind. The purple aura elder looked at Xiao Han with a hint of surprise in his eyes and said slowly, "This little guy is not bad. He is still refining his marrow, but his body has already condensed to such a degree. He does not lose to an ordinary blood transformation realm expert. Furthermore, every inch of his flesh and blood is filled with vitality due to his mystical technique. This is quite interesting. The true Qi realm cultivator standing on the giant bear's palm had his black hair dancing in the wind. He was as still as a rock, and he was a man of few words. It is a little interesting. It's just a slightly stronger ant. The feather-robed true Qi realm cultivator on the grey dragon's head said with disdain and coldness. Little guy, which sect are you from? The elder with purple aura was slightly interested in Xiao Han. Cloud Rain sect. Xiao Han licked his lips and replied. The three Zhenqi realm experts exchanged glances. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the old man with purple gas. The true energy realm cultivator standing on the giant bear's palm had an expression that was like a rock. No one could tell whether he was sad or happy. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the true energy realm expert on the grey W-arm's head, and he seemed to be unbridled as he spoke indifferently. So what if it's Cloud Rain sect? A mere physical body realm cultivator, no matter how enchanting he was still an ant. Can we start now? These three Zhenqi realm experts were in control of life and death. They treated massacring the city as if it was a treat to a meal. This aroused the resistance and unwillingness in Xiao Han's heart. He had great fortuitous encounters, and he had managed to survive in desperate situations multiple times. His bearing was not to be underestimated. He immediately shouted. Why are you guys so cruel? Just because your cultivation is slightly higher, you treat human lives like grass and kill as you please? Massacring the city. Aren't you guys afraid of being punished by the Empire and the major sects for such an atrocious act? This blazing flame city is a strategic location of the Beacon Fire Empire. The #1 clan in the city, the Shao clan, and their disciples have all joined the 8-Point Palace. Mingjian Villa, Cloud Rain sect, Blazing Flame sect. Do you guys not care about the consequences of massacring the city? As he spoke, the image of the cute little girl who was eating candied fruits with sugar residue on the corner of her mouth and the skinny little beggar Xiaoyin suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's mind. For a moment, Xiao Han's voice became louder and louder. There are many innocent lives in this blazing flame city. There are women and children who do not know the martial way at all. You guys are great experts of the true energy realm. In order to kill the demon race, you guys mercilessly exterminate these innocent lives? You guys have cultivated the martial way and reached the true energy realm just to kill as you please? The curtain of night gradually descended. The entire blazing flame city was deathly silent like a ghost town, causing Xiao Han's words to resound in all directions. It actually had a kind of fervent and resolute feeling to it. Ha 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 ha. How naive. The true energy realm expert on the giant bear's palm suddenly burst into wild laughter. Little ant, are you teaching us a lesson? Impudent. Kneel before this seat. Suddenly, the expression of the feather-robed true energy realm cultivator standing on the head of the grey dragon suddenly changed. His gaze swept toward Xiao Han. Boom! This gaze seemed to cut through the void. Everywhere it passed, the surroundings became distorted and dangerous. When this gaze landed on Xiao Han's body, Xiao Han felt as if he had been isolated from the entire world, as if he had fallen into a desolate, withered, and lifeless island. All the meridians and bones in his body felt as if they were about to burn and explode into powder. The true energy realm was too terrifying. A single gaze seemed to be able to kill. Suddenly, Xiao Han's knees softened and he was about to kneel down. At this moment, the indestructible golden body within his body unexpectedly absorbed this gaze that could devour mountains and rivers, transforming into strands of warm current that nourished Xiao Han, preventing him from kneeling down and suffering humiliation. At the same time, the marrow-refining medicinal pellets that adhered to the surface of Xiao Han's bones, at a speed that was many times faster than usual, crazily seeped into his bones and fused with his marrow. Under the terrifying pressure of a true energy realm expert, Xiao Han's life force potential was stimulated like never before. That deep sense of danger and the despair of life and death instead allowed Xiao Han to absorb the medicinal power at an unparalleled speed, strengthening the quality of his fleshly body. Crack, 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 crack. All the bones in Xiao Han's body cracked and his body trembled, but in the end, he did not kneel down. The feather-robed true energy realm expert was slightly taken aback. Soon after, the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, and his gaze swept across Xiao Han again. Forcing yourself to endure? Kneel down before me. Roar. Xiao Han's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he let out a roar like a trapped beast. His saber intent filled the insides of his body, and the gaze that was used to kill the true energy realm expert, the indestructible golden body's heat flowed like a raging river. Bang, 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 bang. The space around Xiao Han exploded continuously, but in the end, Xiao Han did not kneel down. His knees trembling a few times, Xiao Han straightened his back. Even under the pressure of a true energy realm expert, Xiao Han's fighting spirit and dignity were still not extinguished. Boom! At this moment, the bone marrow in Xiao Han's body emitted a loud roar. Every single one of the 206 bones in his body had perfectly absorbed the marrow-refining medicinal pellets that adhered to their surface. If Xiao Han had the ability to look within himself at this moment, he would discover that his bone marrow had turned into a golden color, flawless and untainted. He had reached the pinnacle of the fleshly body realm, the marrow-refining realm. Xiao Han's strength had skyrocketed to 170 ding. Enough! Murong Xiao, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Stop playing like a cat toying with a mouse. The true energy realm expert standing on the giant bear's palm roared in dissatisfaction. Humph! The eyelids of the true energy realm expert, Murong Xiao, twitched slightly. In the next moment, the grey dragon moved its giant claw, and a small part of the space was shattered. That peerless ferocious might burst forth, and was about to grab Xiao Han. The strength of the fierce dragon's claw could easily shatter mountains. Even if Xiao Han had tempered his body to the peak of the marrow-refining realm, and even had the indestructible golden body, it was still impossible for him to survive. Die! Murong Xiao declared. I, Xiao Han, refuse to accept this. I, Xiao Han, cannot die here. Xiao Han unwillingly roared in his heart. He was about to take out his saber, release his saber intent, and fight to the death. At this moment, even if he had to summon the Demon Emperor's palm, Xiao Han would not hesitate. However, at this moment, Xiao, in the dusky sky, a meteor-like sword light flashed past. A peerless sharpness that caused one's heart to palpitate and tremble swept across the sky above Scorching Flame City. An almost invincible voice tore through the heaven and earth, penetrating through the sky. Murong Xiao, if you have the guts, try and touch him. An untraceable sword light descended once again, tearing through the sky. This sword light seemed to have the feeling of tearing through the sky and cutting through everything. With a slight movement, the spatial barrier would be shattered. In the next moment, a young man in linen clothes, carrying a sword on his back, tied up his hair, and wearing an indifferent expression walked into Scorching Flame City. He did not summon a bear, nor did he summon a dragon. His temperament was even very simple. However, everywhere he passed by, the air would roll and scatter. With every step he took, a sword chi lotus would bloom in the sky. Not long after, the entire sky was densely covered with sword chi lotuses. Thousands of sword chi lotuses lit up the night sky, and it was dazzling. And every sword lotus possessed the power to destroy the world. The sword chi was sharp, and the sword howled across the world, peerless and unparalleled. It's Fong Ling. When my flower blooms, 100 flowers will be killed, and the entire city will be filled with sword lotuses. The most terrifying sword cultivator in the history of Cloud Rain sect, the peerless villain on the demon hero ranking. The old man's face instantly turned pale. Senior Brother Fong. Xiao Han shouted towards the sky. The person who came was Senior Brother Fong, whom Xiao Han had met before. The true Qi realm expert of Cloud Rain sect. That's right, Xiao Han, right? Senior Brother Fong said indifferently. In such a short period of time, you turned from a live target to a near-invincible figure in the flesh-body realm. You're very good. You're unyielding even when facing the pressure of 3 true Qi realm experts. Perhaps you'll grow into a ruthless character in the future. After finishing his words, Senior Brother Fong's eyes were like a sword, revealing its sharpness as he said to Murong Xiao, who was standing on the grey dragon. Murong Xiao, this young man is under my protection. Try and touch him if you have the guts. Chapter 75. Xiao Han also knew that Senior Brother Fong did not pass by Blazing Flame City by chance. It was impossible for it to be such a coincidence. He must have chased after the demon monarch all the way here. At this moment, the expressions of the three true Qi stage experts that had descended previously were extremely awkward. In fact, deep fear could be seen in their eyes. The true energy realm martial artist, Murong Xiao, who was standing on the head of the Grey Dragon and had been clamoring to kill Xiao Han with his own hands, had now calmed down. He stared deeply at Xiao Han with a ruthless gaze, as if he was trying to remember Xiao Han's face, before speaking to senior brother Feng. "Oh, it's Feng Ling, brother Feng. What? You want to protect this ant? Heh, brother Feng, you and I are both demon heroes. There's no need to hurt our relationship for an ant. We might even have the chance to team up in the future. It's not wise to fall out with each other for an ant at the flesh-body realm." "Murong Xiao, don't talk nonsense." Feng Ling's eyes were brewing with a peerless sword light. It was as if he was forming a kingdom of swords. "Murong Xiao, you don't have the right to work with me. Scram. Scram as far as you can. And you, Xianxia, old man Qin Yang, the three of you scram together. Count yourselves lucky that I don't want to kill anyone today." There was no threat or intimidation in Feng Ling's tone. It was as if he was stating a fact, and that fact was that the three true energy realm martial artists should scram. Domineering. Domineering that came from the bones. "What? You want us to scram?" The true energy realm martial artist, Xianxia, who was standing on the palm of the giant bear, turned pale. "Feng Ling, don't go too far. You are used to being domineering, but you must know that you are a demon hero, and so are the three of us." "You. Shut up." Feng Ling's eyes turned and his sword howled. "One more word and you will die." Eh. Under Feng Ling's gaze, Xianxia felt an uncontrollable fear. It was as if a sharp sword was pressed against his throat. His entire body felt cold, and every cell in his body felt like it was submerged in an ice cellar. Very quickly, Xianxia's expression showed that he was angry but did not dare to speak. It was as if he was frightened and did not dare to say another word. Awesome. Xiao Han saw all of this with his own eyes. His heart was filled with joy. Before this, these three true Qi realm experts had threatened to massacre the entire city and seize life and death. How domineering was that? However, once senior brother Feng made his move, he returned the favor and treated the three true Qi realm experts as fish on the chopping block. His arrogance was so domineering that he could swallow the mountains and rivers, and he was the sole ruler of the city. However, Xiao Han understood in his heart that this change in roles was due to one's strength. What happened today made Xiao Han understand the law of the jungle even more vividly. One day, when I reach the level of senior brother Feng, I will also be able to punish such arrogant and demonic Zhenqi realm cultivators. I will be able to kill and exterminate them as I wish. That's what I call satisfying. Xiao Han looked at senior brother Feng and couldn't help but lick his lips, secretly making some vows. Brother Feng, are you trying to take all the credit for killing the North Mystic Demon Monarch? This seems to be slightly unreasonable, right? The old man with purple aura, Qin Yang, said with a fawning smile. Just the three of you? Do you really think you can get your hands on the North Mystic Monster King? What a joke. If I didn't slash the North Mystic Demon Monarch's sword from thousands of miles away, I'm afraid the three of you would have been annihilated. Even if the three of you killed the heavily injured North Mystic Demon Monarch and obtained the Demon Emperor Crystal, it would only be a crime because of your wealth. You will be pursued endlessly until you die. The Demon Emperor Crystal is not something people of your level can touch. Don't make a mistake. Anger and unwillingness flashed across the eyes of the three true Qi realm experts. The purple aura around Qin Yang reached the sky, and his ferocious aura filled the air. The giant bear that Xianxia was riding had a ferocious glint in its eyes. The grey dragon that Murong Xiao was riding moved its claws slightly. The three of them seemed to be ready to make a move. However, there was still a huge fear in their hearts. They didn't know if they should gamble with their lives. It seems like the three of you want to try. Feng Ling smiled. His smile was cruel and hot. It was filled with a monstrous killing intent. Buzz, 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 buzz. The thousands of sword chi lotuses in the night sky trembled at the same time. Endless divine light and precious rays, as well as the world-destroying sword light, filled the entire night sky. Forget it, forget it. The purple aura old man's eyes were filled with fear. In the end, he gave in and said hurriedly, "Brother Fong, the North Mystic Demon Monarch is yours. I will retreat quickly. Congratulations, Brother Fong. You have obtained a great merit again. Your ranking on the Demon Hero ranking will probably rise. Fong Ling, I can't win against you. I can't afford to offend you. I'm leaving." Shermietian was also dispirited. Murong Xiao said with a gloomy face, "Fong Ling, you are powerful. You are domineering. The North Mystic Demon Monarch is yours." However, suddenly, Murong Xiao changed the topic and looked at Xiao Han aggressively. "Fong Ling," this brat roared at me. "It is a heinous crime. You and I are both demon heroes. You should know that an ant of the physical body realm jumping around in front of us is a heinous crime. He should be torn into pieces. Otherwise, how can we demon heroes talk about dignity?" "Oh, Murong Xiao, it seems like you want to die here. I can fulfill your wish. It's just a sword." Fong Ling said indifferently. "Fong Ling, do you dare to let him fight with me?" Murong Xiao screamed. "I also have my dignity. How about this? I will seal all the true meridians in my body. I will not use my true qi. I will fight with him using my physical body realm. I will take back my dignity." "Oh." Fong Ling was stunned. Then he seemed to fall into deep thought. As for Xiao Han, "What? This guy wants to fight with me? Without using his true qi?" Xiao Han was stunned. At this moment, the Scorching Flame City's crisis had been resolved. They did not need to suffer the misfortune of being massacred. Therefore, a portion of the people in the city had already extricated themselves from the state of fear and despair. Xiao Yunrong and Ah Cho looked at each other. At this moment, although Xiao Yunrong's beautiful face was still as pale as paper, her thoughts had already returned to normal. However, her sword heart and sword intent were greatly damaged because she lost control of her mind. It would take a long time for them to recover. "Yunrong. Cousin Yunrong. It seems like that true Qi realm evil person wants to fight with Xiao Han. This is too ridiculous. The physical body realm and true Qi realm are worlds apart. I once heard that no matter how strong or how heaven-defying a person in the physical body realm is, it is impossible for a person in the true Qi realm to surpass a level and defeat a person in the true Qi realm." Ah Cho said while trembling. "However, that guy said he wants to seal his true Qi and fight with Xiao Han using only his physical body realm cultivation. I wonder if Xiao Han has any chance of winning. After all, Xiao Han rarely meets an opponent in the physical body realm. If he takes this opportunity to defeat a true Qi realm expert with his true Qi sealed, it will be enough to shake the mountains and rivers." "Impossible." Xiao Yunrong smiled bitterly. "It is impossible for Xiao Han to defeat that true Qi realm expert. Even if true Qi realm experts seal their true acupoints and don't use true Qi, they have battle experience that a physical body realm expert cannot hope to have. They have the ability to judge between life and death, as well as the comprehension and control of martial skills and power. Even in terms of thinking, reaction and many other aspects, they far surpass a physical body realm expert. Also, the strength of a true Qi realm expert's flesh shell is not something a physical body realm expert can compare to. That is to say, Xiao Han has no chance at all? He will definitely lose." "Yes." Fong Ling nodded his head slightly and said to Xiao Han, "Xiao Han, do you dare to fight?" "I can tell you that even though you are already an outstanding existence in the physical body realm, against a true Qi realm expert with his true Qi sealed, especially a demon hero, you will still have a slim chance of survival." Fong Ling flicked his fingernails. "Of course, fighting against a true Qi realm expert can temper your spirit and remove the impurities in your spirit, allowing you to obtain unexpected battle experience. If you are lucky enough to survive, you will have a bright future. It will be of great help in breaking through to the true Qi realm." Strangely enough, Fong Ling's eyes seemed to contain a hint of playfulness and encouragement. Senior Fong seems to want to test me? Xiao Han instantly understood. He wants to see how much potential I have? "Kid, do you dare to fight? I have sealed my true meridians and have decided not to use even a trace of true Qi. Do you dare to fight?" Murong Xiao laughed sinisterly. "Damn it! He has sealed his true Qi, why wouldn't I dare? If I don't even dare to do this, How can I talk about dominating the world in the future? A domineering intent rose in Xiao Han's heart. He threw caution to the wind and said sternly, Senior Feng, as long as he seals his true qi, I will naturally fight. I will die without regrets. A raging battle intent gushed out from Xiao Han's body. Zhenqi Realm Cultivator, you insulted me just now, saying that killing me would be as easy as stepping on an ant. However, because you're in the Zhenqi realm and I'm in the physical body realm, I don't have the qualifications to fight you. You are a knife and I am a fish on the chopping block. But since you have sealed your true qi, I will definitely fight you. You have your dignity, and I, Xiao Han, also have my dignity. Let's fight. What? Xiao Han really dares to fight? Cho was extremely moved. Too reckless. Xiao Yunrong's face was filled with worry. Oh? Shirmietian and the old man in purple aura, Qin Yang, were also stunned. Soon after, their faces were filled with sneers. They looked at Xiao Han as if they were looking at a corpse. One move. I bet that this kid will be killed by Murong Xiao in one move. Old man Qin Yang, do you dare to bet? Shirmietian laughed. No. Qin Yang laughed involuntarily. It's just one move. This young man is courting death. He probably thinks that he is a genius. What a pity. This young man is indeed interesting. No wonder Feng Ling appreciates him. If he dies like this, I will cherish his talent. Then let's fight. Feng Ling's eyes were filled with admiration as he nodded at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, let me see your potential. If you don't die, I will definitely grant you a great fortune. After pausing for a moment, Feng Ling looked straight at Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao, if you dare to use a trace of true qi, not only will I kill you, but I will also exterminate your entire clan. I, Feng Ling, always keep my word. This gaze penetrated deep into Murong Xiao's soul, causing him to tremble with fear. All right, Feng Ling, don't threaten me. To deal with this ant, I said that I won't use true qi, so I will definitely not use true qi. Let's fight. Ha. This is his own fault. Don't blame me, Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao laughed sinisterly. At the next moment, a palm-sized 5-pointed star rushed out from Murong Xiao's body. Endless divine light and treasure light swirled around it, making it look extremely magical. Immediately after, 5-pointed stars appeared from Murong Xiao's body one after another. There was a total of 26 5-pointed stars that lingered around Murong Xiao's body. Xiao. The gray dragon beneath Murong Xiao's feet actually transformed into rays of divine light and completely disintegrated, merging into the 26 5-pointed stars bit by bit. Murong Xiao waved his right hand, and the devil hero token that was inserted into the ground like a stone tablet was also kept by Murong Xiao into a 5-pointed star. What? That evil dragon wasn't a real dragon, but a ferocious creature that was created by this guy's true qi? It's a true qi cultivation method? Xiao Han's heart shook. In the blink of an eye, all 26 5-pointed stars returned to Murong Xiao's body and instantly dimmed. Murong Xiao's entire aura instantly changed from the unattainable true energy realm, which shone brilliantly like a treasure, to an ordinary one. However, even so, his aura was still much fiercer than all the other physical body stage martial artists. Bang! Murong Xiao jumped down from the sky. Both of his feet shook the ground, causing densely packed cracks to appear. All right, I've already sealed the 26 true meridians in my body. Not a trace of true qi leaked out. We can fight now. Murong Xiao's eyes were like a ferocious beast as he laughed sinisterly at Xiao Han. There really isn't a trace of true qi fluctuation on this guy. Although his aura is still terrifying like a landslide or a tsunami, I can barely handle it. Xiao Han could clearly feel that when he faced Murong Xiao now, the pressure on him had melted like ice. He was no longer as sullen as before, as if he was suppressed by a group of mountains and unable to resist at all. Xiao Han stretched his body and walked directly in front of Murong Xiao. He stood far away. You've sealed all your true qi. Now, you're just a piece of trash. That sentence shocked the entire city. Ha. Feng Ling laughed for the first time. This guy has my charm back then. Ha. He's crazy enough. I hope he has some real skills. Isn't he too arrogant? Xiao Yunrong was dumbfounded. Cousin Yunrong, you don't know. Xiao Han has always been like this in Cloud Rain's sect. He's extremely domineering and unrestrained, Acho said with a bitter smile. Ants. Murong Zhao's expression suddenly changed. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his killing intent exploded. Die! Boom! All of a sudden, a giant grey dragon rushed out of Murong Zhao's body without any warning. It was purely formed by strength and not derived from true qi. However, it still had a head and a tail. The horns on its head were towering and it was 20 feet long. It broke through the air at a speed that surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Its ferocious power was shocking. With a momentum that could shake the sun and the moon, it directly crushed in front of Xiao Han in less than a breath's time. Bang! 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 Wherever the giant dragon passed by, the ground was shattered. Stone chips and dust were raised into the sky, forming a tornado that swept towards Xiao Han. Pfft! This time, Xiao Han did not even have time to think before he was sent flying by the strength chi giant dragon. Immediately after, he was wrapped up by the stone tornado, and his entire body flew back 100 steps before smashing into the ground, creating a deep pit. As he fell into it, the stone and sand tornado scattered down, completely burying Xiao Han alive. Everything returned to peace. Ha 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 ha. How dare such a lowly person be arrogant in front of me? Ha 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 ha. Fong Ling, I said that I would seal my true qi to fight with him. This is what you agreed to. Now that I've turned him into dust, you can't blame me. Ha 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 ha. Murong Xiao roared towards the sky. N. Fong Ling nodded slightly. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. I knew it. One-hit kill, no suspense at all. Qin Yang and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Han. Ah Cho and Xiao Yunrong cried out in pain. The next moment. Boom! Just as Xiao Han fell into the deep pit, the sand and stones that filled the pit suddenly shot up into the sky. A figure crawled out from the deep pit. His head and face were covered with sand and stones. His clothes were tattered and he was vomiting blood. However, there was a tenacious life force brewing in his eyes. It was Xiao Han. Just now, Xiao Han was caught off guard and was hit by the giant dragon. He felt that the power of this attack was between 300 to 400 cauldrons. Anyone who was hit by it would definitely die. However, Xiao Han's indestructible golden body was frantically flushing through his body and forcefully withstood this attack for Xiao Han. Although Xiao Han was severely injured, it wasn't fatal. Of course, if Xiao Han didn't cultivate the next 10 moves of the indestructible golden body, his flesh and bones would have been turned into dust by now. Oh! Fong Ling was stunned when he saw Xiao Han forcefully withstood the attack and didn't die from being torn into pieces. Instead, he crawled out from the deep pit. He didn't die even after that? What kind of monster is this kid? Xianxia blurted out. Famous. This kid has become famous. Murong Zhao's Grey Flood Dragon True Qi, even if it is purely activated with his physical strength, has a mighty force of over 300 cauldrons. If a physical body realm martial artist were to be hit by this attack, his body would definitely explode and not even his bones would be left. This kid actually didn't die. He's completely famous now. Qin Yang licked his lips. He also felt that it was inconceivable. Motherf ****. Xiao Han vomited a mouthful of blood and cursed. Buzz. In the next moment, the storage ring on Xiao Han's right hand flashed and a saber appeared in Xiao Han's hand. In an instant, the violent saber chi was like a peerless ferocious dragon. It soared up from Xiao Han's body and a mysterious power that could slash through the void gushed out. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Han scolded harshly. His battle intent was violent and his saber chi was like a tidal wave. Interesting, very interesting. Fong Ling looked at Xiao Han with a profound gaze and a smile blossomed on his face once again. P.S. Stayed up till 3 a.m., seeking recommendation tickets. In addition, I recommend Big Brother Third Pig's Xuanhuan masterpiece. Big Brother Third Pig's previous Xuanhuan masterpiece was an exquisite work with 10,000 pages. This time, it will definitely be a hot-blooded and exciting work that cannot be missed. Chapter 76. After enduring Murong Zhao's violent attack, Xiao Han's bravery was ignited and even his confidence was born. Boom! The Emperor's aura was born. An Emperor's shadow sat on top of Xiao Han's head, suppressing the heavens and looking down on all living beings. Buzz! Xiao Han's saber aura was compatible with the Emperor's aura, producing an overlaid aura that could shake the heavens and the earth and devour the mountains and rivers. After suffering such a heavy blow, Xiao Han's aura not only did not weaken, but it was also increasing. Vigorous blood qi. Feng Ling looked at Xiao Han thoughtfully. There was undisguised admiration in his eyes. Shi Mietian and Qin Yang looked at each other. On the other side, Ah Chou and Xiao Yunrong, who were watching the battle, nervously felt their heartstrings tightened and almost suffocated. Xiao Yunrong mumbled to herself, He can't. Can he really defeat that true Qi realm expert who sealed his acupoints, right? If he really did defeat him, then he would be unparalleled in the physical body realm in Beacon Fire Empire. Xiao Yunrong's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of strange light. And at this moment, Murong Xiao. After a short moment of shock, Murong Xiao quickly adjusted his state and displayed the experience of a demon hero who had been through hundreds of battles, as well as his steady mental fortitude. He does have some capital to be arrogant, but it's not enough. Murong Xiao's aura also rose from the ground, towering like a mountain, and his eyes were like a hawk. In the next moment, the energy in his hand twisted and formed a giant bow. A fierce dragon condensed into an arrow and pulled the bow to its fullest. The surrounding energy blew in all directions, flipping over many houses. Gray dragon sky-splitting arrow. Roar! The fierce flood dragon arrow left the bowstring with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Like a tornado, it swept toward Xiao Han, as if it could devour everything. The sky was torn apart. The violent wind blew the people in the city into the air, sending them flying everywhere and smashing the walls. Xiao Han's body was as still as a mountain. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han held his saber with both hands, and the saber in his hand turned into a shadow. Swish! 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 The saber light swept out like a hurricane. Its speed was not slow at all. The peerless sharpness cut through the air as if it was water. As of now, Xiao Han's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the marrow refinement realm, and the strength of his flesh shell had reached 170 cauldrons. In a breath's time, he could deliver 230 slashes, which was faster than the speed of sound. The strength of each saber qi reached a terrifying 120 cauldron, sweeping through everything in its path. Boom! 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 Endless saber lights filled the sky as the Son of Heaven's aura blasted out. The sound of wind and thunder was endless. Your saber technique is not bad, but you still have to die. Heaven-splitting dragon arrow. At this point in time, Murong Xiao no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Han. He continuously drew his bow, and the fierce flood dragon arrows shot out like a torrential downpour. The entire space was filled with a rain of arrows and saber lights. The battle between the two was too intense. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, all the saber lights that Xiao Han had slashed out exploded. Traces of broken jade spread out like a spider web, and the endless blade light turned into a fine blade rain, blooming like fireworks in the night sky. It was gorgeous and glorious, and it was a spectacular sight. It was fascinating. 7-fragment saber technique. First form. Broken jade form. Puchi. The fierce flood dragon arrows that filled the sky were shattered by the endless beautiful blade rain. Violent qi overflowed in all directions. I've said it before, if I seal your qi, you're just a piece of trash. Xiao Han's face was overbearing, and the more he fought, the more courageous he became. Suddenly, the Son of Heaven's aura rose, and a true dragon appeared above his head, a peerless shadow of an emperor. The next moment, boom! The air crept, like the branches of a river, spreading to the left and right. Xiao Han forcefully crushed the air, and mightily rushed towards Murong Xiao. It shook the sun and moon, and had the aura of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield. Son of Heaven's divine fist, third form. Personal conquest. The distance between Xiao Han and Murong Xiao was completely ignored. In a breath's time, Xiao Han had already arrived in front of Murong Xiao. Emperor's robe. King's descent. Lose. In a breath's time, Xiao Han continuously activated the first two forms of Son of Heaven's divine fist. Violent qi, looking down on the world, a bright yellow emperor's robe appeared on his body, and on his head was the crown of 5 emperors. One punch to suppress. One punch to subdue the world. Xiao Han's aura rose immeasurably, as if he was possessed by a god, overbearing. Murong Xiao's aura, on the other hand, was actually losing ground. Under the Son of Heaven's aura, although his aura was not like those martial artists in the physical body realm, it was still withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good lad. Murong Xiao was shocked and angry at the same time. He raised his right fist, and his muscles bulged. A fierce dragon coiled around his right arm, and brazenly punched towards Xiao Han. Bang! The two of them clashed head-on. A loud sound was heard. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. Then, the two of them retreated at the same time. Everywhere they passed, the ground cracked and exploded. When the two of them stopped, Murong Xiao's right hand was twitching uncontrollably, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes were frighteningly ferocious. Unbelievable. Murong Xiao was actually injured in the exchange of blows just now. Moreover, his right arm was hanging down, and it seemed like he would not be able to lift it any time soon. Xiao Han was also shaken quite badly. His face was covered in blood, but his eyes were filled with excitement and fighting spirit. The heat from the indestructible golden body washed through Xiao Han's body like a mountain torrent, dispelling the pain bit by bit. I really didn't expect the 3 moves of the Son of Heaven's divine fist to have such a great momentum. It's like a rising wind and scudding clouds, unrestrained and unrestrained. It's able to fight against a martial artist in the physical chi realm who has his true chi sealed. Xiao Han's fighting spirit became stronger and stronger as he fought. His spirit became more and more clear, and the potential within his body was greatly stimulated. This caused Xiao Han's spirit to be clear, and he felt as if his soul had left his body. Again! Before Murong Xiao could catch his breath, Xiao Han charged over like a magnificent army. The imperial chariot was executed. The air gave way, and a path of killing was violently crushed out. The stones on the ground were sent flying in all directions. Now, Murong Xiao was in a difficult situation. One had to know that many of the powerful skills he cultivated required true chi to be executed. However, after his true chi was sealed, these profound skills were completely useless. He could only rely on his flesh to fight Xiao Han. Xiao Han was obviously a monster. It was as if he had raised an ancient beast in his body, causing his divine bravery to last for a long time. Moreover, he was like an indestructible Iron Man, extremely difficult to deal with. Murong Xiao did not dare to be careless. The true chi in his body rushed out and turned into a giant dragon. It was 10 meters long, and it pounced towards Xiao Han, trying to slow down the speed of Xiao Han's trampling. At this moment, pooh! A ripple suddenly appeared in the air. With an extremely fast speed, it condensed into the shape of a saber and slashed out violently. This saber chi was peerless, dangerous, and merciless. It could cut through everything. It was the saber intent. This wisp of saber intent, with the speed of sound, ignored the resistance of the air, and slashed the middle of the giant dragon's head. In the next moment, Puchi, the true chi giant dragon, was actually split into 2 by the saber intent. The cut was smooth, and the 2 halves that were cut were exactly the same size. Before the true chi giant dragon could merge again, Xiao Han had already rushed in front of Murong Xiao. This time, Xiao Han had seized the opportunity when Murong Xiao had just used up his previous strength and had not yet recovered. This was a golden opportunity to defeat Murong Xiao. Emperor's robe. King's descent. All at once. Bang! This punch landed directly on Murong Xiao's chest. Pooh! Murong Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body retreated again. I'll take your life while you're down. Xiao Han grasped the opportunity and pressed forward step by step, throwing out one punch after another. Puh, 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 puh. In a breath's time, Murong Xiao's body received an unknown number of punches, and he could not stop himself from retreating. Xiao Han was beating him up like a meat bag. Violent beating. In the next moment, Kang! 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 Xiao Han actually raised his saber and slashed wildly. Every slash landed on Murong Xiao's body, and sparks flew everywhere. One after another, the saber chi entered Murong Xiao's body. Roar! Ah! Ah! Murong Xiao let out a heart-wrenching howl. However, Murong Xiao's flesh shell was many times stronger than a physical body realm martial artist. Xiao Han only managed to slash a dozen times before his saber broke. Xiao Han's eyes were bloodshot. He threw the broken saber away and grabbed Murong Xiao with both hands. Die for this, daddy! He threw with all his might. Bang! Murong Xiao was like a sandbag as he was thrown into a stone house by the side of the street. The walls of the house cracked and shattered. Die! 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 Following that, Xiao Han grabbed a few huge rocks that were sent flying by the giant bear earlier and threw them towards the stone house. The huge rocks were like catapults, completely destroying the stone house, turning it into a small pile of ruins. Smoke and dust filled the air. Murong Xiao was buried in the rubble. Enough! Fong Ling shouted. Xiao Han, that's enough. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Xianxia and Qin Yang were completely dumbfounded. Ah Cho and Xiao Yunrong looked at Xiao Han as if they were possessed. Hoo! At this moment, Xiao Han finally stopped. He bent over and panted heavily. He was completely exhausted. PFFF. In the ruins of the stone house, a stream of true qi soared into the sky. Divine light surged and magnificent. Murong Xiao slowly walked out from the ruins. Under the moonlight, his face was swollen like a pig. His clothes were torn and tattered. He no longer looked like a human. True qi surged continuously, healing his injuries and calming the swelling. His eyes were filled with indescribable anger, resentment, hatred, murderous intent, hatred, unwillingness. Suddenly, Fong Ling's aura became sharp as if it could pierce through everything. Murong Xiao's expression changed drastically. He raised his head and looked at Fong Ling. Fong Ling, I didn't use my true qi. Are you going to go back on your words and kill me? Fong Ling's qi soared from the top of his head and condensed into beautiful lotus flowers. He looked at Murong Xiao with a thoughtful expression and his murderous intent vanished. His entire being gave off the feeling that he was the master of life and death. Fong Ling, you have always been a man of your words. You want to kill us? Qin Yang and Xianxia's expressions were tense and they trembled in fear. Fong Ling used his aura to lock on these three true qi realm martial artists, causing them to not dare to move. Immediately after, Fong Ling began to walk in the air. Every step he took was at the gap between their heartbeats. It was extremely strange. It was quiet everywhere. Only the sound of Fong Ling's footsteps could be heard. After a short while, Fong Ling murmured, "Forget it. Xiao Han, I'll leave you some trouble in the process of growing." After speaking, Fong Ling's murderous intent dissipated. Scram! The three of them felt relieved. Murong Xiao looked at Xiao Han deeply, as if he had imprinted Xiao Han in his mind. However, he didn't dare to say anything else. He turned into a stream of light and left Scorching Flame City with Xianxia and Qin Yang. Phew! At this moment, Xiao Han's mind relaxed. His tense mind suddenly became exhausted. He fell to the ground and breathed heavily. Xiao Han, are you all right? Ah Cho and Xiao Yunrong rushed over at the same time. Ah Cho supported Xiao Han. I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Xiao Han smiled relaxedly. Scorching Flame City doesn't have to suffer the misfortune of being massacred. Xiao Yunrong said softly. Xiao Han, I didn't know you were so powerful. It seems that during the clan meeting, you intentionally held back when we fought. Otherwise, I would have been defeated by you long ago. Xiao Han, your blade technique and fist technique are very profound. They have an ancient aura and are peerless divine techniques. Even if you reach the true Qi realm, you can continue to use these techniques. You don't have to worry about techniques. Fong Ling had already descended from the sky. The lingering sword Qi in the sky dissipated. At this moment, Fong Ling's aura was very simple and reserved. He was even like an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts. However, deep in his eyes, there would occasionally be a peerless sharpness shining. Senior brother Fong. Xiao Han struggled to get up from the ground. He bowed. Ah Cho and Xiao Yunrong also bowed uneasily. In this city, how many people were killed by Beixian Demon Emperor? Fong Ling asked Xiao Yunrong. Hero Fong. Hundreds of people were killed in the past 2 days. However, The demon-revealing mirror in the city is useless. I couldn't find any clues, Xiao Yunrong hurriedly replied. My true qi also couldn't read the demonic qi of Beixian Demon Emperor. He is indeed very cunning and difficult to deal with. Maybe he's not in this city, but somewhere outside the city, waiting for an opportunity to enter the city to hunt. Fong Ling slightly narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking. But, Hero Fong, since the Scorching Flame City was attacked by the demon race last night, the entire city has been on high alert. All the major city gates are heavily guarded. If the demon race hides outside the city and enters the city to hunt, it will inevitably be discovered by the soldiers guarding the city. It might disguise itself as a human and sneak into the city. Or it might have some demonic technique like invisibility to deceive everyone, Xiao Yunrong said softly. Beixian Demon Emperor has been chased for hundreds of thousands of miles. He doesn't have much demonic power left. It's impossible for him to use any profound demonic technique. Moreover, he can only hide his demonic qi for a short period of time every day, so that he won't be discovered by the demon-revealing mirror in the city. He must disguise himself as a human and sneak into the city. After eating his fill, he quickly escaped. Beixian Demon Emperor must be somewhere outside the city. Fong Ling's eyes revealed a look of deep thought. Forget it. I'll personally go out of the city to find the whereabouts of Beixian Demon Emperor and kill him, Fong Ling said as he walked out of the city. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, turned around and said, Xiao Han, come with me. I've said that I'll give you a great opportunity. Come with me. Xiao Han's body shook. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and followed Fong Ling. Senior brother Ah Cho, you should return to the Cloud Rain sect first. I'll go with senior brother Fong. There's still a month before the outer sect ranking competition. I'll definitely rush back. At this moment, old Master Xiao dilly-dallying ran up from behind and mustered up his courage. This true Qi realm mighty figure. The corpses of the people who were killed in the Scorching Flame City are stored in the graveyard outside the city. We haven't burned the corpses yet because we want mighty figures to find some clues from the corpses. True Qi realm mighty figure. You can go to the graveyard outside the city and take a look at the corpses. Perhaps, you might find some clues. What? Corpses? Xiao Han blurted out as his eyes lit up. Senior brother Fong, could it be that the Demon Emperor hides among the corpses of the victims every time it kills someone and is carried out of the city? When Xiao Han was searching for clues, there were a few times when he did not see the corpses of the victims. By the time he arrived at the scene, the corpses had already been carried away. Chapter 77. In the dark, Fong Ling's body emitted rays of light that looked like pearls and jewels. It was hazy and dazzling, illuminating the path ahead. Senior brother Fong, is this true Qi? Xiao Han mustered up his courage and asked. It's so beautiful. Xiao Han, you should have a lot of things to ask me. But first, let's go after the North Mystic Demon Emperor. Fong Ling smiled faintly. Facing Xiao Han this time, he was more humble. He hid his sharpness. The North Mystic monster Monarch was besieged by the chivalrous swordsmen in the North region. He was injured and had to escape. He was hunted down and ended up in this city. His demonic energy is almost depleted and he needs to devour humans to heal his wounds. Senior brother Fong, I heard that the Demon Emperor is a terrifying existence. Only a high-level true Qi realm cultivator can kill him, Xiao Han said softly. A demonic sovereign at its peak would be able to swallow the millions of living beings in the Scorching Flame City in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. Fong Ling smiled faintly. What? Devour an entire city in one gulp? Xiao Han was completely shocked. Even his thoughts were momentarily confused. Xiao Han, you are only at the mortal body realm. You are very short-sighted. This world is huge and boundless. You can't even explore 1/100th of it in your entire life. When your cultivation is higher, you will naturally understand. Senior brother Fong looked at Xiao Han. His bright eyes flashed with undisguised admiration. Xiao Han, you must have had a fortuitous encounter as well. When you fought with Murong Xiao, who had his true acupoint sealed, you suffered heavy injuries. However, your body was full of vitality, and your injuries healed at an astonishing speed. You are like a primordial beast. But don't worry, I won't ask you. Every famous martial artist has their own fortuitous encounters, as well as secrets related to life and death. Heh. Xiao Han laughed dryly. He thought that if senior brother Fong knew that the strange thing in his heart was related to the demon race, he would probably kill him. Xiao Han's secret could not be revealed. He could not let anyone know about the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm. He had to be careful with every step he took. The slightest hint of giving himself away would put his life in danger. Right at this moment, the sound of hoofbeats could be heard from behind. Dozens of soldiers in the city with torches in their hands caught up. "Sirs, please wait." After the soldiers caught up, they dismounted from their horses and bowed respectfully. "Sirs, are you going to the cemetery outside the city?" "Lead the way," Fong Ling said indifferently. "Yes, yes," a group of officers and soldiers said submissively. Leading the horse, holding the torch, he led the way. A few miles away from the city, there was indeed a desolate graveyard. The full moon hung high in the night sky. The moonlight, like that of an abandoned wife, shone miserably on the cold stone tablet. The bleak night wind was accompanied by the intermittent sound of the eru played by the tomb keeper, singing the ancient requiem, mourning for the dead who were sleeping here. The air smelled of spirits. Seeing the large group of people rushing over, the dozen or so tomb keepers stood up one after another. "Sirs, this way please." A military leader hurriedly led Xiao Han and Fong Ling towards the tomb keeper. Suddenly, Xiao Han keenly sensed that the strange thing that was hibernating in his heart was slowly turning. The demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm was also throbbing. Finally, the strange thing that was hibernating in his heart and the demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm were warning. They had discovered the existence of the demon race. They were hiding in this graveyard. "Senior brother Fong," Xiao Han blurted out. "All right, I got it." Fong Ling waved his hand, a smile flashing across his lips. His eyes were burning with excitement. A group of soldiers led the way, and the two of them walked over. On the other side, on a lawn, dozens of tomb keepers were guarding the corpses on the ground. There were a total of 5 rows of corpses that had not been buried. They were neatly lined up, and there were hundreds of them. They were wrapped in straw mats. There was a big hole in the head of each corpse, and their brains had long been sucked dry. The corpses' faces were as white as paper, and their expressions were hideous and twisted like ghosts. "All of you stand down." Senior brother Fong glanced at the corpses on the ground and said indifferently. His pupils gradually contracted, burning with excitement and a bit of graveness. Clang! The long sword on senior brother Fong's back was unsheathed. It jumped into senior brother Fong's hand as if it had a mind of its own. His hand holding the sword was very steady. As steady as a rock. This was an ordinary cyan steel sword, but in senior brother Fong's hand, it shone with a peerless sharpness. Wisps of divine light and true qi were entwined around it, and it could kill gods and ghosts. "Ah! Stand down, stand down." The soldiers and tomb keepers were frightened by the sword qi. They felt as if there was a thorn in their backs, and they retreated in all directions like the tide. Xiao Han could not help but take a small step back. The demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm was trembling more and more violently, revealing a bloodthirsty and greedy intent. "Damn it, behave yourself. Are you going to suck the demon race's blood essence in front of senior brother Fong? Do you want to die?" Xiao Han's heart was in his throat, and he controlled the demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm to take another step back. The demon god's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm had dried up countless demon veins and talisman symbols. It needed to be nourished by sucking the demon race's blood essence to awaken. The demon in front of him was a demon king that could pluck the stars and the moon. If he could suck the demon king's blood essence, it would become the most delicious nourishment for the demon god's palm tattoo. However, Xiao Han did not dare to do so. He had to control himself, or else, he would expose his secret. Even if he did not die here tonight, he would be hunted down by the demons in the future. "All right, Bei Xian Monster King, stop playing tricks on me. Show yourself." Fong Ling's tone was still as calm as water, but his aura kept increasing. A glazed sword qi shot out from the top of his head, blossoming into a peerless sword lotus. The night sky was set off by the peerless sword lotus, making it look even more enchanting. "No wonder you're ranked on the demon hero ranking. I had concealed my demonic chi and disguised myself as a corpse without leaving any traces, but I was still discovered. Impressive. Truly impressive. However, if it wasn't for you damn demon heroes who besieged me and chased me for thousands of miles, severely injuring me, do you think I would be afraid of you? Damn it. A gloomy voice came from a skinny old man's corpse. The next moment, the skinny corpse suddenly stood up. Under the dim moonlight, the side of his deathly still face actually outlined a pitiful and peerlessly fierce expression. Ah! Some of the soldiers and the tomb guards fainted, some lost control of their bowels, and some even knelt on the ground. Boom! The strange thing that was dormant in Xiao Han's heart surged like a tide. It was getting faster and faster. Waves of terrifying demonic chi came out from the skinny corpse. Xiao Han took 3 steps back. Such a strong demonic chi. Even with the strange thing in my heart dissolving the demonic chi, I still feel pressured. A demon emperor is indeed a demon emperor. Even if he doesn't have even 1% of his demonic chi left, he's still many times more terrifying than the demon soldiers and generals. Poochie! The skinny corpse suddenly exploded and turned into powder. A huge monster directly rushed up to the sky. Boundless demonic chi began to spread out unscrupulously, covering the sky and earth, extremely evil. The bright moon was covered by the demonic clouds. Xiao Han took another 5 steps back. And he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the strange thing that was dormant in his heart was spinning faster and faster, like a motor, madly dissolving the demonic chi, so Xiao Han finally stood up straight. He raised his head to take a look. Under the night sky, he saw a demonic creature floating in the air. It was about 20 feet tall, and its whole body was snow-white, showing a kind of demonic and inexplicable noble luster, shining brightly. However, at this moment, its snow-white skin was covered with all kinds of scars, and the wounds had dried up with demonic blood. It actually had a human face. It was a pale and handsome man's face, and his eyes were emerald green, burning with demonic fire. According to a human's age, this face would be about 25 or 26 years old, which was considered young. It also had a pair of meaty wings. What was incongruous with its snow-white skin was that these meaty wings were blood-red in color. They looked sinister and gave off a fishy smell. They were filled with sharp spikes that resembled the teeth of a savage beast. With just a slight flap, the air would shatter. So this is what a demon emperor looks like? Xiao Han mumbled in his heart. However, he didn't dare to be careless, and he took out a single saber from his storage ring. He was ready for battle. Suddenly, swoosh, the demon emperor moved slightly, and an endless number of illusions appeared, causing people to be completely lost, unable to find its real body. There was a mysterious sense of dislocation in space, and it was impossible to tell what was real. The movements are illusory. North Mystic Demon Emperor. Fong Ling stared at the North Mystic Demon Emperor in midair, and wisps of sword chi appeared in his eyes, forming a kingdom of swords. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's body was burning. The North Mystic Demon Emperor in midair stared at Xiao Han with a pair of evil eyes. Oh, a physical body realm martial artist? But it's strange. What are you hiding on your body? I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. The North Mystic Demon Emperor let out a heart-wrenching scream, and with a flash, it was about to pounce on Xiao Han. It actually gave up on Fong Ling and wanted to kill Xiao Han. Boom! Xiao Han was blown away by the hurricane-like demonic aura, and his mind couldn't keep up with the changes in the situation, and he couldn't follow the North Mystic Demon Emperor's movements at all. Xiao Han was like a lone boat in a raging sea, and he could be destroyed at any time. For the first time, Xiao Han felt powerless and a deep sense of despair. At this moment, he couldn't even circulate his saber intent. It felt like he was half a beat too slow. Too powerful. Am I going to die here? In a split second, that was the only thought in Xiao Han's mind. However, at the next moment, clang! A beautiful sword lotus enlarged infinitely in Xiao Han's eyes. This sword lotus was formed by pure sword aura, and it revealed a murderous intent that could destroy ghosts and gods. Pfft! Damn it! I won't let you go! The cries of the North Xian monster monarch disappeared from the world at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Bang! Xiao Han fell from mid-air, and he raised his eyes in a daze. The North Mystic Demon Emperor had already escaped. Fong Ling stood with his sword, and the demonic blood on the tip of the sword splashed onto the ground. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Han got up slowly and said anxiously, "Senior brother Fong, it escaped?" Now, Xiao Han's heart was in a tight knot. Just now, the North Mystic Demon Emperor actually roared and asked what Xiao Han was hiding on his body. It even ignored Fong Ling's deterrence and wanted to eat Xiao Han first. Xiao Han knew what was going on. It must be the strange thing in his heart that attracted the North Mystic Demon Emperor. Now, Xiao Han was afraid that Fong Ling would question him. Fortunately, Fong Ling didn't have any intention to ask. He just said indifferently, "The North Mystic Demon Emperor is indeed an evil creature that is famous for its speed, escape, and stealth. Countless monsters have chased it from the North region to the South region. Hundreds of battles have not been able to kill it. Senior brother Fong, isn't this Demon Emperor too powerful? It only has 1% of its demonic power left, but it still managed to escape from your sword. If it was at its peak, wouldn't it be terrifying?" Xiao Han purposely asked to divert Fong Ling's attention. "If the North Mystic Demon Emperor was at its peak, I wouldn't dare to kill it alone. Moreover, I would be killed by it. Forget it. It's on the verge of death now, and it will be killed by other monsters sooner or later." Fong Ling waved his hand. "Xiao Han, come with me now." Yes, Senior brother Fong." Xiao Han licked his lips and felt lucky. The strange thing in his heart and the demon Thearka's palm tattoo on his left arm also calmed down. An hour later, on a barren mountain far away from the scorching flame city. In the valley, a bonfire was burning. Xiao Han had caught a few wild rabbits and was roasting them. The grease was dripping and the aroma filled his nose. "Senior brother Fong, are you hungry? Here you go." Xiao Han handed a roasted wild rabbit to Fong Ling. Fong Ling sat cross-legged and said with a faint smile, "Xiao Han, you eat. I'm not hungry." "Oh." Xiao Han also sat cross-legged. He was famished at the moment and did not hold back. He ate the wild rabbit in big bites and his mouth was full of grease. "Xiao Han, what do you think about what happened today?" Fong Ling suddenly asked. "Senior brother Fong, what I think is, everyone under the true Qi realm is an ant. I feel useless. In front of the true Qi realm, I am like an ant that cannot resist. The difference between the true Qi realm and the mortal body realm is like heaven and earth." Xiao Han wiped the grease off the corner of his mouth and said in a slightly dejected tone, "You don't have to be like this. In such a short period of time, you went from a live target to your current cultivation. You are almost invincible in the mortal body realm. You are already a first-class monster." Fong Ling said calmly. "However, if you cannot reach the true Qi realm, no matter how much of a genius you are in the mortal body realm, you are still trash. Sooner or later, you will be killed by others, just like today. Xiao Han, this world is very big. There are more than 1 trillion people in this world and countless geniuses have been born. However, many of these geniuses either die at the mortal body realm or are unable to reach the true Qi realm for the rest of their lives and end up mediocre. Seriously speaking, if you do not reach the true Qi realm, you are all trash. However, Xiao Han, you have a good foundation. You have a higher chance of reaching the true Qi realm than others." "Then, senior brother Fong, what is the true Qi realm?" Xiao Han hurriedly asked. In the past, he did not have the chance to ask this question. Even the 3 managers were unable to answer it. Now that a true Qi realm expert like senior brother Fong was in front of him, it would be a waste not to ask. The so-called true Qi realm is when a martial artist refines his skin, tendons, bones, organs, marrow, and blood to refine his body to its fullest and strongest state. After that, he begins to polish his spirit. He must polish his spirit until it is transparent and flawless, impervious to all evils and as sharp as a blade, without a single trace of impurity. Then, the next step is to open the true acupoints. Using the purest of mental energy, one can sense the true acupoints of the human body and open them to receive true Qi into the body. There are 101 true acupoints in the human body. Therefore, opening 1 to 10 true acupoints is the true Qi realm level 1. Opening 11 to 20 true acupoints is the true Qi realm level 2. Opening 91 to 100 true acupoints is the true Qi realm level 10. The last true acupoint is between the eyebrows. It is also known as the immortal acupoint, or immortal eye. Once this acupoint is opened, legend has it that one can become an immortal. However, this true acupoint is the most mysterious. According to what I know, in the entire true martial continent, there is no one who has opened the immortal acupoint. However, I do not know if there are any hidden experts. After all, the true martial continent is too vast, and there are too many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. So this is what the true Qi realm is all about. The true Qi realm is divided into 10 levels, and the final step is to open the immortal acupoint between the eyebrows. I understand now. Xiao Han understood as he listened. Why is it said that it is impossible for someone at the fleshly body stage to defeat someone at the true Qi realm? Feng Ling continued. There is a limit to one's strength. No matter how strong one's fleshly body is, it will still reach a limit. Once this limit is exceeded, one's body will explode. In terms of the fleshly body stage, the strongest fleshly body that I know of is at least 800 ding of strength. This is already considered to be extraordinary talent. As for the true Qi realm, even at the first level of the true Qi realm, every true acupoint can store at least 1000 ding of strength. As for the higher levels of true Qi, their strength is completely beyond the imagination of the fleshly body stage. It is just like how an ant will never understand the strength and methods of an enormous beast. At the first level of the true Qi realm, every true acupoint can store at least 1000 ding of strength, and at the pinnacle of the fleshly body stage, it is 800 ding. Indeed, the fleshly body stage will never be able to contend against the true Qi realm. A true Qi realm martial artist can casually open 2 true acupoints, and their strength is several times that of a fleshly body stage martial artist. Xiao Han nodded. Furthermore, once one reaches the true Qi realm, one can refine their Qi into a beam of light, into a rainbow, and transcend the mortal world. They can cultivate all kinds of divine skills with boundless might, and with a simple gesture, they can move mountains and fill the seas, capture dragons and throw elephants, and pluck the stars and moon. They can even fly and float in the air, making them unpredictable. Senior brother Feng explained. That's great. How great would it be if I, Xiao Han, could reach the true Qi realm? It would be like ascending to the heavens in a single bound. Xiao Han blurted out. Xiao Han, breaking through to the true Qi realm is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Take the Cloud Rain sect for example. There are countless half-step true Qi cultivators, but how many of them ultimately succeed in opening their true acupoints? Don't think that half-step true Qi is only half a step away from the true Qi realm, but this half a step is like the heavens and the earth. This is the eternal separation between man and heaven. Countless geniuses have stopped at this last half a step. To take this last half a step, would it be like a mortal transforming into an immortal? How difficult would it be for a carp to leap through the dragon's gate? This half a step requires accumulation, foundation, great determination, great fearlessness, great courage, great fortuitous encounters, great opportunities, great luck. Difficult. 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 Feng Ling's tone was not exaggerated in the slightest. These words made Xiao Han feel even more pressured. Difficult. It is indeed too difficult. However, no matter how difficult it is, I, Xiao Han, will crush all obstacles and strive for the true Qi realm. Otherwise, I will forever be an ant. If I don't reach the true Qi realm, I, Xiao Han, would rather die. So what if my body is tempered well? If I encounter a true Qi realm expert like today, I will still be crushed into pieces without any chance to resist. Then, senior brother Feng, what is the fiend hero? You seem to be a fiend hero too, right? Xiao Han continued to ask. Xiao Han, you don't need to know too much about the fiend hero for now. This is already beyond your capabilities. I will simply tell you that the fiend hero was born from the strongest human true Qi realm experts. They are innately not afraid of the demon race. They are practically born to slay the demon race. In order to become a fiend hero, one must pass through layers of trials and tribulations of life and death. Only then can it be possible. It can be said that every fiend hero is an elite within the true Qi realm, a genius gifted by the heavens. The most important thing for you now is to break through to the true Qi realm. When you become a martial artist of the true Qi realm, you can ask about the fiend hero again. Feng Ling said unhurriedly. Xiao Han, I will give you a choice now. Suddenly, Feng Ling's tone became solemn. Senior brother Feng, What choice? Xiao Han's heart shook. In the next moment, a black elixir appeared in Fong Ling's hand. It was the size of a longan fruit and had a faint ancient aura, as well as an aura of death. 7 Days Death Wishing Pill. This is a supreme elixir that I obtained from a secret realm in the western region. It is consumed by martial artists of the physical body realm. Fong Ling looked at Xiao Han. 7 Days Death Wishing Pill. Senior brother Fong. This elixir's name is so strange. It is filled with bad luck. It sounds like the name of a poison. Xiao Han licked his lips. This 7 Days Death Wishing Pill can also be considered a poison. Fong Ling's eyes became sharp. If a martial artist of the physical body realm consumes this elixir, he will definitely die within 7 days. What? Xiao Han's body trembled. Senior brother Fong. This is a poison. Could it be, you want me to consume it? Xiao Han, consume this 7 Days Death Wishing Pill. If you don't want to die, there is only one way. Within 7 days, open the first true acupoint and step into the supreme true qi realm. Fong Ling's words were sonorous. This elixir can be understood as a poison, but it is also a supreme treasure medicine for breaking through to the true qi realm. It is something that can only be found by luck. This is an ancient elixir that has lost the method to refine. After consuming this elixir, within 7 days, one's mind will be clear and untainted. One's nerves will be tense at all times and one's life potential will be stimulated to the maximum. It can directly increase the chance of breaking through to the true qi realm by 30%. Heavens! Eternal separation. The extremely difficult true qi realm could now increase the chance of breaking through by 30%. A supreme treasure medicine. It was hard to come by in 10,000 years. However, the only fatal flaw was that if one did not succeed within 7 days, one would die. If one did not break through to the true qi realm, one would die. Suddenly, Fong Ling said sternly. Xiao Han, this 7 Days Death Wishing Pill is an ancient relic. The medicinal effects have already begun to dissipate. After a few months, I'm afraid the medicinal effects will disappear completely. Do you dare to take a gamble? Let me tell you, when breaking through to the true qi realm from the physical body realm, the ones who have the most advantage are martial artists who have comprehended saber will or sword will. Saber will and sword will can cut through nothingness, shatter all kinds of negative emotions, and polish one's mind. Any physical body realm martial artist who has comprehended sword will or saber will has at least a 20% chance of breaking through to the true qi realm. Xiao Han, you have comprehended saber will. You are 1 in a million among the saber users. Xiao Han, I can see that you have also experienced many life and death situations. The impurities in your mind have been calcined and tempered, allowing you to have a 20% chance of breaking through. In other words, if you consume the 7 Days Death Wishing Pill, coupled with your saber will and your current foundation, you have a 70% chance of breaking through to the true qi realm. Do you dare to take the gamble? Consume this 7 Days Death Wishing Pill and bet 70 to 3. Within 7 days, either you reach the heavens in one step or you die. If you only want to go back and participate in the Outer Sect ranking competition and win the title of first in the Outer Sect, then stay at the Blood Transformation realm, half a step into the True Qi realm, unable to cross the chasm for the rest of your life, then you can go back. If you want to reach the heavens in one step and walk out of the Beacon Fire Empire, or even the southern region, to explore the endless unknown, then you have to take the gamble. I will help you blood transformation and bring you to the western region to train your mind and forcefully break through to the true qi realm. This is an opportunity. It all depends on whether you dare to gamble with your life. P.S. Stayed up till 3 a.m., updated 6,000 words, my brain is dizzy. These 6,000 words were more elaborations and settings. Everyone might find it boring. But these settings had to be drawn out. Yes, Xiao Han was about to face a choice between life and death. May I be so bold as to ask everyone for a like? Chapter 78. This was a huge gamble. Xiao Han was speechless for a moment. His mouth was dry and his heart was pounding like thunder. All the blood in his body rushed to his temples. His face was flushed red. Do you want to bet? Senior brother Fong made it very clear. In the martial Tao, those below the realm of true qi are all trash. Ants. No matter how good one's physical body is, it is only building the foundation. Only by stepping into the realm of true qi can one be considered to have taken the first step on the path of martial Tao. My physical body is extremely well trained and I have even comprehended saber intent. However, in front of a true qi expert, I have no ability to resist at all. They can crush me in an instant. This is too useless. This is too frustrating. I, Xiao Han, have finally transmigrated. I must dominate the world and not live a mediocre life. If I meet a true qi expert again, he can kill me with a wave of his hand. This 7 days death-wishing pill may be a poison, but it is also a supreme medicine for breaking through to the realm of true qi. It can only be found by luck. 70% chance. 7-3. I accept. Suddenly, a trace of dominance and sharpness flashed across Xiao Han's eyes as he said resolutely, "Senior brother Feng, I, Xiao Han, accept the bet." I, Xiao Han, was originally a live target. Every day, I was beaten up by the inner disciples and was in a precarious situation. Luckily, I managed to survive. This life is something that I picked up by luck. If I win, it will be a great fortune. Even if I lose, I will just be returning my life to the heavens. Moreover, I have a great chance of winning if I bet 7-3. Senior brother Feng, I, Xiao Han, am not a soft-hearted person. Cultivating the martial Tao is like crossing a single log bridge. I am very clear of this point. Bet. Senior brother Feng, please let me consume this 7 days death-wishing pill. Good. Xiao Han, I, Feng Ling, did not misjudge you. Feng Ling's eyes flashed with admiration. Which of those who have cultivated to our level have not experienced hundreds or even thousands of life and death situations? Which of them have not had the experience of brushing shoulders with the god of death? If you don't dare to gamble with your life, don't cultivate the martial Tao. After a pause, Feng Ling continued. Xiao Han, listen well. Now, I'll let you consume this 7-day death-wishing pill. In 2 days' time, the medicinal effect will spread throughout your entire body's blood vessels, muscles, bones, and internal organs. Moreover, it will stimulate your spirit, allowing you to reach an optimal state of high tension at all times, without any distractions. And the potential in your life will also reach its peak. 2 days later, we will arrive at the West region. I will take you to participate in a battle where the demon swordsmen surround and kill the demon emperor. At that time, under the pressure of the demon emperor's imposing manner, your spirit and potential will completely burst out. Moreover, you will use your saber intent to cut off the remaining distracting thoughts in your spirit, making your mind clear, flawless, and spiritual. At that time, you will sense the location of the true acupoints and open them in one go, reaching the heavens in a single bound. Go to the Western region to participate in the battle where the demon heroes besiege and kill the demon emperor. Xiao Han was stunned. Feng Ling closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them, an unprecedented seriousness and burning battle intent flashed across the depths of his eyes. The demon emperor that we are going to surround and kill today is a demon emperor at its peak. The demonic energy was boundless. Countless demon swordsmen had died under its demon saber. The world-ending demon saber, Demon Emperor Qing Lin. Once the demon saber is out, the world will be in chaos. In terms of demonic energy, Demon Emperor Qing Lin is stronger than the North Mystic Demon Emperor at its peak. Oh! Xiao Han secretly praised in his heart. However, he was very courageous and did not show much fear. Instead he asked, Senior brother Feng, are we going to the West region now? Yes. The West region is mainly a vast desert and swamp. There are also human kingdoms and demons. Legend has it that in the ancient times, there were many prosperous human kingdoms in the West region. There were countless true Qi realm cultivators in the West region. However, they have all been buried under the rolling yellow sand. However, many human explorers have found ancient relics, treasures, grotto heavens, and even martial arts manuals under the yellow sand. The West region is filled with mysterious aura and martial arts luck. However, it is also extremely dangerous. No one knows how many man-eating demons are hiding under the yellow sand. If a human doesn't reach the true Qi realm and recklessly goes to the West region, they will die for nothing. Feng Ling said confidently. In the next moment, Fong Ling took out a small crystal bottle. The bottle was filled with a viscous amber liquid. It glowed with a dreamy luster. Moreover, a strong ancient aura seeped out of the bottle, causing Xiao Han to shiver. This is a bottle of precious blood from the ancient beast by N. There are also 81 types of spirit herbs and elixirs in it. It is a sacred item used by mortal body state martial artists to exchange blood. Xiao Han, drink this bottle of sacred medicine and let it fuse into your blood. Fong Ling handed the 7-day death wishing pill and the bottle of precious blood medicine to Xiao Han. Xiao Han took it and was about to consume it. At this moment, Fong Ling's body emitted a tidal wave of divine light and treasure light, instantly covering an area of 10 acres. Endless divine light and treasure light twisted in the air. There was a muffled roar, as if some peerless creature was about to be born. Ugh! Xiao Han was dumbfounded. Xiao Han, hurry up and take the medicine, Fong Ling urged. Oh, okay, senior brother Fong. Xiao Han calmed himself down and pulled out the cork of the bottle of precious blood medicine. He raised his head and drank all the medicine in the bottle, not spilling a single drop. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body was boiling hot, as if there was a ball of fire burning in his blood vessels. Xiao Han had read books before. He knew that blood changing and marrow refining had similar effects. Once the precious blood medicine entered the mouth, it seeped into the blood of the body and solidified. Only when the medicine had fully dissolved into the blood would the blood change be completed. The impurities in the blood would be removed, and the marrow would be cleansed and reborn. The new blood would be flawless and would emit a warm luster like that of a precious jade. It was no small matter. Similar to marrow refining, the speed of blood changing depended on the martial artist's own bloodline and bone structure, as well as the refinement after birth. I've also started blood changing. The last step to the true energy realm. Xiao Han threw the empty bottle away and stuffed the 7-day death wishing pill that emitted a strong aura of death into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth. The medicinal power spread throughout his body. Gradually, Xiao Han felt the nerves in his body tense up, as if he was facing a great enemy. His 5 senses became sharper, and his eyes lit up. Everything in the night became clearer. It was like watching a fire. Xiao Han knew that his potential was slowly being stimulated. His mind was also becoming clearer. But there was a premonition of death in his heart. It was very gloomy and scary. I have no way out now. Xiao Han secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. I've already swallowed the medicine, and the medicinal power has already dispersed in my body. I can't spit it out. I only have 7 days. If I don't reach the true energy realm in 7 days, I will die. Completely disappear from this world. Beads of sweat began to appear on Xiao Han's forehead. At this moment, roar! In the sky, there was a thunderous roar of a tiger. This sound had the majesty of the king of beasts, almost invincible. Xiao Han looked up. In the sky, there was a huge beast that looked like a ferocious tiger. It was about 10 feet tall and 30 feet long, and its fur was colorful. Its aura was domineering and savage, as if it could devour mountains and rivers. Moreover, every strand of tiger fur was emitting sword chi, and every strand of tiger fur was like a peerless sword. This ferocious tiger also had a pair of golden wings, with a wingspan of 40 feet. Xiao Han looked at the ferocious tiger, and then at senior brother Fong, his eyes wide open. Xiao Han, this is my natal sword chi. True energy has evolved into the flying sword tiger. It can travel 200,000 miles in a day, and it can ensure that we can cross the southern region and reach the border of the western region in 2 days. Let's go. We'll travel through the night. Fong Ling waved his hand, and with Xiao Han in tow, they landed lightly on the back of the ferocious tiger. Fong Ling stood on the tiger's head, his hands behind his back, and his clothes fluttered. Xiao Han stood on the tiger's back. This flying sword tiger was huge, like a small mountain. Xiao Han stood on the tiger's back, and it was very spacious. He walked around, his heart filled with curiosity. Senior brother Fong Ling, this huge beast is formed from your true energy? It's amazing. It's too magical. Oh right, the 3 true energy realm cultivators who threatened to massacre the city, one of them turned his true energy into a flood dragon, and the other turned into a bear. It's the same as senior brother Fong's tiger transformation. Xiao Han sighed. However, senior brother Feng's ferocious tiger is much more powerful. Xiao Han could not help but squat down, grabbed a handful of tiger fur, and studied it. The tiger fur was very soft and warm, just like the fur of a real ferocious tiger. However, every strand of tiger fur had a faint sword chi flowing, as if it could cut someone if they were not careful. All right, Xiao Han, let's go. You don't have much time left. The earlier we get to the western region, the more chances you have. 7 days will pass in a flash, and we can't waste a single second. Feng Ling ordered. Xiao Han, sit on the tiger's back, digest the medicine, and prepare your spirit. Try to make your spirit and the potential of your body reach the peak. Yes. Xiao Han also knew that life and death were hanging by a thread, so he immediately sat cross-legged and looked down, like an old monk in meditation. Feng Ling watched Xiao Han work hard and quickly enter a profound state of enlightenment. He nodded, and a faint look of admiration appeared in his eyes. Then, roar! The flying sword tiger roared, and turned into a golden stream of light, shooting towards the west like an arrow piercing through the clouds. It was as fast as a meteor. The first ray of light broke through the clouds. The curtain fell on the night. A new day had begun. At this moment, Xiao Han opened his eyes and saw the surrounding clouds passing behind him. Feng Ling still stood proudly on the tiger's head with his hands behind his back. The divine true qi emitted from his body dispersed the heavenly wind, allowing Xiao Han to sit comfortably on the tiger's back, unaffected by the heavenly wind and airflow. Xiao Han extended his head and looked down. Through the gaps between the dense layers of clouds and the rays of light, he could see the amber-like lakes and the jade-like mountain ranges. As for the cities, because they were too high up, he could no longer see them. Senior brother Feng, have we not left the southern region yet? Xiao Han asked loudly. We still have to fly for 2 days and 1 night. Feng Ling did not turn back. Oh! As time ticked by, Xiao Han could feel that death was drawing closer and closer. The medicinal power of the 7-day death-wishing pill had fully melted in Xiao Han's body, and the gloomy and despairing aura of death had seeped into his body. I still have 6 days left. Xiao Han licked his lips. At this moment, boom! Not far away, a violent tornado swept towards them. This tornado was more than 100 feet long and a few feet wide. It was black in color, and like a millstone, it crushed the clouds, the heavenly wind, and the air, giving off a feeling that it could devour everything. Senior brother Feng. Xiao Han was shocked, and immediately stood up from the tiger's back. Feng Ling waved his hand slightly, indicating for Xiao Han not to panic. In the blink of an eye, voila! The millstone-like black tornado actually tore a gap in the middle, as if a curtain was being pulled open. In the next moment, a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard, wearing a coarse short shirt and messy hair, rubbed his sleepy eyes, poked his head out from the gap, yawned, and glanced at senior brother Feng, and said lazily, Feng Ling, you're quite fast. I say, why do you always stand on the tiger's head? Aren't you tired? Aren't you sleepy? Sleep, sleep, continue to sleep. After saying that, his head shrank back into the tornado. But soon he poked his head out again, glanced at Xiao Han, and blinked his eyes at Feng Ling. His expression suddenly became very wretched. Feng Ling, is this kid the illegitimate child of you and an Anfei? He's quite handsome. He's already grown up, and, not bad, not bad. Hearing this, Feng Ling couldn't help but laugh. Brother Feng, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I can't stand a woman like an Anfei. Oh? You can't stand her? Then why are you still with her? Forget it, I won't talk about it anymore, I'm going to sleep again. The middle-aged man turned back into the tornado. The gap in the middle of the tornado closed again with a walla sound, and there was no gap at all. Woo, woo, woo! The tornado roared sharply, grinding the air, and pushed forward forcefully. Ah! Senior brother Feng. This person is? Isn't it too magical? He's actually sleeping at a height of 10,000 meters. And he's sleeping in a ball of tornado, this is? Xiao Han said with a dry mouth. This person is also a demon hero? Feng Ling nodded slightly, and just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a resentful female voice floated along with the wind. Big brother Feng Ling, why are you saying bad things about me behind my back? You heartless person. This voice was soft and numb, enchanting and captivating, causing one's whole body to go limp. He couldn't help but want to hug the woman who made this voice into his arms, and love her tenderly. Xiao Han turned around. He saw a graceful woman sitting on a rose-red cloud behind him. She seemed to be naked, and her ivory jade body was unrestrainedly exposed. However, on top of the rose-red cloud, there was a misty light smoke rising, making her faintly discernible. However, this kind of seemingly visible yet unreal state was even more captivating. At this moment, her back was facing Xiao Han, and her soft and beautiful pink back could be vaguely seen. That tender skin seemed to be able to be wrung out of it. She was holding a fragrant handkerchief, dipping it into water from a wooden bucket, and seemed to be bathing and wiping her body. A faint fragrance drifted over, lingering around Xiao Han's nose. A kind of restlessness welled up in Xiao Han's heart. Suddenly, the woman turned her head. A pair of beautiful eyes that were full of magic emitted a charming light, and deeply entered Xiao Han's pupils. Suddenly, Xiao Han's vision darkened. When Xiao Han opened his eyes, he found himself in a quiet valley, where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. In the depths of the valley, there was a gurgling stream, and the faint sound of a woman singing could be heard. Xiao Han couldn't help but take a few steps forward, wanting to see what was going on. Not long after, Xiao Han saw, in the depths of the valley, in a shallow pool surrounded by trees, an extremely beautiful woman was bathing, and happily singing an innocent nursery rhyme. On the rock beside the pool, there were clothes, and an extremely sexy and provocative undergarment. Xiao Han's nose became hot, and his heart itched. He slowed down his steps, but still approached step by step, wanting to see clearly. At this moment, swish! The sword light flashed. Xiao Han's consciousness seemed to be shattered by this sword light. Ah! Xiao Han shook his head, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw that he had already walked to the edge of the tiger's back, and was about to fall from 10,000 meters in the sky, and his body would be smashed into pieces. Ha ha ha, the woman giggled, looking at Xiao Han. Little brother, you still have the body of a virgin. Come, let me hug you. She was about 25 or 26 years old, and her face was like a peach blossom, breathtakingly beautiful, but her eyes were as charming as a fox's eyes, as if they wanted to pull people into an abyss. What? I actually had an illusion just now? I thought that I had entered a quiet valley, and I almost lost my footing and fell. So dangerous, so dangerous. Xiao Han was terrified. Xiao Han, don't look at her eyes. Feng Ling said seriously. Yes, senior brother Feng. Xiao Han quickly turned his back to the woman, walked a few steps back, came to the middle of the tiger's back, and sat down cross-legged, with sweat dripping down his forehead. Xiao Han, this woman is an Anfei, born with a natural charm, a peerless beauty. However, you must not provoke her. She is proficient in the joyful great true qi, and is an expert in the art of plucking men and women. She is very powerful. Feng Ling warned. Yes, senior brother Feng, this woman is strange. I don't dare to provoke her. Xiao Han was secretly surprised. Humph. Immoral. A muffled groan came from behind. Immediately after, a middle-aged burly man, wearing a black robe, rode a golden lightning, and broke through the air. His aura was very powerful, and his eyes were shining with golden light. There were electric arcs constantly shooting out from his eyes, making him look like a thunder god. The golden lightning flashed, and in an instant, it was far away. Senior brother Feng, these are all evil heroes? Xiao Han had never seen so many strange, mysterious, and powerful people, and blurted out. Yes, they are the same as me, going to the western region to encircle the troops of the demon emperor Qing Lin. Feng Ling smiled slightly. Senior brother Feng, the world of your evil heroes is really interesting. Xiao Han licked his lips, and as he spoke, there was a sense of leisurely fascination. Chapter 79. Immediately, Xiao Han activated his saber intent and cut off all distracting thoughts in his mind. He focused and nurtured the medicinal power of the 7 days death-wishing pill in his body. Soon, he forgot about everything else. When Xiao Han opened his eyes again, it was already night time. In the sky, Gems were embedded all over the place. Those were all unknown stars. They were magnificent and otherworldly. At this moment, Xiao Han was riding the flying sword tiger and flying 10,000 meters in the sky. Therefore, he felt that the stars were within reach, as if he could reach them with just a stretch of his hand. It was very magical. Gulp! The awkward sound coming from his stomach completely shattered this poetic and picturesque atmosphere. Xiao Han smiled and took out a roasted rabbit from his storage ring. He shouted at Fong Ling, who was standing on the tiger's head. "Senior brother Fong, do you want to eat something?" This time, Fong Ling was grateful. He turned around and walked over to sit opposite Xiao Han. His body emitted divine light and treasure light, and he had the temperament of an immortal. Xiao Han took out another roasted rabbit from his storage ring and passed it to Fong Ling. Fong Ling took the roasted rabbit and his body lit up with a 5-pointed star shape. Then, 2 bottles of fine wine appeared in his hands. He threw one bottle to Xiao Han. "Drink some wine." "Ha!" Xiao Han caught the wine bottle and looked at Fong Ling in a daze. Fong Ling explained, "After reaching the true Qi realm, there is no need to use external objects to store items. The true acupoints in your body can store endless items." Xiao Han, in fact, every true acupoint is a huge space. How magical! Xiao Han sighed in admiration again. The two drank and ate the roasted rabbit. "Xiao Han, since we are free, let me remind you of something," Fong Ling said with a slightly serious tone. "Senior brother Fong, please speak." Xiao Han listened attentively. "Xiao Han, go to a desolate city in the western region and kill Demon Monarch Qinglin. My plan is to use the enormous pressure of Demon Monarch Qinglin to force you to complete the blood transformation and open your true acupoints. After you consumed the 7-day death wishing pill, your entire body's spirit tensed up and expanded. Your potential reached its peak, and your life reached its most intense moment between life and death. At that time, you will need to add fuel to the fire, to completely explode your inflated mind. At that time, you might be able to sense the true acupoints. What you need to do is to use the formless saber intent to break open the true acupoints." Fong Ling pointed at a spot 3 inches below his heart. "Xiao Han, remember, the location of the first true meridian is here." N. Xiao Han also used his hand to press 3 inches below his heart. He closed his eyes and nodded. "Senior brother Fong, I'll remember this." After the first acupoint is opened, you will officially step into the Zhenqi realm. From then on, you will be able to accurately sense the location of each acupoint. Generally speaking, after breaking through the first acupoint, one would continuously break through several acupoints in one go. However, the number of true acupoints that were opened for the first time was definitely less than 11. It's impossible to step into the second level of the Zhenqi realm right after stepping into the Zhenqi realm. Breaking through 1 to 10 true acupoints is the first level of the Zhenqi realm. Breaking through 11 to 20 true acupoints is the second level of the Zhenqi realm. Among them, the 11th true acupoint is a sturdy barrier. It's a bottleneck. How many true acupoints you can break after stepping into the first level of the Zhenqi realm depends on your life potential, bloodline talent, and mental cultivation. I remember when I first stepped into the Zhenqi realm, after breaking through the first true acupoint, I broke through 6 true acupoints in a row before stopping. Speaking of which, I should be considered an average talent. It's said that some high-level heroes and geniuses can break through 9 true acupoints consecutively the first time they break through the first level of the Zhenqi realm. That's considered a monster of the highest quality. Fong Ling went on and on. "Xiao Han, before we fight Demon Monarch Qinglin, use the demonic aura and pressure he emits to force your way through. It's also very dangerous. When the time comes, I won't help you block the demonic aura that surges into my direction. If you can't withstand it, you might explode and die," Fong Ling said solemnly. Xiao Han subconsciously touched his heart and thought to himself, "Withstand the demonic aura? I'm blessed with the ability to do so." However, the demonic aura emitted by a demon monarch at his peak must be extremely ferocious. It's unknown whether the strange thing hibernating in my heart can withstand it. But I still have the indestructible golden body to protect me. I can still fight. Senior brother Fong, I'll do my best. In short, I still have a few days left in my life. I've already thrown caution to the wind. If I don't succeed, I'll just be shattered by the demonic aura and pressure of Demon Monarch Qinglin, Xiao Han said resolutely. "Yes, It's a good thing that you have the determination to go all out. Fong Ling nodded. Then, Fong Ling continued. Xiao Han, when you successfully break through the Xianxia acupoints and advance to the Jinqi realm, there will be a period where you have to be extremely cautious and tread on thin ice. Because at that time, you haven't been able to cultivate a Zhenqi cultivation method and infuse your Zhenqi into the Zhenqi acupoints. Your Zhenqi acupoints are empty, so your offensive and defensive abilities won't improve much compared to when you were in the physical body realm. It's just that your mental state and ability to think will change. It can be said that this is a period of time. If you're killed by humans or demons during this period, you'll be a fool. You won't be able to rest in peace even if you die. Yes, he had gone through so much to break through the Zhenqi acupoints. If he died at this time, it would be a great regret. Senior Brother Fong, after hearing what you said, it's true. If I don't advance to the Zhenqi realm and die just like that, it's nothing. But if I die after advancing because I don't have time to infuse my Zhenqi, it'll be a great misfortune. Xiao Han's heart palpitated when he thought of this situation. He was worried that it would happen to him and quickly reminded himself to be careful. Xiao Han, listen to me. When Demon Monarch Qing Lin makes his move, regardless of whether you've broken through the Zhenqi acupoints or not, I'll definitely send you away from that area with my Zhenqi. You won't be able to stay and watch the battle. A slight shockwave from a battle of that level would be enough to crush you. Remember, if you succeed in advancing to the Zhenqi realm, you must find a place to hide. Don't make a fuss and wait for me to come find you. If you fail, then find a good place to bury yourself. Ah! Xiao Han was speechless. He then nodded. Senior Brother Fong, I understand. Suddenly, Fong Ling's gaze looked towards the distant end of the night sky as he spoke in frustration. There's a third possibility. That is, I'll be killed by Demon Monarch Qing Lin in this battle. Xiao Han, if you advance to the Zhenqi realm, find a quiet place to hide for 3 days. If I don't find you after 3 days, find a way to return to the Cloud Rain sect. Senior Brother Fong, how can you die in battle? With so many demon heroes working together, you'll definitely be able to kill Demon Monarch Qing Lin. You'll return victorious. Xiao Han quickly said. Fong Ling shook his head and laughed. Xiao Han, do you know that the Bei Xian Demon Monarch's injuries were exchanged with the death of 11 demon heroes? Demon Monarch Qing Lin's attack power is even stronger than that of the Bei Xian Demon Monarch. Once the demon blade is drawn, not even a blade of grass will survive, he murmured as he looked at the true Qi silhouettes that were like shooting stars in the night sky. This time, I wonder how many demon heroes will be buried in the desert of the western region, forever losing the chance to return home. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword gleam flashed across Fong Ling's eyes. There was even a sword intent that forcefully sliced apart the negative emotions and eliminated all distracting thoughts. He sat cross-legged and was as calm as a waterway. Xiao Han, I'll nurture my sword intent now to make the final preparations for the battle. You should also focus on the medicinal effect in your body. Yes, Senior Brother Fong. Xiao Han also activated his sword intent to eliminate all distracting thoughts. He emptied his mind and forgot about everything else. Morning. There were only 5 days left before Xiao Han's death. At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body felt uneasy as if he was sitting on pins and needles. His spirit was as tense as a bowstring and kept expanding. His 5 senses became extraordinarily sharp and the potential in his life was stimulated to the extreme. It caused the precious medicine that settled in Xiao Han's blood to dissolve continuously, speeding up the process of blood transfusion. The quality of his physical body unknowingly increased. Senior Brother Fong, I feel that the medicinal power of the 7 days death wishing pill has completely spread throughout my body. Right now, the gloomy aura of death in my body is becoming denser and denser. However, my reaction speed, thinking ability, and judgment ability have all been greatly enhanced. This is what you meant by, when one's mental state is stretched to its peak, the potential of one's life will burst forth like a flood. My premonition towards danger has also been enhanced. I can clearly sense even the slightest movement of a blade of grass in the wind. Xiao Han nervously said to Fong Ling, who was standing on the tiger's head with his hands behind his back. Yes, it is this state that allows you to be clearer and more penetrating. You can vividly sense the aura of danger that is about to come. When your spirit explodes, You will have the illusion that your soul has left your body. At that time, use your saber intent to eliminate all distracting thoughts and make your spirit flawless. Sense the location of the true acupoint. Remember the location of the first true acupoint that I told you. Feng Ling patiently advised. Senior brother Feng, I know. Xiao Han subconsciously touched the location 3 inches below his heart. I have already firmly imprinted the location of the first true acupoint in my mind. I won't forget it even if I die. That's good. All right, we have arrived at the west region. With a thought from Feng Ling, the flying sword tiger dived downwards in an instant. Xiao Han hurriedly extended his head to take a look. Below him was a stretch of deep yellow. It was a vast and boundless desert. Boundless and boundless. Extremely desolate. In the middle of the desert, there were also some jade-like oases. There were also various human kingdoms of various sizes. The flying sword tiger descended by several thousand meters and suddenly increased its speed. It tore through the air and flew forward swiftly. Xiao Han looked to his left and right. There were many great experts of the true Qi realm. They were either riding on rays of light, or riding on dragons, or riding on swords. All of them were heading in the same direction. Their speed was too fast. Xiao Han could not clearly see the appearances of these true Qi realm experts. However, he could feel the soaring aura and boiling battle intent from their bodies. After several hours, the flying sword tiger descended again. Furthermore, its flying speed began to slow down. Suddenly, the strange thing that was hibernating at the location of Xiao Han's heart began to turn slowly. Xiao Han glanced sideways at Feng Ling. Feng Ling narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and murmured, "I'm almost there." At this moment, all the nerves in Xiao Han's body began to bulge. Even his mental energy was producing a popping sound. A huge sense of danger began to envelop Xiao Han. My mental energy is getting more and more excited. It's as if it will explode at any moment. Let's sense the true acupoint. Now, let's sense the true acupoint. Xiao Han did not dare to be negligent. He sat cross-legged and sank his mental energy into a position 3 inches below his heart. He concentrated and began to sense. That place should be the first true acupoint of the human body. However, at this moment, it was silent and lifeless, like a pool of stagnant water. Not long after, at the end of the horizon, behind the rising and falling sand dunes, a desolate city appeared. A glass-like light pillar soared into the sky. It broke through the air and enveloped the entire city. Under the reflection of the sun and the sand, the glass-like light pillar glowed with a gorgeous rainbow. However, it was not a beautiful sight. It was demonic aura. A real demonic aura. The pressure on Xiao Han's body increased. The thing that was hibernating in his heart began to turn like a motor, dissolving the demonic aura. Bang bang bang, bang 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 bang, bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Xiao Han's heart was beating wildly, madly pounding against his chest. His temples were slightly throbbing. He even felt a little suffocated. However, at this moment... What? I feel some signs. Suddenly, in this almost dangerous atmosphere, the position of the first true acupoint, which had been silent all this time, started to throb slightly. However, this subtle feeling disappeared in a flash. Xiao Han did not catch too much of it. I really feel the traces of the first true acupoint. However, the pressure is not enough. Xiao Han opened his eyes. At this moment, the flying sword tiger had stopped flying. It was dozens of meters above the ground, floating in the air. Feng Ling stood proudly on the tiger's head. Sword qi surged all over his body, and he was as steady as a rock. His eyes were fixed on the desolate city in front of him. Clang! The long sword on Feng Ling's back let out a sword whistle. At the same time, dozens of demon warriors had already taken their positions and surrounded the desolate city. The desolate city was dead silent. It seemed that there was no longer any vitality in it. However, the overwhelming demonic aura indicated that there was a powerful demon in the city. It was Demon Emperor Qing Lin with boundless demonic power. Swoosh! Another Xianxia flew over from the horizon. His whole body was overflowing with divine light, and he carried a long spear on his back. He remained silent and nodded to greet the few Xianxia he was familiar with. Then, he stood in his position. Bang! A saber light appeared and tore the sky apart. It slashed across the desert. The saber chi was violent, and thousands of tons of yellow sand were swept up. A yellow-robed swordsman in his 30s with a simple face stepped on the air and came over. The formless saber chi continuously cut through the white clouds, and a path was formed. Under the saber chi, even the formless air was separated like water. Buzz! Xiao Han only felt that his saber intent and saber force were being suppressed. He felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Peerless swordsman. This yellow-robed swordsman must have comprehended a stronger saber intent than me. Xiao Han thought to himself. The yellow-robed swordsman carried a broken saber on his back. He had a domineering aura. He walked straight to Fong Ling and said expressionlessly, "You're here." "Just arrived," Fong Ling replied. The yellow-robed swordsman looked deeply at Fong Ling. On his calm face was a pair of gem-like eyes. That pair of eyes gave off a peerless saber intent. "Your sword intent is getting sharper. I hope that I can fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights next time. That would be delightful. A peerless swordsman like you always makes me itch to fight. A year ago, I obtained a saber manual. Perhaps, you are no longer a match for me now. However, to determine the victor, we will have to exchange more than 1,000 moves. Just thinking about it makes me happy." "Likewise," Fong Ling said indifferently. "This time, don't die in battle." The yellow-robed swordsman nodded slightly. "I'll try my best. You should try your best to survive. Without an opponent like you, I will inevitably be lonely in the future." Fong Ling and the yellow-robed swordsman looked at each other. In the next moment, they actually laughed at the same time. Both of them stretched out their hands at the same time and held each other's hands. Soon they let go. "This battle will be very difficult. It is unavoidable that some people will die." The yellow-robed swordsman shook his head. Suddenly, he looked at Xiao Han and said emotionally, "This young man. Not bad at all. Fong Ling, give this young man to me. Let him be my disciple. I will teach him the peerless saber technique. He has his own path." Fong Ling refused flatly. The yellow-robed swordsman looked disappointed. Then, he smiled at Xiao Han for the first time. "Young man, cultivate well." After saying that, he walked away without turning his head back and stood in a position. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. The desolate city seemed to be getting quieter and weirder. Xiao Han's mouth was dry and his heart was beating like a drum. He looked around and saw that among the dozens of evil heroes, the middle-aged man who was sleeping in the tornado, the middle-aged man with electric arcs shooting out of his eyes like a thunder god, and the naturally seductive Ananfei had arrived. Their expressions were as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, "Everyone, you have come here from far away to be killed by me. Thank you for your hard work." An extremely elegant voice came from the desolate city. Boom! The strange thing that was dormant in Xiao Han's heart swelled violently. A violent sense of crisis covered Xiao Han all of a sudden. It made Xiao Han feel like his spirit was about to explode. "Xiao Han, Demon Emperor Qing Lin is about to come out. I will not resist the demonic aura and pressure that is rushing towards my direction. You will bear it all yourself. Start sensing the true acupoints." Fong Ling roared at Xiao Han in a stern voice. "Yes." Xiao Han sat cross-legged facing the desolate city. His face was solemn. At the next moment, whoosh, 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 999 rays of light and 999 rays of auspicious aura ran through the east, west, south, and north, intertwining like a net. Dense flower petals rained down from the sky. A young man in a snow-white robe slowly rose from the desolate city. He bathed in the multicolored light, auspicious qi, and glazed beams of light. He stood out from the crowd, extraordinary and refined. His bearing was simply calm and unruffled. He floated in the air with his back straight. His hands were empty and he had no weapon. It was actually a young man, and he looked like a human, not a demon at all. He was about 25 or 26 years old. His face was as beautiful as jade, and his facial features were very delicate. His black hair was loosely draped over his shoulders. His hair was soft and light. He gave off a sense of tranquility, like a jade tree made of snow. However, his eyes were blood-red. He had demonic red eyes. These blood-red eyes were like a sea of blood, as if they could swallow a person in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. Demon Emperor Qing Lin. This was the fearsome Demon Emperor Qing Lin with boundless demonic power. Not only did he not feel any discomfort when facing dozens of demon heroes, he became more and more at ease. The situation was extremely strange. Hong, hong, hong. The thing that had been dormant in Xiao Han's heart surged like a tidal wave. It resisted Qing Lin Demon Monarch's aura with great difficulty and dissolved the massive demonic aura that swept everything away. At the same time, his spirit swelled to the limit, as if it was about to explode in an instant. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his breathing was labored as he trembled non-stop. Xiao Han, begin sensing the true acupoints. Fong Ling's voice exploded in Xiao Han's ears. P.S. It's 3:30. I really can't afford to be hurt. Chapter 80. Dozens of fiendish warriors unleashed their natal true qi. Beams of divine light, precious light, and multicolored clouds fought against the fiendish qi. Demon Emperor Qing Lin was clean and clean. He had a delicate and elegant smile on his face. However, his blood-red demonic eyes released endless craftiness and bloodlust. Normally, as long as a physical body realm martial artist was in such a bloody environment filled with demonic aura, unless there was a true qi realm expert to help him resist the demonic aura, he would instantly shatter like a piece of porcelain. However, Xiao Han's physical body was extremely refined and he had taken the 7-day death-wishing pill. His life force might be able to last longer, but his life was still hanging by a thread. Fong Ling wanted Xiao Han to forcefully break through his true meridians under such pressure. The degree of danger was not something that could be explained in a few words. Xiao Han at this moment. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the tiger's back. His eyes seemed empty and he seemed to be thinking but not thinking. Fong Ling opened his body and released the demonic aura that was supposed to be resisted by him onto Xiao Han's body. Ah! My spirit is about to explode. My physical body can't take it anymore. What a terrifying pressure. It's like facing an ancient swanny. Xiao Han was enduring inhuman pain and suffering. Soon, blood seeped out of his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Rumble, 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 rumble. The strange thing that was hibernating in his heart moved like a motor, dissolving the demonic aura. However, the speed of dissolving was far slower than the speed of the demonic aura invading Xiao Han's body. Goo, 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 goo. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body swelled up like a balloon. Then, it deflated and deflated. Then, it swelled up again and deflated again. The cycle repeated itself. Fong Ling, that young man is about to explode. The yellow-clothed swordsman whispered to Fong Ling. What are you doing? Do you think a physical body realm martial artist can withstand the pressure of a demon emperor? Don't play with fire. Quickly help him block the demonic aura. Otherwise, he will explode into ashes in an instant. Fong Ling did not say anything. He looked at Xiao Han sternly. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. How could he not know the danger he was in at this moment? Xiao Han, let's see if you can pull through. Fong Ling thought to himself. Damn it! It was about to burst. Invincible golden body. Wash for this daddy. Xiao Han bit the tip of his tongue. Under the pain, his life force was stimulated once again. The abundant vitality in his body surged like a tide. Under the cleansing of the inextinguishable golden body, the violent demonic aura that invaded his body was somewhat alleviated. Immediately after, Xiao Han brought out his invisible saber intent and continuously shattered the demonic aura that enveloped him. He also tried to communicate with the demon monarch palm tattoo on his left arm to share the pressure. However, the demon monarch palm tattoo seemed to be defective, or it could only be used to kill demons and absorb their blood essence. Therefore, at this moment, it did not help Xiao Han absorb the demon qi around him. However, the inextinguishable golden body and saber intent worked together with a strange thing in his heart, greatly alleviating the danger of his body exploding. The next moment, the inflated body, after being castrated, actually no longer swelled. Oh, this little guy actually made it through? The group of demon warriors observed the strange Xiao Han with the corner of their eyes. What a strong vitality and flesh shell! Xiao Han. He had to seize the moment and sense the true acupoints. You won't be able to hold on for long. Furthermore, Demon Emperor Qing Lin might launch a sky-shattering attack at any time. Feng Ling roared. Sense the true acupoint. Sense the true acupoint. Xiao Han's mind continued to expand, and he actually had the illusion that his soul had left his body. Shockingly, 3 inches below his heart, Xiao Han vaguely saw a 5-pointed star that was emitting a blurry light. It was a 5-pointed star that contained a strange space. Could this be the true acupoint? This is the true acupoint? Xiao Han was neither sad nor happy. His body swelled up again, but he had already turned a deaf ear to it. His mind was completely immersed in the blurry 5-pointed star. However, the 5-pointed star was fleeting, and it disappeared in an instant. Damn it! I didn't seize this fleeting opportunity. But it's already a huge improvement. Again. Xiao Han's 7 orifices continued to spurt blood, and layers of bloody mist burst out from the surface of his skin. He looked extremely hideous, and he could die at any time. At this moment, you bunch of monsters are really overestimating yourselves. Demon Emperor Qing Lin smiled faintly. I heard that the idiot Bei Xian Demon Emperor was besieged by a group of monsters a while ago, and he escaped with serious injuries. Tessese, what a disgrace to us high-level monsters. Don't think that I'm as useless as the Bei Xian Demon Emperor. All the monsters that came today will die. The demonic qi around Demon Emperor Qing Lin suddenly increased again. The terrifying demonic qi was getting thicker and thicker, and it was almost solidifying. Some of the weaker monsters were shocked by the aura and took a step back, their faces turning pale. The encirclement created by dozens of fiend heroes began to lose ground, and a flaw began to appear. It was almost disintegrating. The monsters looked at each other and were ready to fight to the death. At this moment, Demon Emperor Qing Lin, who do you think you are? Today, you will die without a doubt. A voice filled with terrifying confidence descended from the sky. Boom! A blazing sun fell from 10,000 meters high in the sky. The scorching sun illuminated the world, magnificent and brilliant. Everywhere it passed, the demonic qi was burned and melted. The sun landed and turned into thousands of rays of divine light, entering the body of a dignified man. The man was wearing a golden robe, and his face looked like it was carved out of stone. He was cold and resolute, and his eyes were like a heavenly king, as if he was born to attract light. As soon as he appeared, it was as if he was the only person in the world. He was filled with invincible spirit and confidence. The smell of spring and autumn rose into the sky. In an instant, a sonorous hymn rushed out of the man's body. Golden sunlight shone in all directions, and in each ray of sunlight, one could vaguely see the shadows of countless living beings praying and worshipping, purifying the demonic qi, bringing life and hope. The great sun, son of heaven, is here. The group of swordsmen cheered up and shouted in unison. Their declining fighting spirit was once again raised. The sunlight and him washed away the fear and shadows in the hearts of the monsters, giving them the belief that they would win. Demon Emperor Qing Lin's expression finally changed. The great sun, son of heaven, known as the 100,000 demon slayers, an all-powerful big shot on the demon hero list. I didn't expect that you would also come. Good. Very good. Today, I'll let you, a big shot, fall under my world-destroying demon blade. Demon Emperor Qing Lin put his palms together. Countless red tentacles rushed out of Demon Emperor Qing Lin's body. Each tentacle was 30 meters long, swaying and full of barbs, emitting a destructive demonic light and evil demonic qi. A red scimitar appeared in Demon Emperor Qing Lin's right hand. The scimitar was covered with evil ancient demon runes, and there was an eyeball embedded in it that was blinking slightly. The eyeball was so demonic that it seemed like it was going to devour everything in the world. Traces of light were devoured by the eyeball on the scimitar, and the entire desert gradually became dark. He finally took out the world-destroying demon blade. I've been wanting to see it for a long time. A blazing sun rushed out from the head of the great Sun Emperor, and the divine light was dense like a tide. A god sat cross-legged in the blazing sun with his eyes closed, but terrifying majesty and power were brewing within him. Dozens of fiendish heroes were preparing their strongest attacks. The world-shocking battle was about to begin. The world became quiet. At this moment, A heart-wrenching scream rose into the sky, breaking the silence before the battle. Xiao Han, who was sitting on the back of the flying sword tiger, had expanded to the size of half an acre. He looked like a meatball that was about to explode. After Demon Emperor Qing Lin took out the world-destroying demon blade, Xiao Han, who was at the physical body realm, finally could not withstand the pressure anymore. His mind was about to explode, and his body was about to be destroyed. In a flash. The location of the first true acupoint. I found it. Blade intent, slash. Xiao Han ignited the inextinguishable golden body in his body, and the strange thing that was hibernating in his heart started to move at the fastest speed. All of this bought Xiao Han a breath of time. Boom! The blade intent that could slash through the void directly struck the first true acupoint. At the next moment, ka! A crisp sound was heard, as if an eggshell had cracked. Xiao Han's first true acupoint had been opened. 3 inches below Xiao Han's heart, there was a 5-pointed star that was emitting rays of light. Success! I, Xiao Han, have succeeded. At the moment of death, my true acupoint has been completely broken, and I've reached the true Qi realm. Xiao Han's hot tears flowed down his face. Then, Xiao Han's inflated body deflated and returned to normal. His body was covered in blood. What? At the same time, Demon Emperor Qing Lin's crimson eyes emitted a dazzling demonic light, and he shouted at Xiao Han. What are you hiding on your body? Come here now. Xiao. A feeler instantly extended to 100 zhang long, and like a long whip, it swept towards Xiao Han. The demonic aura broke through the air, and a blood-curdling scream could be heard. In the blink of an eye. Don't even think of touching him. The sword light around Fong Ling shone brightly, and a huge sword lotus rose from his head. The violent sword aura, along with the sword intent that could slash through the void, pierce through heaven and earth, and cut through all living things. The sword lotus flew out at a speed faster than the speed of sound, and slashed at the red feeler that was wrapping around Xiao Han. Poochie! The feeler shattered. At the next moment, Xiao Han, go! Remember, find a place to hide, and don't make a scene. Wait for me for 3 days. Fong Ling grabbed Xiao Han with his right hand, and threw him in the opposite direction. Come back here. Demon Emperor Qing Lin's demonic blade shook, and a demonic red blade radiance slashed out. Everywhere it passed, the space was distorted, and the void was shattered. The fragments of space and light were absorbed by the blade radiance, and its speed was several times faster than the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, it was about to crush Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha! Demon Emperor Qing Lin, your opponent is me. The great Sun Emperor also moved. In the blazing sun above his head, the god that was entrenched in the sun suddenly stretched out a palm and grabbed the red blade radiance. The palm was formed by pure sunlight, and it was enshrouded in ancient and great runes. It was surrounded by hymns and true fire, and it was almost invincible. As for Xiao Han, he was sent flying a few hundred li away by Fong Ling's true qi. Just as he landed on the ground, there was a cracking sound, and the second acupoint in Xiao Han's body was opened. Then, crack, 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 one after another, the true acupoints exploded without end. P.S. Xiao Han has finally reached the true qi realm. Ha ha ha! He broke through before he died. Chapter 81. Ascending to the heavens in a single bound. Just as senior brother Fong had said, after the first acupoint was opened, the second acupoint, the third acupoint, exploded continuously. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han had continuously blasted 9 of his acupoints. Only then did he stop and calm down. What? I actually exploded a total of 9 acupoints? This is unbelievable. I heard from senior brother Fong that when he first entered the true qi realm, he was only able to open 6 acupoints. Only some of the most talented experts are able to open 9 acupoints. Such people are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Opening acupoints is related to the foundation of one's body, mental strength, and innate talent. It seems like it's because of my tough body and the fact that I'm a transmigrator. My soul is blessed by the heavens. However, let's not worry about this for now. In the next moment, Xiao Han's mind moved slightly, Xiao 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 xiao, 9 glowing 5-pointed stars flew out of Xiao Han's body and hovered around him. Xiao Han's soul had an inseparable connection with these 9 5-pointed stars. They were like a part of Xiao Han's body. Every 5-pointed star had its own space that could store anything. Of course, the most important thing was to store true qi. However, Xiao Han did not cultivate any true qi cultivation method at the moment. Thus, the 9 acupoints were completely empty, with nothing inside. This feeling was as if Xiao Han had bought 9 luxurious residences, but the 4 walls were bare, without any furniture or ornaments. However, Xiao Han's mental strength and the way his thoughts operated had indeed undergone a transformation. Xiao Han's eyes and ears were sharp and attentive. The colors of the entire world became more distinct. Xiao Han could hear the sand scorpions and snakes moving under the sand in the distance. He could see a few grains of sand floating in the air 10 zhang away. He could even sense people's gazes. If someone was spying on him from behind, he would definitely be able to sense it. Xiao. Xiao Han raised his right hand and casually slashed out with a knife hand, shooting out saber qi. All of a sudden, the saber qi stopped and changed its trajectory. The saber qi that was supposed to be moving in a straight line suddenly made a turn and slashed towards the right. The trajectory was ever-changing, but it also had a natural feeling, untraceable and unpredictable. You can easily control the trajectory of the saber qi with your thoughts, controlling it as you wish. This is something a physical body realm martial artist will never be able to do. Xiao Han nodded. Currently, Xiao Han had also completed the blood exchange. The strength of his flesh shell had increased to 350 cauldrons, which was no small matter. Balls of light burst out of his heart, revealing the follow-up techniques of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, the indestructible golden body, and the 7-fragment saber art. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to study these cultivation methods. Now is not the time. Currently, Xiao Han had just entered the true qi realm, and he had yet to infuse his true qi into his acupoints. As Feng Ling had said, Xiao Han had to be cautious during this period of time. He had to find a place to hide and not be killed by humans or the demon clan. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Moreover, Xiao Han still did not know how to combine his martial techniques with his true qi to increase his power, so he was not in a hurry to learn it. Xiao Han focused his mind and sensed his surroundings. The strange thing hibernating in his heart and the demonic monarch palm tattoo on his left arm also circulated slightly. Once he discovered the presence of the demonic race nearby, he would react in advance. But luckily, the place where Xiao Han was at was still safe, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Right at this moment, boom, boom, boom. The earth shook violently, and sand and dust flew everywhere. Xiao Han looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that hundreds of miles away, divine light soared into the sky, and rays of light rose, and there was a fierce demonic aura sweeping wildly. The battle has started. Senior Brother Feng and the group of demons have started a fierce battle with Demon Emperor Qing Lin. Even though he was hundreds of miles away from the battlefield, at this moment, Xiao Han's heart still tightened, and there was a sense of unease. Although I am now in the true qi realm, my offense and defense are weak. Any martial artist in the true qi realm can kill me as long as they infuse their acupoints with true qi. If I encounter the demon generals of the demon clan, I am afraid that I can only die with a grievance. Over there, the divine light is everywhere, and the demonic aura can destroy the world. I am afraid that the flames of war will spread here. I should hide as far away as possible. Xiao Han cherished himself more than ever. It was as if he was walking on thin ice. Immediately, he took a step forward and ran wildly in the vast desert, running in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Shockingly, I feel like someone is watching me. Xiao Han keenly sensed it. He closed his eyes slightly, and a pair of demonic eyes that were like blood moons immediately appeared in his mind, emitting a monstrous evil aura. It's Demon Emperor Qing Lin spying on me. Damn it. He must have seen through the shocking secret hidden in my heart. That secret is related to the demon clan. It seems that this demon clan has his eyes on me. It's really unlucky to be targeted by such a powerful demon clan. Xiao Han's hair stood on end, and he immediately sped up, leaving behind a trail of thick smoke and dust in the desert. 4 hours later, Xiao Han ran for hundreds of miles. Looking back at the battlefield, the fierce battle was still going on. Mushroom clouds and tornadoes soared into the sky, and the yellow sand was blown up in tens of thousands of tons. It was as terrifying as it could be. Dangerous! Xiao Han did not dare to delay and continued to run. After running for an entire day and night, he finally stopped in front of a desolate city. Phew, it should be fine. Xiao Han bent down and panted heavily. He took the opportunity to take out a leather bag filled with water from his storage ring, opened the stopper, and greedily drank the mountain spring water that emitted the fragrance of life. That was the water that Feng Ling had prepared for Xiao Han beforehand, so that he could survive in the desert. After drinking his fill, Xiao Han's mind moved. He realized that Demon Emperor Qing Lin's spying had weakened a lot, and was no longer as intense and terrifying as before. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. He considered whether he should enter the desolate city in front of him, rest for a while, and then continue running. At this moment, the strange thing that was hibernating in his heart started to spin rapidly. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. The yellow sand beneath his feet stirred, and a bloodthirsty demon roar burst forth from the desolate city in front of him. Countless demons surged out from the dilapidated city gate. Heart-wrenching screams rang out, and it was heart-wrenching. Most of these demons were about 1.9 meters tall, and they were in human form. Their brownish-red skin was as hard as steel. With a slight movement, they would let out a long whistle. Their claws were like eagles, their eyes were like wolves, their legs were like toads, and their arms were like pythons. Their aura was surging, and they were violent and bloodthirsty. They were loose demons. There were also a few demon soldiers among them. Logically speaking, with Xiao Han's current combat strength, he should be able to kill a large number of loose demons, or even demon soldiers, with the strength of his flesh shell. However, there were too many demons pouring out of the desolate city. They were as dense as a swarm of locusts, numbering in the thousands. Their toad legs were very strong, and with just a slight leap, they could cover a distance of over 10 feet. Thousands of loose demons surged over like a tide, like tens of thousands of galloping horses. The momentum was extremely fierce. Xiao Han did not dare to continue fighting, and in the end, he was surrounded. Who knew if a demon general would suddenly appear in this demon race army? Xiao Han's life was very precious now, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. It was a tragedy to be buried in the western region desert when he had just reached the true energy realm. Immediately, the storage ring on Xiao Han's right hand flashed, and a single saber appeared in his hand. In one breath, he slashed out dozens of sharp saber chi. The saber chi blasted into the demon army and exploded rapidly, turning into a sky full of saber rain. It was warm, lingering, romantic, and filled with unparalleled killing intent. Countless demons were shredded by the saber rain. Severed limbs flew everywhere, and demon blood formed a river. Run, don't get entangled. Xiao Han slowed down the demon army slightly, turned around, and ran as fast as lightning. Suddenly, the blood essence of the demon corpses that were shredded by the saber rain turned into rays of light and entered the demon monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. The demon monarch palm tattoo throbbed happily, swallowing the blood essence of the demon race like a whale. It was like a drunkard encountering fine wine, or a lecher entering the ladies' room of a rich family. On Xiao Han's demon monarch palm tattoo, 2 demon veins had been awakened, and he had 200 ding of strength. At this moment, the 3rd demon vein was moving, showing signs of awakening. Xiao Han's sprinting figure paused, and he turned around and brandished his saber. A ray of saber chi slashed out with lightning speed, and it immediately shattered. The broken jade slithered like a snake, and the saber rain blossomed like fireworks, shredding a few more loose demons. It even shattered the left arm of a demon soldier. Swish, swish, swish. A large amount of demon race's blood essence merged into the demon monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. Suddenly, Xiao Han's left arm flashed with demonic light, and the 3rd dried-up demon vein was finally filled with demonic power. It was crystal clear and pure. Awakened. Not bad. Xiao Han deeply felt the violent power faintly seeping out from the demon monarch palm tattoo on his left arm. His index finger moved, and the saber in his right hand danced continuously. The hand that wielded the saber turned into a series of afterimages. A few breaths later. Boom! A giant saber astral instantly formed. The peerless saber light, sharp and pure, dominated the world. Roar! Countless demons let out frightened screams, and they had an ominous premonition of death. They all stopped jumping and wanted to escape. But it was too late. Dang! All of them are nourishment for the demon monarch palm tattoo. This is great. Kill them. The giant saber astral slashed out at a speed close to the speed of sound, destroying gods and demons. PFFF. Everywhere the saber astral slashed, yellow sand was swept up into the sky, and was immediately crushed into nothingness by the saber chi. This saber astral slashed across, and at least 1/5 of the thousands of loose demons were slashed. Endless demon races' blood essence surged into the demon monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm like a landslide and tsunami. Swish! 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 Demonic light flashed on Xiao Han's left arm continuously. The 4th, 5th, 6th. Another 3 demon veins were awakened on the demon monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. It was a total of 600 ding. Ha 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 ha. This is great. This is great. Xiao Han was in high spirits. At this moment, a gloomy and miserable voice came from the back of the demon army. Damn it! Human, how dare you kill my subordinate so wantonly? I'm going to suck your brain dry. I'm going to share your flesh and blood with my subordinates. And I'm going to smash your bones into powder. Boom! A gigantic demon rose into the air and a ferocious demonic wind covered the skies. Everywhere, the wind howled and cranes shrieked in all directions. It was a bleak scene. It was a 10 feet tall great demon with a sharp black horn on its head. Its skin was black as well. Huge tendons that looked like evil dragons were wriggling under its skin, producing the sound of raging waves beating on the shore. Its body was covered with sharp spikes, and every spike was surrounded by demonic chi and lightning. Its thick tail was 10 feet long, and when it swung back and forth, it caused the air to explode. From its body, there was even a faint sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Under the feet of this great demon, there was a blood-red bat that was about 1/2 acre in size. Its canines were as sharp as blades, and its extremely evil demonic chi rumbled like thunder, causing the sky to change color. It's a demon general. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. A demon general was equivalent to a human martial artist at the true chi realm. To be more precise, it was equivalent to a human martial artist at the low-stage true chi realm. It was already 3:30. I can't wait any longer. Ask for recommendation votes. Recommend a book, by the way. Chapter 82. That demon general's demonic aura surged into the heavens. His demonic eyes filled with viciousness and brutality. He stood on a bloodthirsty bat formed from demonic aura. Demonic winds corroded the sun, and the mountains and rivers were dyed in blood. Waves of terrifying danger surrounded Xiao Han like a tidal wave. However, the 9 true acupoints in his body trembled slightly, causing Xiao Han's entire body to feel comfortable and refreshed. He no longer felt pressured by the demon general's aura. In fact, Xiao Han's aura was comparable to that of the demon general. Unfortunately, he hadn't cultivated any true chi in his true acupuncture points. If he wanted to fight, he could only rely on his physical strength. Oh! The demon general suddenly froze, then roared. Ha 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 ha! It turned out that he was a Jianghu realm martial artist of the human race. However, there was not the slightest fluctuation of Jianghu from him, as though he had just stepped into Jianghu realm and had yet to cultivate. Ha 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 ha! What luck! The brains and flesh of human true chi realm martial artists. Tiescaste. Nourishing. It has been a long time since I ate a human true chi realm martial artist. The demonic aura around the demon general burned even more intensely, filled with greed and killing intent. Right at this moment. Die! Xiao Han waved the saber in his right hand, and a streak of saber chi shot out like lightning. The air rippled, and in an instant, the saber light was about to strike the demon general. Xiao Han took the initiative to attack, trying to fight for a chance of survival. However, this saber light, which surpassed half the speed of sound, did not manage to hit the demon general. Its thinking and reaction speed far surpassed that of a demon soldier. Loose demons were also faster than any human mortal body realm martial artist. With a grab of his right hand, a gigantic demonic aura palm appeared out of thin air and grabbed the saber light firmly. Xiao Han paused for a moment. The next moment, bang! The saber light exploded in the demon general's demon chi palm. Jade shards were torn apart, and the sky was filled with a rain of sabers. Puff, puff, puff. The rain of sabers slashed and strangled the gigantic demonic aura palm, causing a series of explosions and green smoke to rise. Damn it! The demon general was in pain. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty demonic bat opened its bloody mouth, and a demonic chi bullet instantly formed. It was the size of a wash basin, and it rumbled out, exploding toward Xiao Han. The demonic chi bullets had withered the air in the surroundings, creating a gloomy and despairing atmosphere that was devoid of any vitality. The speed of the bomb of demonic energy was close to the speed of sound. A human martial artist at the physical body realm would definitely not be able to avoid it. However, at this moment, the demonic chi bullet, which should have arrived in an instant, seemed to slow down in Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han's body leaped forward a few feet, and he actually managed to dodge the demonic chi bullet. Heh! Even though my true acupoints have yet to refine true chi, my thoughts are more than 2 times faster than a physical body realm martial artist. Thus, a strike that seems as fast as lightning is nothing more than an ordinary strike in my eyes. Xiao Han suddenly understood. However, at this moment, he was determined not to continue fighting. He didn't want to use the strength of his body to fight a demon general to the death. If he continued to be in a stalemate, he was afraid that some other problems would arise. At that time, if a few more demon generals came over, then it wouldn't be fun anymore. With just a thought, Xiao Han's body tore through the air. He was already more than 100 feet away. Boom! The demon chi bomb blasted out a scorched land that was several feet wide and several feet deep. Even the gravel was corroded into ashes by the demon chi. It was extremely terrifying. The demon general paused for a moment when he saw Xiao Han dodge the demonic chi bullet and rush over 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Immediately, he let out a sharp roar. Chase them. We must catch him. This is a human martial artist who has just reached the true chi realm. Sucking his brain can increase the quality of my demon chi. We cannot let him go. Moreover, he seems to be hiding some treasure on his body that attracts this general. Kill. With a command, the loose demon army was led by a few demon soldiers. They trampled across the desert and chased after Xiao Han like 10,000 horses galloping. They hopped around like fleas. They were extremely ferocious and the scene was horrifying. Boom! Boom! Another 2 demon chi bombs exploded towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han turned his body and dodged the attack in a slightly awkward manner. He didn't stop and continued to run for his life. His heart was filled with hatred. Damn it! Wait until I refine true chi. I will definitely slaughter all of you bastards. All of you will become nourishment for my demon god palm tattoo. At this moment, rumble! Rumble! Another loose demon army came from the left side of Xiao Han. Their numbers were astonishing. They covered the sky and the sun. They hopped around like fleas and kicked up thousands of feet of yellow sand. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting on the battlefield. So many! Xiao Han hurriedly ran to the right. Foolish human, you can't escape. The demon general let out an owl-like shriek. Within 1,000 li radius, all of my tribes are here. You will die. Obediently let this general suck your brain dry. Ga. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao, a wisp of air condensed into a peerless saber light. With the speed of sound, like a meteor chasing after the moon, it silently slashed towards the demon general. It was a wisp of saber intent. Peerless sharpness. Cut through the void. Pooh! The demon general tilted his head. However, his face was also slashed by the saber intent. Demon blood spurted out violently. Roar! The demon general howled miserably. The terrifying roar shook the mountains and rivers, crushing people's livers and brains. The demon general was finally furious. Xiao, the bloodthirsty demon bat burned with a blazing demonic light. Like a ray of flowing light, it chased after Xiao Han, dragging a flaming tail. Soon, the top of Xiao Han's head was shrouded by a dark cloud. the bloodthirsty demon bat appeared above Xiao Han's head and was about to spit out world-destroying demon chi bombs. Personally lead the army. Xiao Han's heart was like a boulder. The Son of Heaven's great power appeared out of nowhere. The air in front of him was split into two and rolled away. With an irresistible force, Xiao Han forcefully tore apart the air. His speed sharply increased as he rushed out. Boom! 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 Several demon chi bombs exploded in the area where Xiao Han had been, leaving behind a rotten mess. Scorched earth spread out, and deathly aura filled the air. At this moment, Xiao Han was possessed by the Son of Heaven's great power. He displayed the Son of Heaven's great power and personally led the army. His speed was like a ray of light, drawing a straight line in the great desert as he sped away. The demon race army in all directions did not give up on the pursuit. Like a stampede of elephants, they faintly formed an encirclement around Xiao Han. While running, Xiao Han raised his eyes and looked around. Yellow sand was flying everywhere. Demonic chi was rising. Within the sand mist, pairs of bloodthirsty demonic eyes appeared. In the sky, the demon general sat on the bloodthirsty demon bat, commanding the loose demons and demon soldiers to surround and attack Xiao Han. The number of loose demons and demon soldiers that participated in the encirclement this time had already exceeded 10,000. It seemed that the western region was very different from the southern region that Xiao Han came from. The southern region was dominated by human countries. The demon race could only stealthily come out to cause trouble. As for the western region, the demon race was too rampant. They even formed tribes and killed people on sight. With so many loose demons, even if I kill them all, my physical strength will probably be exhausted. Furthermore, there is still a demon general eyeing me. This time, could it be that I, Xiao Han, am going to die in this desert? I have just reached the true Qi realm. Am I going to die just like this? I am unwilling. Xiao Han made up his mind. The single saber in his hand buzzed. With the support of the saber intent, the Son of Heaven's great power gradually rose. The demon the arch-palm tattoo on his left arm throbbed. Xiao Han wanted to use all his trump cards and kill his way out. However, at this moment, hula! All of a sudden, without any warning, Xiao Han's feet directly sank into the sand. Before he could react, his entire body had already sunk deep into the sand. Boom! There was a wave on the surface of the sand. Not long after, it returned to calmness. It was as if Xiao Han had suddenly been swallowed by a desert monster. What? Sand trap? The demon general in the sky shook his head with extreme regret. The bloodthirsty demon bat also stopped flying. It hovered in the air and flapped its wings. Leader, it's sand trap. That human is dead for sure. A demon soldier below screamed. It is said that in ancient times, this desert was the paradise of the human race. Many countries were established here and flourished for a time. Even today, under the vast yellow sand, there are still many ruins of ancient human countries and some human martial artists' cave abodes. The sand trap is a mysterious spectacle in this desert. It might be a mysterious power buried in the desert that occasionally activates and devours living beings. Whether it is the human race or our demon race, if they encounter the sand trap, they will definitely die. The demon general sounded the gong to retreat with extreme reluctance. At this moment, Xiao Han. Boom, 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 boom. Xiao Han was directly pulled into the desert by an inexplicable force and quickly passed through the desert. Endless gravel and gravel pressed against Xiao Han from all directions and filled his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Puff, 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 puff. The saber chi around Xiao Han's body bloomed and crushed a large amount of gravel and sharp stones that were pressing towards him. His left arm flashed and the demon Thearka's palm burst out with 600 ding of strength. After an unknown amount of time, when Xiao Han was almost exhausted, Xiao Han's entire body suddenly sank into the ground. Sinking. Sinking. Bang! In the end, Xiao Han's feet were in the air and he actually fell somewhere. His feet were steady. It was not sand but solid soil under his feet. Xiao Han shook his head and spat out the sand in his mouth. Then he dug his ears, nose and eyes, making endless grains of sand. Finally, with a wave of saber chi, he crushed all the sand on his body. When he looked up, Xiao Han was stunned. He noticed that the place he was in was absolutely not a desolate desert, but a primitive jungle that was covered in luxuriant foliage that was full of vitality. The roots of thousand-year-old trees were intertwined with each other while the vines that were 100 years old coiled around it. Between the trees, there were traces of divine light and precious clouds, bringing light to this dark and mysterious area where the sun could not shine all year round. In the endless light, Xiao Han's eyes could see, and he looked left and right in a daze. Xiao Han sensed that the dense spiritual energy in this forest was extraordinary. What? The divine light floating on the treetops is actually vital energy. Xiao Han was shocked. He did not expect that there would be a large amount of vital energy in this area. However, after a slight sensing, there was no sign of life in the surroundings. It seemed that there were no living creatures. Looking up, the top was dark, deep, and sealed. This place seemed to be a world of sand. To be more precise, it was an ancient ruin that was buried by the desert. The bottom of the vast desert is actually a completely different world. That's right. I remember Senior Brother Fong once said that the Western region Great Desert was not a desert during the ancient times, but a paradise for the human race. There were countless martial artists and a prosperous country. Xiao Han walked forward and found that the spiritual energy in front of him was even more abundant. Streams of spiritual energy that seemed to be tangible rose to the top of an ancient tree and formed a spiritual cloud. Xiao Han was extremely curious. He walked around an ancient tree that looked like a palm in 2 or 3 steps. Xiao Han came to a place that was emitting dense spiritual energy. It was an area of more than 10 mu, surrounded by mountain walls on 3 sides. In the middle of the area, there was a lake that was a few mu in size. The lake water was the color of agate, crystal clear, and full of spiritual energy. On the surface of the lake, there was an indescribably mysterious and graceful divine light. Beside the lake, there was an ancient stone tablet. Surprisingly, Xiao Han also found that on one of the mountain walls, there was a complete human skeleton. The bone material was as clear as jade, and there was a faint light emitting from it. This world of sand is really strange and strange. There are actually humans who died here. Their flesh and blood have been eroded by time, leaving behind only a set of bones. Xiao Han licked his lips and walked to the stone tablet by the lake. He raised his head and looked at it. At the same time, a divine light as thick as a thumb, several zhang long, swept past Xiao Han's eyes, emitting a distant ancient aura. It was as if it was the true qi left behind by a true qi realm martial artist in the ancient times. Everything is too strange, too mysterious. P.S. It's going to be published soon. The public version has been updated for more than a month. Every day, I stayed up late, worried, and couldn't sleep at night. Finally, it's going to be published. The time to test the results of a book has arrived. Panic unease, the pressure is very, very great. This Demon God is the second Eastern fantasy book that I wrote. After thinking for a long time, I have many settings and ideas for the later content. However, I didn't write it out, and I don't dare to say that it will be good. However, I hope everyone can read it patiently. I will try my best to create a world full of fantasy and passion for everyone. Chapter 83. Wisps of divine light true qi flashed past Xiao Han's eyes. An ancient aura pervaded the air. Fishes and dragons danced in the air. It was a marvelous sight. Xiao Han looked carefully, and saw that each and every wisp of divine light true energy was filled with blurry oracle bone inscriptions and hieroglyphs. There were even little turtles that were slowly swimming around them. Of course, Xiao Han understood that the turtles in the light were only formed from true qi. They were not real turtles. Too miraculous. Really too miraculous. Xiao Han clicked his tongue repeatedly. After that, he disregarded the true qi that was like the glow of dawn and carefully stared at the stone tablet by the side of the lake. There were a few simple and unadorned characters carved on the stone tablet, and the strokes were strong and forceful. Earth Vein Spirit Spring. So this lake is the Earth Vein Spirit Spring. Xiao Han thought to himself, as he looked at the amber lake that was filled with boundless spirit qi. It can't be some kind of treasure medicine, right? Other than the words Earth Vein Spirit Spring, there were some smaller words on the stone tablet. Xiao Han glanced at them. Earth Vein Spirit Spring. Body Refining Treasure Medicine. Bathing in the spirit spring can strengthen bones, wash hair and marrow, rebirth, increase lifespan. Huh. So it really is a treasure medicine. Xiao Han nodded. However, it is only a body-refining treasure medicine. For a true Qi realm martial artist, it seems to be a little useless. Also, my indestructible golden body is also a top-notch body-refining technique. The more I practice, the more resistant I get. Heh. Body-refining elixirs aren't that attractive to me. The most important thing right now is to obtain the 8 meridians of true Qi. Once I pour my true Qi into my 9 meridians, my battle prowess will skyrocket. Forget it. I will go over there and take a look. I will come back later to bathe in the earth vein spirit spring. Xiao Han walked towards the human skeleton on the mountain wall. When he got closer, he bent down to take a look. Every bone of this skeleton was emitting a faint light. Moreover, the bones were flawless, as if they were carved from jade. One look and it was obvious that this skeleton belonged to a martial artist. After a mortal died, their flesh would rot and their bones would wither. How could there be such a sparkling ivory skeleton? However, the martial artists who died here must have been dead for a long time. After all, a martial artist's body and internal organs were much stronger than ordinary people's. After death, their corpses could be stored for a long time before they started to rot and wither. As for the corpse before them, its flesh and internal organs had long since been mercilessly eroded and annihilated by the passage of time. Not even dregs were left, and only a skeleton was left. Xiao Han raised his head and saw streams of twilight qi circling around the corpse, as if they were protecting it. Oh, I know. The deceased must have been a Zhenqi realm expert, and this should be his abode. The Zhenqi swimming around here was very likely the Zhenqi he had cultivated before his death, and it had yet to completely dissipate. The earth vein spirit spring in the lake was also a precious medicine left behind by this true Qi stage martial artist. A thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. AI, but it's a pity, a true Qi realm expert perished here. Thousands of years later, because of the movement of the earth's crust, he is still buried in the sand, unable to see the light of day. Xiao Han felt a tinge of regret in his heart. His gaze shifted downward. Xiao Han saw the right index finger of the corpse extend out, as if directly embedded into the ground. Xiao Han wiped away the thick layer of dried leaves and moss covering the ground, gradually revealing a blue stone slab. There were actually words carved on the slab. Oh! Before this true Qi realm expert died, he used his right index finger to carve words on the slab. It's his last words. Xiao Han immediately understood, focusing his gaze to read the words. I, Venerable Spirit Turtle, 5th Stage True Qi, traversed the western regions, but I did not expect that I would go berserk while cultivating. Medicine and pills cannot cure me, resulting in half of my body being paralyzed. I left behind the earth vein spirit spring in my abode, for those who are fated. This earth vein spirit spring was moved here from the northern regions and poured into the lake. Bathing in the earth vein spirit spring strengthens the body and increases lifespan. But those who are fated must bury the corpse before bathing in the spring. Remember. Before I died, I had already chosen a treasured place to bury my corpse, under a 10,000-year-old fir tree to the north of the lake. I fear it will be disturbed by rats and ants, so I ask those who are fated to dig 7 feet into the ground and bury me. I will reward them handsomely. Venerable Spirit Turtle? 5th Stage True Qi? Xiao Han was taken aback. In the True Qi realm, one would open 1 to 10 true acupoints, which was the first stage of True Qi. The 5th stage of True Qi was the opening of 41 to 50 true acupoints. TSK. Opening so many true acupoints. Just how much True Qi can be stored? That's too impressive. As it seemed, the Venerable Spirit Turtle was no simple cultivator. He was definitely something else. He might have been an all-powerful figure in the past. Xiao Han clicked his tongue and sighed. Then, he felt pity for the Venerable Spirit Turtle, shaking his head and laughing. Senior Venerable Spirit Turtle, your cultivation is so great, yet you actually succumbed to Qi deviation and died here. Even now, your corpse is exposed in the wilderness. It's extremely pitiful. Thinking about it, Xiao Han carefully picked up the Venerable Spirit Turtle's corpse and made his way to the north of the lake. Forget it. Venerable Spirit Turtle, I, Xiao Han, didn't covet your earth vein spiritual spring. It's just that I saw how you, a mighty true Qi realm expert, actually died without a proper burial, so I decided to bury you along the way. I hope you know this in the afterlife and help me escape from here and return to the surface. What Xiao Han did not expect was that a mere corpse would actually weigh 1,000 pounds. This indicated that the venerable spirit turtle's body must have been extremely strong when he was alive. One must know that Xiao Han's body was extremely refined. His current body weight, including his flesh and bones, was only 5,600 pounds. Tiske, as expected of a true Qi realm great expert. After so many years of death, a few bones are heavier than my entire body. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Xiao Han circled to the north of the lake and indeed saw an ancient fir tree that towered into the sky. It was 5 to 60 meters tall and exuded an ancient aura. Digging 7 feet into the ground and burying me? That's nothing. Xiao Han's left arm flashed with a demonic light. The demonic emperor's palm suddenly burst out. A demonic wind filled the air, causing the trees to rustle in all directions. Bang! The demonic emperor's palm slammed into the ground and 600 ding of strength burst out. The palm pierced into the ground. Crack! 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 Cracks spread everywhere like a spider web. In the next moment, rubble flew into the sky and was ground into powder by Xiao Han's saber qi. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. However, in the middle of the crater within the soil, there was a huge stone slab with words engraved on it. Ha! Xiao Han was stunned. Soon after, Xiao Han grabbed the venerable spirit turtle skeleton and jumped into the crater. He bent down and looked at the words on the stone slab. With a single look, his scalp went numb. If thou can see these words, thou art a true gentleman. That earth vein spirit spring is actually the eroding bone water. Once a person falls into it, their flesh and bones will disappear in an instant. Even low-level true Qi realm martial artists will find it hard to escape. Ha 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 ha. If thou ignore me and take a bath first, thou will die without a doubt. But if thou bury my skeleton first, not only will thou not die, thou will also obtain a great opportunity. Life and death are decided by a single thought. F***CK. Xiao Han broke out in a cold sweat. This venerable spirit turtle is far too scheming. What bullshit T earth vein spirit spring? So it's fake. It's actually a highly toxic medicinal liquid. Soak in it and you'll die instantly. Fortunately, I didn't jump into the lake in such a hurry. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. Vicious, too vicious. The more Xiao Han thought about it, the more his heart palpitated. Life and death really were decided by a single thought. Soon after, Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Forget it. This venerable spirit turtle is scheming all this just to find a fated person who can bury him. As expected of a great expert at level 5 true Qi. He's so scheming. He must have been a powerful figure when he was alive. But it makes sense. The world is dangerous. How can a person cultivate to such a high level if they don't have a burning point? Survival of the fittest. Those who are soft-hearted would have been killed long ago. Looks like I'll have to learn more from this venerable spirit turtle. Xiao Han stood in the deep pit for a long time. Various thoughts flooded his mind. Only after quite a while did he gently place the venerable spirit turtle's remains in the pit. Xiao Han jumped up and used the demon god's palm. Like grabbing tofu, he grabbed the soil on the ground and threw it into the pit. Not long after, Xiao Han had piled up a huge grave. He had finally buried the venerable spirit turtle. Xiao Han stood in front of the grave and put his palms together. He bowed deeply and said, "Venerable Spirit Turtle Senior, this junior has already buried you according to your orders. This junior does not desire any rewards. I only hope that senior can allow this junior to see the sky again." As soon as he finished speaking, "I've finally been laid to rest. Thank you, fated person. You are a sincere gentleman. I am grateful beyond words. I've used the natal true Qi I've condensed all my life, the spirit turtle true Qi, to gift it to the fated person. However, with the passage of time, I wonder how much true Qi remains." A desolate and ancient voice suddenly echoed through the dense forest of this underground world. The sound lingered in the air and was extremely strange. Xiao Han had never encountered such a strange thing. An ancient person who had died for God knows how many years could actually speak. Of course, Xiao Han understood as soon as he thought about it. Those must have been the venerable spirit turtle's last words before his death. At this moment, Xiao, 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 the rays of light that permeated the dense forest suddenly shot toward Xiao Han, and with lightning speed, they entered Xiao Han's true meridian. It was as if he had been enlightened. Soon the first true acupoint was filled up. The second true acupoint was also filled up in a short period of time. Then the third one. The fourth one. What? This true qi actually entered my true acupoint on its own. Xiao Han was surprised and delighted. I didn't do anything. This true qi seems to recognize me as its master. This is too magical, too magical. In the next moment, he sat cross-legged and his mind sank into the pentagram true acupoints that were filled with true qi. Inside each of his true acupoints was a mysterious space that was about 3 meters in length, width, and height. The true qi that was injected was light blue. It was extremely pure and filled with an ancient aura. Dense runes, seal scripts, ancient bone inscriptions, and hieroglyphs could be seen. One spirit turtle after another swam in the true qi. Turtle? Oh right. The true qi left behind by the venerable spirit turtle is called Spirit Turtle True Qi. I wonder what use this spirit turtle true qi has. Xiao Han had gained something from nothing. Under the circumstances where he did not have to do anything, he had obtained true qi without any effort. This was almost like an infusion of power. It was as if he had picked up a treasure. He felt extremely carefree and indescribably wonderful. Soon, all 9 of Xiao Han's true acupoints were filled up. It was difficult for them to hold any more true qi. However, there wasn't much true qi left in this place. Only 3 or 4 wisps of true qi that were as thick as a thumb and several meters long had slipped through the net. As the true qi in this place flowed away, the plants and vegetation began to wither and wither. The spiritual qi declined, turning this place into a wasteland. Yeah. The venerable spirit turtle was at the 5th layer of true qi and had opened 41 to 50 true acupoints. Logically speaking, the amount of true qi he had condensed in his entire life should have been more than this. It must have been too much time. Most of the true qi must have been destroyed, with only a tiny bit remaining. However, it did fill up all 9 of my true acupoints. That's enough. I can't take any more true qi with me. Currently, Xiao Han's entire body radiated with endless light and splendor. He glowed with jewels and gave off a noble bearing. All of a sudden, a thought was transmitted to Xiao Han's mind. 3 forms of the spirit turtle. Turtle breath. Spirit turtle shell. Spirit turtle slash. It was actually the true qi of the spirit turtle that pulsed in the true acupoints, delivering 3 forms of martial skills. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.